Annyeonghaseyo. Hello, everyone.
Annyeonghaseyo.
Hello. How's it going? Welcome to the Overwatch World Cup 2018 Incheon, South Korea stage. I'm Malik Forte, joined by a global icon and national treasure, Golden Boy. We're going to be tag teaming in this whole thing, hosting it together. Man, how was yesterday? Did you have as much fun as I did?
Oh, I had such a great time. Everyone in Incheon, South Korea, amazing. Love you all. Yes. Amazing people. I mean, just the crowd's been incredible. And the games, man. The games were sick.
We ended with a banger yesterday for sure.
Yeah,
100%. For sure. Now, for those of you who haven't been watching the World Cup so far this year, this is the Incheon qualifier, and there are 6 teams that are playing. We got Hong Kong, Russia, Finland, Chinese Taipei, Japan, and the home team, South Korea. Yes.
It's an easy pop.
Easy money. Now, and 2 of these teams will be advancing to BlizzCon, so there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, that's right. And here's the thing, right? The format's a little bit different than what it was last year, right? It is all going to come down to the group stages. And let's actually take a look at, or let's actually say, the group stage and the matches. Let's actually take a look at the standings right now, because as it currently stands, Russia is in first place, South Korea in second. The map differential a little different there. Russia coming off a huge win against Finland just yesterday, our last matchup. Some are saying that was one of the best games of 2018. And then you have Japan and Chinese Taipei at 0-1, and then Hong Kong at 0-2, looking for a first win today. But it is not going to be easy, Malik, because their first opponent's kind of difficult.
It's a tough one, but you know nothing is set in stone. So let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for today. We are starting off with Hong Kong taking on South Korea, as you heard Alex say. It's going to be a tough test for Hong Kong. Then Japan will take on Chinese Taipei. Russia versus Finland, that's going to be a good one, a potential second place match there. Then we have Chinese Taipei back again, facing off against Hong Kong, and we're going to end the day with South Korea taking on Japan. That's going to be crazy. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that's going to be a good matchup, and I know that, listen, if yesterday was any indication, today we're going to have some quality Overwatch being played here in South Korea. But Malik, I think we got to bring out the first team. Let's just roll this bad boy on.
All right, I'm with it. So, without any further ado, let's welcome to the stage Team Hong Kong.
Now, despite being down 0-2, Malik, this team's still very much in high spirits.
Yeah, still in high spirits. It's not over for them yet. You know, they had a rough first day, but, you know, the first day is really about getting your nerves out of the way, kind of getting comfortable with it. And I think that today, they'll be a lot better today.
Yeah, well, you need nerves of steel, and I couldn't think of a better team than our next squad. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, South Korea!
Is it safe to say that this team possibly got over their toughest challenge yesterday?
Oh, without a doubt. Finland, many people were, predicting that Finland could have beaten South Korea. But this team, they have a steel resolve, and it showed in that matchup. Going all the way, the distance is what you can ask for in some quality Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been one pick that made the difference. Well, the boys are ready. I don't know about you, Golden Boy, but I'm ready.
I'm stoked. You guys ready?
You guys ready? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, well, buckle up, everyone. This one's going to be for the ages. Let's go ahead and get cranked up for this match with our casters.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Malik. Here we are, Harry. Day number 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2018. Game number 1, we've got South Korea back in the hot seat, facing off against Hong Kong.
Of course, South Korea already having won 2 games. They're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, but maybe a little bit of their confidence shaken by that shellacking that was given to them by Finland yesterday. One of the greatest matches we've ever seen. We're watching it in the back. Sabiobi was screaming at the entire map. High spirits.
Yeah, he was going a little bit crazy. And we heard the Korean commentators as well just screaming, Jonak, Jonak, Jonak. Everybody was getting hyped up, especially in the home crowd audience as well.
But you know what our audience was screaming? Spec Mui.
Yeah,
that's because Mui from Hong Kong, he's a madman.
He was popping off, man. I mean, look at this roster as a whole, right? You have 3 members from Hong Kong Attitude, and you want to say one person that did pop off, like you just said. It was Mui in that DPS role. He was honestly taking it to Carpe more often than not. His Widow play is just crazy.
Not only that, but Macau and Mango Drive from Hong Kong Attitude as well. Very experienced players, and they've been showing up as well. Am Crazy and GZQQ on those Libro's tanks, they're going to have to step up today, show us what they have.
Absolutely, and I want to talk about Korea. I mean, we are in Korea right now, in Incheon, and I want to just bless this roster right now. Carpe, just absolute god. He showed us so much yesterday. Doomfist, we even saw a little bit of Brigitte from him, mostly the Widow. He was clicking everybody's heads, and then you have Fate, who brought out the Wrecking Ball as well. Just such a performance from them.
Definitely not a fish out of water here in the home counties of Korea, but of course, we're going to be moving straight into the map, Jaws, and we're starting off on Control.
Yep, Control, and it will be Lijiang Tower to first start us off, and then Hybrid, Assault, straight onto Escorts. And, you know, if you don't know how Control works, we've got a small video for you.
Is Control. Two teams fight head-to-head for control of a common objective, located in the middle of the map. To capture the objective, your team must stand within its range for a set amount of time. Capture percentage is continually given to whichever team is in control. The enemy will fight to clear your team off and capture the objective for themselves. Losing control will pause your progress. Now your opponent gains capture percentage. If both teams are on the objective when one of them reaches 99% capture, the game enters overtime. This extends play indefinitely until one of the teams is cleared off. The round ends when either team achieves 100% capture. Each round is played on one of the map's 3 unique areas. Control is best of 3, so whichever team captures 2 objectives wins.
And with that knowledge, you'll be able to be a professional Overwatch player as well, especially on the Control game mode. Here we are, Harry. Lijiang Tower, Hong Kong over on the white on the left-hand side, and South Korea over on the blue.
We're going to be starting off on the gardens. You can see that circular koi pond around that central pavilion. That does give environmental depth. Also, if you get booped into there, you're not coming back. You can't be resurrected by Mercy. However, in this central pavilion, central cover does mean that Winston can, or rather that Hammond could move around there very quickly using his grapple, but it does look like both of our teams are going to be opting to go for a Winston tank line here to move in, try and dive onto some unsuspecting targets.
Mui expecting Libero to come out on the far, and that's exactly what he has drawn out from us. Arc is going to be pocketing him on that Mercy. And Crazy's going pretty low already. They're just having a small brawl on the card. Mui's still trying to look for Libero in the midair. Carpe already taken out GCQQ's mech. Uh-oh, not where you want to be if you're the Ana. And even Fate now just corralling the back line. Mango Giants are going down. Team South Korea already finding a team wide. They're going to jump on the point and get a swift cap.
Unfortunately, Mango Giant and Jazzy there both retreated in different directions out of that back building where the mini health pack was, so they were split up from each other and could not heal each other to try and aid when the South Korean dive came through either from Fate and Carpe or from Libero, who is all over Jazzy on that Ana, getting a quick whoop and a couple of rockets, but already they are back in, and Crazy's gone deep and he's fallen low as well.
Big dive, Infosense coming out from Carpe, so just spot everybody out. Mango Giant up going down to a boot from Libero, who's high in the sky. 48% is extremely low, had to actually dip back down to earth, but Carpe still trying to look for some heads. That was almost an arrow landing on him. Sonic Arrow will reveal his location. Beautiful headshot from Carpe there. Doesn't quite find the kill, however. Movie's still looking for him. He's 60% on his own Emphasize.
The headshots on the tanks, though, do mean that Hong Kong can build up their support ultimates. You can see that Jazzy has the nano boost and has already been applied to Am Crazy.
Trade in, he's going to dive in too. He's going to try and look for Arc, and Carpe just getting out of there. Instant transcendence from Jonak to keep everybody alive. Beautiful nade coming in. Actually going to hit Fate and causing him to just play a little bit more passive in this small building, but Jonak's there. He wasn't naded. He was ready to fight. Takes out GCQQ, and Carpe finishes off the mech. And still controlling the point here, Harry. 60% now for South Korea.
Attempting to escape. Jazzy's feeling a little bit frisky as well. He's going to come out on his own, but could be caught out by Carpe here as his eyes on Jazzy's angle. Libero's also got the eyes there as well. We'll have to see if Carpe can make the shot. For now, he's got his eyes on Mango Giant, but he's going to miss the first one there. Sending out a Venom Mine to make sure that anyone who comes through that back room is going to be revealed to it.
Oh, Am Crazy dives in. He was already half HP before he actually hit the ground. Transcendent is going to be unleashed for Hong Kong. They are going to move forward. However, with Am Crazy going down, they have no real front line to make use of that. Dragon's available, and even Mui does have that Emphasize available through a couple of moments as well. But Carpe, he's already got his second one almost, 75% already.
They can use that Emphasize to inform where they're going to place the Dragon, because obviously Macau is going to see where everybody is using that Emphasize. Carpe now under pressure from Am Crazy, and they're going to pile on with the self-destruct to the center.
Dragons with the bomb as well, doesn't quite catch anybody. There'll be also
Jazzy
a bomb
with a double
coming out through for Mako, but doesn't quite find anybody either. Jazzy comes up big, finding 2 frags, 3 in fact. Libero's going to go down as well. Jazzy, all right, he's earned himself another nano boost almost, 80% 36% on the clock, and Hong Kong get the flip.
Sometimes Jaws, you just got to go DPS Ana. Jazzy taking matters into his own hands there with the help of Macau, and here we see the replay of how the Ana came out. He does have that bio grenade, will cancel any healing coming out. Great advantage of the Dragon Strike positioning that was forced.
Yeah, just corralled Arc straight back, and hey, guess who's there? It's Ana with the biotic rifle. Easy game. Now Mui is trying to look out for Carpe once again, but Carpe does have those emphasize. Only need one more win for South Korea, and they should be able to claim the point. However, they got to move their way through this tight corridor. Transcendence coming through from Jonak very early. Libro's going to unleash that barrage. Ends up killing Jazzy. Main DPS now down for Hong Kong. He's definitely been DPSing a whole bunch. Now he has to find Mui. Carpe ends up getting him first though, so Libero now free high in the sky, can do whatever he pleases. Carpe doing just that. Mango Jai is going to go down. Jonak now chasing people out of the mech. Fate is going to finish him off. Jonak finds the headshot, and that'll be overtime ticking through. South Korea are going to find Gardens.
Jazzy sending out a couple of warning shots and the loving nade towards Jonak, but not enough to finish him off and not enough to claim Lijiang Tower Gardens Jaws, and that does mean that South Korea now are on map point here on Lijiang Tower. To see what they are going to do as we move into Control Center. This is a more tank-heavy map, but let's forget about tanks for a second. Let's just have a look at Carpe putting on a masterclass.
How does he hit that shot under the Winston? The Winston jumped up for half a second. Bang, shows the head. Carpe instantly.
Carpe lives in the Matrix.
I don't know how he does it, man. The guy lives in slow motion or something. Like the slow motion replays we see.
Stone Cold Killer.
I can't do it. He's happy with himself. Control Center will be our next map. South Korea already up one, and I want to see what they're going to do. We can see and we have seen a lot do this. Carpe, come on, mate, bring it out.
For now, I do think we are going to see some Reinhardt on both sides. Crazy and Fate will be responsible for that as they move in. We are going to see that there is Zarya on both sides now, which are going to be protecting their respective Reinhardts, and already Crazy has been overrun by the aggression of South Korea, utilizing that speed boost.
Jazzy's nade's been really good. You saw there just at the end, Carpe actually got inflicted with the bio nade, meaning he can't receive any healing. It's going to be 3-3, the order of the day from South Korea. Jonak, though, opting for something a little bit different. No Zenyatta, no Moira even, and the main heal of choice will be the Ana for today. Crazy going a little bit low, so we're going to get healed up, but another Bionic Grenade's coming through, this time at the hands of Jonak, lands straight on Crazy as soon as he dropped that shield, and that will be another team fight win for South Korea. Although with both fronts going down, this could actually be opened up, but Carpe, he's pretty high charge right now, can just face almost anybody.
Didn't even purposefully drop a shield, it was a shield bash coming through from Libero, and that 1 second stun was taken advantage of. Mue's all the way around the back, he's trying to find Jazzy, but no, Arc's found him first. He's going in with the SMG. The duel.
Arc with the punch kill. Mui ends up going down. Nice Bionic Grenade yet again from Jazzy, but they're locked up in the Graviton Surge. Carpe, Mega, and Jonak get the names on the board. Lighting up nice and blue. 35% now on the board for South Korea.
Carpe having been the Nano Zarya there with a lot of charge, doing a lot of damage as well. Laid down with Graviton, everyone was brought in, got flicked with a Bionic Grenade, and then it was all over from there. Crazy still looking to build up towards that Earth Shadow, but Fate's going to try and beat him to a punch. He's at 93% of the way thus far, and a single Flame Strike will do it, but he's going for the charge instead.
Hey, he doesn't need a Flame Strike when you can just get the charge. He gets knocked down, slept also, but it doesn't seem to matter. Carpe comes in with a triple kill. Fate with a beautiful Earth Shattered, sends them packing. Mui's just going to hang out on the right-hand side. Can't quite find anybody. Nice boot from Arc there, does finally finish off the Zarya, pushing her all the way back and deleting all that charge she built up.
South Korea currently wanting for ults, but are quite close to a few. Meko's going to have that self-destruct soon, and the Nano Boost and Rally are coming up as well. But Mango Jai has the advantage, he has the Transcendence. Potentially can draw that out first, escort his team into the midst of a point, and then try and brawl out there. Because at the moment, South Korea are always dictating the tempo, and making sure that Hong Kong are playing their game.
Charging, Crazy is going to find Jonak a lot of damage. Nano as well on Crazy. He's a pretty hardy target, but Carpe's already taken out Mango Jai. Another kill for Carpe onto Mikio. There's no way you can stop this man. Beautiful block as well by Fate. Oh my goodness, Jazzy goes down. Like, this is just torture for Hong Kong. South Korea find another team wipe. 99% ticks over. Lijiang Tower taken by South Korea.
GCQQ, they're dying without being able to use the Graviton. Couldn't use one of the entirety of Control Center. Such control was shown here on the Control Center, funnily enough, from South Korea. They were not phased yesterday. They are back on board.
Who needs a Nano Boost on a Reinhardt when you can just give it to Carpe on the Zai, just melting through the back line. As soon as we saw Crazy charge in, it was go time for Carpe. Easy build up of the ultimate as well when you do have that Nano Boost. Extra damage equals extra ult charge.
And there's such trust in the South Korean lineup of their calls. When you see Fate go forward and get that shatter in the enemy spawn, you saw that Arc went forward, he got the boop. Libero went forward, got himself a whip shot boop off the edge as well. And that's some great sort of like fearless play from Korea, because they just trust that Fate knows what he's doing and he's gonna hit those shatters, he's gonna connect.
Yeah, that 3-3 kind of devastating. And we mentioned in the previous fight, the second to last one, that they had Transcendence. Hong Kong had the Transcendence to use, but the problem is you've got to be scared of JJoNak. As soon as he lobs that nade down, hits a couple of targets, they're not going to get that 300 healing per second.
Yeah, and you can't really force out that grenade early as well, because you don't really have that many diving heroes. Potentially you can send the D.Va in there to try and like harass him a little bit, but wasn't the case on this map.
Well, we're going to go on to Hybrid. That's going to be our next game type of choice, and it will be Hong Kong's turn to pick.
Yeah, you can pick any map from the Hybrid pool. You can pick from Numbani, King's Row, Eichenwald, or Blizzard World, but King's Row is where they want to go. They want to go into the narrow streets where snipers can rule, and so can a Reinhardt.
Yeah, the tanks can rule as well, like you just said. Maybe a 3-3 coming out from Hong Kong yet again, and Korea, let's be fair to ourselves. They're probably going to run Carpe on the sniper, but to give you a rundown on how King's Row and how Hybrid works, we've got a short video for you.
It's Hybrid. Two teams face off as either defenders or attackers. The attacking team has a limited amount of time to first capture a payload and then escort it along a set path containing 2 checkpoints. To capture the payload, the attackers need to stand within its range for a set amount of time. Defenders can delay capture progress by also standing in range. The attackers must work together to clear away the defenders. If successful, they score 1 point and gain additional time on the clock. The payload only moves forward when an attacker stands near it. Defenders can delay the payload's movement by standing nearby. To get moving again, the attackers must clear away the defenders by force. If even one attacker is capturing the objective or on the payload when the time runs out, the game enters overtime. This extends play indefinitely until the attackers are either cleared away or they gain more time by reaching a checkpoint. Every time the payload reaches a checkpoint, the attackers score 1 point and gain additional time on the clock. The round ends when the payload reaches the destination or when time runs out. Teams switch sides each round. Whichever team scores the most points and escorts the payload farthest wins.
And there we go with the Hybrid Explainer done and dusted. And we are going to jump on to King's Row. South Korea, they're going to be on the defense first. Hong Kong on the offense.
I've got some flashbacks, Jaws, to the 2017 World Cup qualifiers, where this was where South Korea really made a name for themselves as a formidable team on defense. We saw a fantastic defense against Austria, where they managed to hold first for so long, but Mue is trying to break the precedent already. Carpe is down, but Arc can go there for a resurrection if he so desires.
Let's go. That's what you want to see if you're a Hong Kong fan right now. Mui taking the head off of Carpe. Kills coming through for South Korea, though, and Crazy, GCQQ, and Macau are going to go down. Libero just lobbing in the bombs. Nice bit of charge as well, but it is going to force South Korea off that high ground.
Mango Jai feeling a little bit frisky and he's trying to escape, but it'll be under the scrutiny of Libero. Jazzy's still under there, got a lot of health and of course a little bit of self-healing as well, should it be desired. Meko's going to try and take him out, and there's the pull to bring him back in from Fate.
Nice Macau kill though. There's a nice arrow onto Libero's head, just pin him against the wall, and that will be Crazy now moving forward without fear of the Junkrat. Although he does get resurrected, Carpe finds yet another kill on GCQQ. Crazy is going to fly on in. Fate is extremely low, but Mako is there for help with the defense. Didn't quite eat that flame strike and actually eats it to the face, which means he's going to get demaked. Instant kill as well with the storm arrows, but Carpe is going to help finish them up.
Such great cooldown management from Fate to be able to protect himself when he's under so much scrutiny, because after he fortifies, he can be a pretty easy target to take down if you're using burst damage. Only half of his HP is armor, and that doesn't work so much against large arms fire, only against small arms fire. Carpe now does have Crazy revealed, and of course he has the Infrasight in his back pocket should it be required. He wants to know where a Roadhog's coming from, but for now, he's holding his nerve, hasn't popped it yet.
Nice retreat here from Carpe using that grappling hook. Jazzy and Crazy are just getting booted
What a
around.
concussion,
Crazy is so low, Carpe's actually going to take him out. A brief moment where he drops his shield does mean he gets sentenced to death. Macau does take out Arc, however, so no main source of healing now for South Korea, although JJoNak still has that Transcendence. Carpe activating the Infrasights, they know exactly where everybody is, narrowly avoiding the hook, and that's actually going to force Hong Kong a little bit back here.
One hook traded for another, and Libero is going to blow GZQQ to bits. Carpe's going to get the hell out of there. Doesn't want to deal with Jazzy on the Roadhog, but he's going to get his friends in, call down his big brother to fight in Playground, and Jazzy's going to be cooked.
Oh boy, JoeNet finding that kill. Still with that Transcendence. Ready and waiting. GZQQ with the Nano though. Jazzy has got that whole hog, although not just now. Just switched to the Zaya. Nano hog would have been nice to see, but it doesn't look like they were going for a full switch up. There's going to be one main heal. It looks like 3-3 actually.
Speaking of ultimates, South Korea do have 4 ready to go, including both their tank ultimates and both their support ultimates. They're going to be very hardy and resilient in the face of danger. Hong Kong look like they're trying to weigh up their options here. I'm crazy, not sure if he wants to go in, but he knows that Fate is now used for Hulk, so he can move forward without his movement being compromised.
2 support ults available for South Korea. Crazy's going to move on to the point, but look at Carpe looking for some heads. Needs to kill the Moira, almost getting it. Carpe take the shot. Does end up missing and hitting Ryan in the back, but it sends him extremely low. Crazy is going to charge to safety. Still has that shatter available, but still extremely weak. He's going to receive the armor pack and is going to jump on the health pack as well to almost up him up to full HP. There we go. Now moving up onto the ledge. Base Bongo is going to go down, so no more supercharger, but Mui is already going to fall. Abimeko getting the kill, and Crazy just charges straight into Fate, who goes golden at the sight of him.
Oh no, not the phone box! Doctor Who isn't going to be happy, and neither is Fate. He's now going up against the entirety of the Hong Kong tank dive.
No, GZQQ gets D-Meg, Riptide coming through from Libero as well. Crazy can't even kill a structure with the Earth Shatter. It's unlucky. If they were destructible environments, that would have looked very pretty, but unfortunately not in Overwatch just yet. Carpe now looking for the stragglers. Jazzy's going to get sent back to spawn fairly late.
Oh, Hong Kong need to make a collect call and ask for some more time. We've only got 13 seconds left right now, when Hong Kong look pretty much like they're going to have to use this Coalescence. South Korea is formidable as ever, and now they've caught out Mikau in the back. He's trying his best to survive. He's got a health back, but he's up against both Meko and Carpe.
Oh no, what a torturous situation. Fate is on the high ground. They do have a tech Coalescence coming out to heal them all up. They might just secure another one here, but no, Fate says not today and jumps down onto the point. And with Arc activating now, Ultimate can sit in the skybox pretty much to actually heal the people on the ground. Jazzy takes out JoeNet, who has that Transcendence also, so this could be a way in for Hong Kong. Crazy and GZQQ still on the point, and they gain a second tick. Carpe's coming back with a kill off the Mango Giant. Now Mako's turning it up. Mui and Jazzy are going to go down, and that'll be Libero finding another kill. He's back in the action. Another Riptire, and Hong Kong end up falling at the first hurdle, where South Korea do end up giving up 2 ticks here.
2 ticks accrued, Jaws, and that means that they don't have to play for the draw. They can play for a win here if they can hold first point of King's Row for 4 minutes and give up less than 80.4% of the capture to South Korea. Love to see if that's going to be possible, but it's a tall order, Jaws. It is a very tall order, and we saw that Libero bringing out some great Junkrat play there. I'm sure our co-caster Jake would be incredibly proud of that. Some great Riptides. They were usually onto solo targets, like we saw in demonstrating that either he wanted to take just GZQQ out on that Ana, or he wants to take out another target. Not trying to go for greedy multi-kills, he just wants to end fights fast.
Yeah, they knew if they took out the Reinhardt and Crazy, they were able to give Carpe a lot more space there and a lot less defense for Hong Kong, meaning he doesn't have to worry about a shield because he can just kill people regardless. I mean, you can stack up behind the Brigitte. In fact, we talked about it yesterday, but really, are you going to get in single file? Carpe is still going to kill you.
Another thing about Libero when it comes to these traps is that he was always very able to predict Crazy's movement. Like, we saw him get trapped twice in one attack. As he came out of that Mega Health Pack room up the stairs on the corner, he got trapped by Libero, had to wait with his team for a little while longer while that sort of, that broke under his feet. And then when he went for a charge onto Fate, Fate didn't even have to fortify because there was a trap right in front of him. He knew that he didn't have to spend that cooldown. That meant it was available later when he dropped down onto a point to try and contest that, because South Korea are relying on Fate's movements as the Orisa moving down from that high ground onto a point to make sure they're not giving up more progress than they need to.
South Korea now on the offense. They did actually, Hong Kong did actually reveal they have a Reinhardt. Not too much of a surprise, let's be honest, but it did flame strike the top. That might impact South Korea's choice of picks. However, doesn't look like Carpe's going to stick on this Sombra here. We are going to see Jonak on the main heal, of course, but this time Moira, and actually Libero is jumping straight onto that Genji. Carpe looking for maybe an early hack on the Reinhardt to delete that shield. Let's see what he wants to do.
There we go. Fate moving over from a Mercy onto a Reinhardt, and Mecha is going back too. It's going to be a 4-scale swap up here from South Korea, going over to the esteemed 3-3. They're not opting to go for Zenyatta here. They want to be able to brawl out on the point. They don't think that they need that additional damage because they're not going up against a hugely tanky composition. Instead, they're dealing with the double snipers.
2 ticks and a half, that's all they need to take the map. And Amcrazy is going to dive straight onto the point. There's going to be a mischarge here from Fate, and actually Amcrazy is going to take advantage of that and pin Arc to the wall. And even Macau taking out Carpe. Okay, let's go. Libero is on the point, but Fate is extremely low. Hasn't really got the main heals to back him up. Jonak is extremely low on charge, and Mui having to deal with Meko and is still going to survive. Beautiful nade, but he is going to get healed up rather promptly. That'll be Fate falling down last as well. A nice bit of charge here for Amcrazy, actually. He's already up to 80% on that shatter. Problem is, Fate, he's on 92.
Hong Kong could have gone for a little bit of a longer stagger there onto Mecha. They really need to play the time here. South Korea has already used a quarter of their time from 4 minutes to 3.
They got a tick as well. They've already got a tick. Hong Kong a little bit too late to the point there. Have already given up a tick. Remember, 4 minutes was the time, mate.
Mui.
Oh, that's, again, this is what you want to see, Mui. And this was the span that was happening in the
Spec Mui.
Spec Mui. And this is exactly why truly the shining star of this Hong Kong roster wants to make sure his name is known worldwide.
Well, speaking of shining stars, we'll have to see if he's going to fall down or if he's going to stay in the air. Fate is ready to bring everyone down to earth with the hammer slam. He's got it ready to go. He's beat Amcrazy to it, but Amcrazy is now equaled out in terms of that ultimate charge. So much trouble here for Macau's going to have to lunge away.
They have Coalescence, they have Shatter, they're going for the long haul flank. Doesn't look like Amcrazy noticed they were there, now they know, yeah, they communicated that across. They're going to jump onto the point, he's going to run straight at Amcrazy. A Shatter gets blocked instantly, in fact no, he got hit one on the wall, but Fate is already going to claim the kill on Amcrazy. Mui takes out Carpe yet again, but they're going to cement themselves on the point with still ultimates available. Nano goes onto the Zarya for Hong Kong, and a Graviton Surge comes out as well, but beautiful Shatter is going to stop most of that damage coming through. That will be Mango Joy activating that Transcendence to keep them alive on the point, and Mui once again killing Carpe. 3-0 for him in this round, but Libero, Mako, Fate, they're taking over the game. Amcrazy charges in, charges to his death, and South Korea finish up the following members, and they will take King's Row.
Valiant attempt from Hong Kong with their snipers claiming kill after kill, but eventually the tank composition of South Korea just ground them down. Attrition was too much. Whoever died came back from that spawn in record time, whereas when you fell on the side of Hong Kong, you had to make that long run back. And now as we move into our half, South Korea find themselves on match point.
Match point 2-0, and hey, Hong Kong can still bring it back. They need to pick a map, it seems, that favors these sniper duels. Mui was 3-0 in that last round against Carpe.
I've got my bets on Temple of Anubis for our Assault map draws, and why not? Mui is on form today, and hey, he's hanging with probably the best sniper in Overwatch League, so he's going to be a happy boy.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and I'm sure it's one of the players that he definitely looks up to in that. All these players want to be placed in Overwatch League next season around, and this is the perfect stage to do it on.
Yeah, this is where all the eyes are for Overwatch League scouts, for teams coming in for Season 2. Like, hey, look at Hong Kong, look at Mui, look at Macau, look at Mango Jai. Amcrazy getting some nice pins as well.
Absolutely, he standing up to Fate, but the problem is right there is that he is going for these aggressive charges, and Fate is just taking advantage of that. We saw Amcrazy win out on the charge still once. He did manage to pin Arc on the Lucio, pretty hard target if you ask me, and that was where it really kind of stepped up for Hong Kong. However, they did lose a tick fairly early on, which kind of led to their demise, sorry.
Yeah, and Meko is always there to protect Fate, one of the most trusty off-tanks that we've seen in all of Overwatch.
Doesn't look like we got an interview down on the stage, though. Malik, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Mui from Team Hong Kong. Mui, first and foremost, I'd like to know, how have you been enjoying it here in Incheon, South Korea?
所以你也是第一次来南韩吗？是不是？那如果是的话，你觉得南韩对你如何？就是你喜不喜欢这个地方？
喜欢，就是喜欢啊。
He just really enjoys South Korea. He loves it.
He's really enjoying himself. You heard it from Mui. All right, now, you guys got off to a bit of a rough start yesterday. What was some of the lessons that your team learned playing the matches against your opponents yesterday?
昨天因为都没有赢比赛嘛，然后其实有一点就是 以一个比较不好的开始，可以这样讲。可是昨天也学到了很多东西，对不对？所以就是跟昨天这么多对手打，你有没有学到什么东西？然后今天会改过过去的过错，然后再继续加油。真的
就虽然我们比赛打得很差，可是我还是谢谢就是各位看比赛，看我们的比赛，这样子，然后尽量我们还是会享受每一场比赛。
He's saying that although I know we're not winning, but at the same time we're really enjoying it, and thanks to all the opponents that we play with us, so it's a lot of fun, and I will enjoy the rest of the games and rest of the tournaments.
Awesome. Well, it sounds to me like you're learning gratitude, and that is very important because your gratitude determines your latitude. Well, thank you very much, Mui. Best of luck. And guys, right now it is Team South Korea up 2-0 on Team Hong Kong. Will Hong Kong find their footing, or will Team South Korea continue to roll? We'll find out right after the break. The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
Hey, Doa, thanks for the ride.
No problem.
I've got something you've got to hear. This car has a pretty good sound system, right?
Yeah, the best.
Excellent. Because we're going to need to hear the whole range to really appreciate this. It's a thing of beauty. You ready?
I am as ready as I'll ever be.
This is Monte Cristo, and today we're going to take a look at a strategic breakdown of the latest match between the Los Angeles Gladiators and the Seoul Dynasty.
Of all
right
the
off the bat, we're going to get a couple of
tones.
environmental kills. But
Oh,
I
hear it.
At the
I
response as
feel
well
like I've
from
heard
the
this one
side
before.
of the
It's
Seoul
like
Dynasty. Visual honey goes in, dripping you into your notice ears, that all of opposite the sides, treble and the Seoul bass will bring in working Miro together and in Munchkin perfect to harmony. pressure
Oh,
and support
it's a
players
thing of beauty.
from
It's
the
like an
Gladiators.
ancient
Quickly,
Norse
Big
deity
Goose will be the
decided
first
to
one to
open
fall
his
on
mouth and
You just don't appreciate art.
that's it. That is definitely it.
Shamelessly original, the Toyota CHR. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Hong Kong versus South Korea. South Korea right now 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, as we're going to move into Assault. South Korea looking pretty dominant thus far, and as usual, the star of the show, it's Carpe.
Yeah, oh, Carpe every single time. Mui was taking it to him though. Carpe, however, just an absolute monster on the Widowmaker. You pop him on any kind of sniper, any kind of high aggressive DPS, he's going to be showing up big time. And you can see there a couple of stats on your screen, 21% correct accuracy, not too bad at all. But look, final blows and elims, like, it's just insane.
And you can see how many of his eliminations are final blows. He's always able to close out those kills, even if it's on tanks. We saw Am Crazy drop his shield for just a few seconds, and Carpe was straight in there. He wasn't giving him any chances. Just best reaction speed.
Yeah, the crazy thing about it as well, we talked about it in-game, in fact, was the fact that a lot of these Riptides from Libero were coming towards Am Crazy just to kind of delete him, remove him from the map, and then Carpe had a bit more of a free reign on the Widowmaker. No shield, no problem, just means Carpe has a better line of sight.
Yeah, and when you can remove that shield and you guys still have it, either with Fate on the Orisa or for Reinhardt, it means that you have a huge zone of influence in which Hong Kong cannot exist, but where you can.
Yeah, let's have a look what our next map is going to be. Right on your screens right now. It will be, obviously, Assault. It looks like we're going on to Horizon.
Horizon Lunar Colony, not what I was expecting given how Mui and Carpe are currently trading blows on the Widowmakers, but Horizon can have a few niche strategies, Jaws. We haven't seen this in quite a while, especially on our current patch, so I'm expecting some surprises.
Looks like we got a sub coming in. Am Crazy is out. Yi Wind is coming in on the main tank.
Indeed he is. This could be Hong Kong's secret weapon. They're up against the wall. Jaws, match point here for South Korea, so we've got to try something crazy. And unfortunately, they're getting rid of Am Crazy. We're going to bring in old reliable Yi Wind.
Yi Wind. Hopefully he can scatter South Korea to the 4 wins. We'll have to wait and see. And hey, Assault can be a very, very snowbally game type and snowbally game mode. If Mui is able to get a couple of kills on Carpe to start us off with and suppress Arc enough that he can't actually go for the res, hey, that might be their way in.
Yeah, if you can get rid of that resurrection mechanic, then you can get a good numbers advantage going pretty quickly.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that's going to go down. We'll be jumping onto Horizon Lunar Colony very soon. Let's get into the action. Into the action.
Into the action.
Anyway, not into the action just yet, apparently.
There it is. There's the action. The action you know and love here from the Overwatch World Cup 2018 group stage in Incheon. Welcome to the moon, Horizon Lunar Colony.
They just wanted to make us wait, make us look a bit silly. Well, hopefully Yi Win's going to come in and make South Korea look a little bit silly. They will be on the offense first. South Korea on the defense. Hey, there we go. Of course, Carpe's going to be on that Widowmaker. Libero coming up on that Junkrat again, though, to punish that tank line.
Yeah, Libero on this Junkrat, he does do 120 damage for every frag that is thrown out, and the concussive mine has a maximum damage of 120 if you hit it directly, but it does have a pretty steep damage drop off towards the edge of the blast radius. However, the knockback still applies its full effect, which means that you can disrupt a formation that can come through if it's more of sort of like a meatball-y composition where everyone's really stuck together trying to take advantage of area-based healing. But it looks like Hong Kong are going to be going for that. Instead, they have the dive tanks up here. Yi Wind, now the main tank, is going to be playing on that Winston, and GZQQ is going to be joining him on the Diva. Once again, double snipers are coming out, but we've got to contend with the one and only Big Fish.
Oh yes, they do. I'm seeing Jazzy right now on this Ana, and I'm quite excited. However, two very immobile supports could be Carbe's hunting grounds. However, it does mean if Mui does end up winning out this Widow duel, Jazzy and Mango Jai are going to have a very easy time actually moving up with their dive tanks.
Once they've broken the shield, in goes Yi Wind, but he's falling very low.
Beautiful sightlines here from Carpe. You can see he was just waiting. Doesn't want to peek and actually get some early initial kills. He knows these supports cannot fly over me. You're not a Mercy. You are an Ana. You are boots on the ground. Meaning, that was a nice shot.
That was actually very smart there from Fate. He didn't use his shield once more, and now he's put it down to shield up Arc as he goes for Resurrection. But I want to talk about what Fate did there on the defense. He didn't refresh his shield's HP so that he could put it down again after Yi Wind jumped into him, because after he dived in, the shield went down behind him, and that meant that Jazzy couldn't use that long-range antibiotic rifle healing because it was blocked by the shield. It meant Yi Wind took a whole lot of damage and died far more quickly than Hong Kong assumed.
Bit of a different offense here coming through from Hong Kong, and they are sending their tanks on the left-hand side this time. Maybe to flank Carpe. It doesn't like actually they're going to go straight to point. Fate's actually going to go down. Carpe is going to find the return kill, but Libero with that tire is probably going to hunt the supports. Just waiting it out, stalling it for the time being. Remember that voice line is global, so everybody's going to be able to hear it. Doesn't want to actually get on top of that Widowmaker. Knows so you can one-shot it, but it's going to satisfy himself with the D-Mech instead.
D-Mech onto GZQQ is going to have to go rather far if he wants to get himself killed, but no, Fate's going to have the Mercy there. They're not going to go for the staggers this time. Hong Kong going to have GCQQ returning to the mech and returning to the fray rather soon. There's the respawn coming through. But Hong Kong haven't even touched the point yet, Jaws. They may just have to try and move past the South Korean defense because Orisa's compositions are at their most vulnerable while the Orisa is mobile. Because once Orisa sets up and stationary, that's when she's at her most dangerous.
Another dive DPS coming through. We have got the Tracer now on the side of Hong Kong, but Jazzy has that nano boost. He's ready to rip and raring to go. However, the problem is right now, everybody's pretty low and everybody's actually not in a sight line. This is the problem with Ana. You can't really move across this ginormous area in front of them because this will happen.
Great
you will
eat
get
onto a
grabbed out,
grenade
and
there.
Carpe is just going to gun you down.
Meko there using the defense matrix to eat the bar of grenades so that Jazzy couldn't heal himself. That's the only method of self-healing you have as an Ana. But Hong Kong, they have used a good amount of their time now. They do have 1 minute and 30 left. They've got 2 support ultimates in the bank, but look at South Korea. Jaws have got 5 ready to go, and Carpe doesn't even give a damn. He's just gone all the way forward with that damage boost from R, going in with a submachine gun.
They know they don't really need to expend anything here. A lot of the tanks from Hong Kong are just going on solo missions. Remember, Ana can't really move anywhere. He has got Nano though. Maybe they go for the dive again, try and force out that Transcendence fairly early. Could be quite crucial to their plans. So we'll have to wait and see what they want to do. They're going to be able to spot out the Ana, however. Jazzy getting dragged in once again, but Yiwind is going to go for this long flank. Mango Jai also has that Transcendence, but still, got to contend with it. There's the Nano boost, but instant kill from Jonak onto Jazzy. That's a nice kill onto Carpe though, removing 1 damage potential threat from South Korea. But with that, Yiwind is going to just tail on out of there. The problem is there's a lot of damage incoming. You don't have that damage resistance anymore as soon as that Nano boost wears off.
And with Jazzy being taken down as soon as the Nano boost was put out, it did mean Yiwind didn't have that shielding or rather healing behind him. He did force Fate to use that shield defensively, however, so it can be used to offensively deny the healing for Yiwind. Mango Jai, of course, he's got the Transcendence, but Transcendence isn't a vertical ultimate, Jaws. It works on a very lateral plane. You aren't able to move up between verticalities very quickly. So you've got to get your Zenyatta up there before he uses it.
Zen v Zen, Jonak wins it out. Another tire onto GCQQ's Meg, and it actually kills Yiwind as well. The splash damage coming through. 15 seconds now remain for Hong Kong. They are going to be able to touch the point, but the problem is it's only a Tracer versus Meko. It has that self-destruct. Hasn't needed to use it just yet, and Carpe still has that Emphasize. 5 seconds now remaining, and now Mako is just permanently putting himself on the point, just making sure they can survive. Primal Rage and Winston's coming in, but already half HP. Libro's going to take him out of the sky with a bomb, and even Mikao going down as well. South Korea finding a full hold on Horizon.
Well, they thought bringing out the pocket pick of Horizon Lunar Colony would work better for Hong Kong, but South Korea, Jaws, they're incredibly prepared to head off to the moon. South Korean space program's going very well as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, apparently it is, and we're going to jump onto Hong Kong's defense now. They need to defend against South Korea. They only need 1 tick on the board, and they will claim the series. They are match point after all.
They will. Question is, what are we going to see from Hong Kong to try and play for this draw? Technically now, there is no situation in which Hong Kong can win this series, because the best they can hope for here is to draw this series up and then win the next one, which would result in a 2-1 where we cannot go to a 5th map because, well, South Korea would have already won that. So, right now, it's all about pride, Jaws. Hong Kong trying to muster some national pride. I know they've got some supporters in the audience. There's some good support for Hong Kong attitude in this region. We'll have to see
rally
if
up,
we can
man.
muster that. Yeah, we've got to rally up. We've got to channel their inner Brigitte.
Exactly. Maybe bring out the Brigitte. Just stick yourself on the tank, refuse to move, then Orisa maybe double shield. I don't know. We'll see what they want to do. I wouldn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest that we're actually seeing Mue on the Widowmaker. We've got to see him on it, man. Like, he might as well just show off himself at the moment. And to be fair, he is. He's taking Carpe for a ring around the rosy. South Korea on the offense. We'll see what they want to run in about 30 seconds. But Mue just sitting up on the high ground. It looks like they're going for a bit more of a South Korean defense here also. Just setting up with that shield from Orisa.
The old notice me coming from Mue, and we certainly have thus far. He was one of the bright spots of that offense, managed to pick off Carpe multiple times. But Fate's shield usage with the Orisa was really good for defending Arc when those resurrections were required. Arc was able to go far more risky than you would assume. And South Korea still having a couple of swap-ups here, trying to decide what they want to play with. Fate's not going to go in with the Hammond this time. We know that he does like to play it from our match against Finland yesterday, but Jonak going to be moving over onto a DPS. We do know that he can aim, and now he's on the Sombra to prove it once more.
Yeah, maybe he's going to translocate backwards just to see what everybody else is running. We'll have to wait and see. Double dive DPS coming through with the double dive tanks as well. South Korea. Uh-oh. Don't want to get him pro Carpe. Mue, you're not Widow Widimo anymore. You have to face off against Carpe Tracer. which is also quite scary.
Well, Carpe Tracer only has 150 health, however, and Mue can kill him in one body shot if he's damage boosted,
Sneaky
or
boy.
if there is a Discord Orb on that hero. And JJoNak in the back, ready to try and force everyone onto a point at moment's notice.
Yeah, they know he was there, and in fact you could see everybody trying to rotate to try and get him out. But Translocator, the little beacon, does last for an indefinite amount of time now, meaning that you can just translocate back to base if necessary, and so does the invisibility, just remains there until you are spotted out by some primary fire, or if you do reveal yourself after primary firing. So like, on the point, there's JJoNak. GZQQ getting hacked. Carpe's going to go in with the Tracer as well. Gives everybody a friendly hello. GZQQ's mech is going extremely low. They're going to plant themselves on the point. Already got half the capture completed. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Takes out Carpe on the Tracer. Is going to challenge Arc as well, who's afflicted with the Orb of Discord, meaning they're now just going to perch themselves on the high ground, but still, South Korea with bodies on the point.
And JJoNak and Carpe will be able to return to their fray rather quickly, but Face taking a lot of damage now, needs to heal him up. Mue dodging out of there with a grappling hook, and Yiwind is forced onto a point. He used both his cooldowns.
Oh, Yiwind's going to go down as well. Jazzy coming in, showing off some DPI, but no, Mako is going to push him away and execute him. South Korea are going to find their third map win. 3-0 in the series and a series win.
Nice bit of spin tech there from Jazzy, trying to make himself much harder to headshot. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter when you're just getting ran into by Meko, because you can cancel that resurrection with knockbacks and displacement abilities if you move Mercy far enough away from the soul of the player that she's trying to resurrect, and that's exactly what happened right there. Meko denied that. They couldn't get their main tank back, and unfortunately without the main tank there of the Orisa, it meant that Hong Kong's defense fell apart.
Yep, that does mean we're jumping on to Escort as our final game type of the day. We've seen a lot of Escort maps recently. We've seen a lot of Rialto. I kind of hope it's that. We'll have to see what they want to do, draw out. And we've seen a couple of interesting strats. South Korea versus Finland yesterday, holding right up to the gate. That was pretty nice. Finland just hitting them where it hurt.
Yeah, hit them where it hurt. We'll have to see if Hong Kong can do the same thing. Once again, I will iterate that our map pool is completely open here at these group stages, meaning that you can pick any Escort map that you wish. I think that's Route 66, Watchpoint Gibraltar. We've got Rialto. And one more, which I'm forgetting.
Dorado.
Dorado! That's it.
That's actually one I was thinking
beautiful
about.
Dorado.
Hey, you want to jump on Dorado?
I want to see some Dorado.
Same, honestly.
But
just pop the pinatas head. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, if you punch that sombrero, it goes flying. It's very amusing.
Exactly. That's one of the best things, honestly, about just playing around in Overwatch. Just before the game starts, just punching everything that can physically move.
Yeah,
destroying all the
beautifully
barrels.
destructive environment.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, not phone boxed on Kings Row.
Unfortunately not. Let's have a look at what that map is, though. We'll see what they want to play for Escort. It will be Rialto. Okay. This is a map we talked heavily about yesterday. In fact, a lot of these OWL teams and players just haven't really played a whole lot of Rialto in a professional setting. It wasn't in the OWL map pool last time around, but it has been in contenders. So maybe Hong Kong Attitude's players on the side of Hong Kong might have a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, statistically, this is a very defensively favored map. We see a lot less completions. Usually it's about 50% win rate for offense or defense, but here the defense is heavily favored. So we'll have to see who's going to be starting off fair. I do imagine, once again, it will be South Korea.
Would make a lot of sense. We're going to jump to a quick map explainer, though. How does Escort actually work?
This is Escort. Two teams face off as either defenders or attackers. This is the payload. The attacking team has a limited amount of time to escort the payload along a set path containing 3 checkpoints. The payload only moves forward when an attacker stands near it. Defenders can delay the payload's movement by standing nearby at the same time. To get moving again, attackers must clear away the defenders by force. Every time the payload reaches a checkpoint, the attackers score 1 point and gain additional time on the clock. If even one attacker is near the payload when the clock runs out, the game enters overtime. This extends play indefinitely until the attackers are either cleared off the payload or they gain more time by reaching a checkpoint. The round ends when the payload reaches the destination or when time runs out. Teams switch sides each round. Whichever team scores the most points and escorts the payload farthest wins.
And there you go. That's exactly how Escort works. Now it's going to be broken down in this game. South Korea on the defense first up. You call it, and Hong Kong on the offense.
South Korea going to be looking to go some boots on the ground once more. Fate picking up that trusty Reinhardt again. Going to be swinging for the fences, and Meko, his trusty Squire, at his back on the Zarya, giving you the projected barriers. And eventually going to shine by themselves, and they glow up like a Christmas tree with all the energy that you can get. Those of you who aren't too aware of the mechanics of Zarya, if the bubbles that you project, or the particle barriers, are hit by the enemy, you start to accrue energy. You can store up to 100 energy on Zarya, which dissipates over time, and every single point of energy from 1 to 100 increases your damage by 1%, meaning you can do up to double damage when you have 100 charge and get your Graviton Surge, an incredibly effective ultimate, very quickly.
I'm just saying. I mean, I think the Reinhardt's the Squire in this situation.
Mate,
They're like, you shield me, I do the
Reinhardt
damage.
is never the Squire. Like, he has a Squire. He's got Brigitte.
Yeah, but everybody else is doing the damage. He's not doing anything. He's just holding shield.
You know that Fraggy's got damage.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Oh dear.
Well,
that was
Carpe's doing damage
Mumi
now.
watches Jazzy die on the point. She jumps up and briefly trips over the ankle and just unfortunately ends up going down.
Carpe's
first
cruel.
time.
I'm going to make
He
you
is.
watch your friends.
Unlucky. Mumi doesn't really see anything in that situation. Ends up just backing off at the time. Yiwin going fairly aggressive though. He's going to want to force Libero off the high ground. Just on the Genji. Uh-oh, Carpe, not where you want to be. Mui finds his head. First kill for Mui on the board, but Arc is there with the swift resurrection.
Not quite as aggressive as one would like from Hong Kong to try and move in and deny that resurrection from Arc, who has fallen low. JJJJonak's down, and that means the resurrection still isn't here. It's on a 30-second cooldown, and Carpe was brought up.
Nice. Now Hong Kong can move through these streets, and Yi wins.
Oh, monster.
Okay, this is why they brought him in. Takes out 2. Carpe and Arc going to go down. Maybe this is the advantage I was speaking about, Harry. They haven't played it. This is the secret sauce that everybody needs to beat the South Korean team. You guys haven't played Rialto in a professional format. Well, welcome to our world.
They got out the hot sauce jaws, and it's getting spicy here on Rialto. South Korea still have a chance to try and keep this contested here. Libero's moved over now onto that Genji. He's going to have a quick reflect to put Mue on notice, and Fate's moving in, but is caught in the dragon, won't be able to contest.
Nice Dragon Strike coming out from the hands though, and that does mean they're going to be able to get pushed back. Carpe, oh, you've unspotted Mui, not where you want to be anymore. Yiwin does receive a nano boost, jumps straight onto the point. He's going to be able to demech Meko and kill him off. Beautiful first cap here from Hong Kong. That's a beautiful time bank also. 5 minutes now available to them, and Carpe's dead. Perfect. Hong Kong can now move through these streets pretty much uncontested.
Well, no question as to why Hong Kong chose Rialto. Yiwin returning to payload now for a little bit of healing. He has built up that primal rage. He's not moving forward at the moment, or at least he's not doing damage because he does not want to feed ultimate percentage to the supports of South Korea. Both of them already have their ultimates, but still, it's a good practice.
However, Libero has got the blade, was able to build it up throughout those fights, meaning that he can unleash it whenever he likes, and receive that damage boost from Arc. Beautiful shot again from Mue. Just a perfect sightline as well for the Widowmaker. You can just see people over the payload there. Yiwin goes from the back line, still has primal rage for the defense if he needs it. JJJonak is going to be in trouble, but apparently the back line and the support line of Hong Kong are in trouble as well. Libero is going to end up finding Kao on the hands though, and that will be the Zenyatta going down also. And now clean up crew for the side of South Korea. Yiwin find themselves in a sticky situation inside his own bubble, and Carpe sees it go down and easily clicks on it.
Some fancy footwork there from Macau to try and avoid the acrobatics of his younger brother on the Genji, but unfortunately you're going to need more than fancy footwork to get past South Korea, who have held now under the archway and can set up here.
Carpe. That's slow-mo death onto Jazzy. You're going to pay for it with every inch. See, bubble goes down, bang, instantly killed. Carpe showing up once again. 57% on ult charge. JJJonak's going to go down. Resurrection swiftly brought out by Arc to make sure JJJonak doesn't go down once again. Got to be careful, man. Do not challenge Mue, especially when you don't have Carpe there.
Yeah, Carpe now is going to be fully looking to challenge Mue there. Instead, oh, you thought you got out, buddy, but no, Mue's just going to evict you.
Evisceration. Even JJJjonak's going to go down once more, being a little bit too aggressive maybe. Libero's going to find the slice and dice through Jazzy, but Yiwin's coming up big with the nano boost once more. Arc is going to fall, and that means Hong Kong have won this team fight for the time being. However, not so fast as Fate jumps in on the back line, but swiftly was Yiwin able to corral the rest of his team and be able to win the fight from there.
Crucially, this entire... Oh, no, not again!
This is torture. You know we had emphasized there's a global voice line, Carpe. What are you doing? 90% on your own, though, so you're going to be able to bring that out. But another 4 minutes here for Hong Kong to push up to this final point.
Just giving him the old cheeky peek. And now Hong Kong with 4 minutes here. That's a very good time bank. We talked about how Rialto can be defensively favored, or rather scientifically is defensively favored. But it doesn't look like that's much condolence right now for South Korea, who have won this series, but certainly aren't winning Rialto right now.
Hey, they're going to show up. Libero's got the blade once more. Emphasized coming out to spot every member of Hong Kong out. Jazzy falls first to Carbe's headshot. Might not need the blade now. Main healer falling down does mean they don't really need anything, any more ult investment. In South Korea, one thing they've done extremely well, in fact, obviously the multiple things that they've done well, is just holding ults when they actually don't need them. Because Carbe activating the Emphasize and finding one kill just more or less means you've won the fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Fate now going to be dueling out against Yiwind, who's been incredibly impressive thus far, and is getting a lot of healing from Jazzy. That long-range bardic rifle, very good at sustaining those tanks in fights if Fate doesn't use his shield to try and block him off. Quick sleep there, but just as quickly woken up.
Carpe needing a little help killing Moe this time, and Libero is going to be there, but Libero is taken out rather quickly. Another big flank from Carpe. Uh-oh, you know exactly where he is now. Going to have to back off. Transcendence used to save the Ana. Carpe going extremely low, but still willing to peek as that bomb did come off as well. Fake trying to go for the mid-air duel on the Hanzo. Easy kill for him. Just there's Orb of Harmony on that Widowmaker, so you're going to have to back off. Mui alive and well for the time being, but that might just be all said and done. Zenyatta taking the 1v1, but GZQQ was there with the backup.
Some great shield dancing there from Fate to try and avoid the charge shot was coming in from Mango Jai. In comes the self-destruct. Looks like Jonak might be caught and eviscerated by the shrapnel, but Arc may well be ready to come in with a resurrection. Not quite. They're going to instead try and just move away here. South Korea going to give up some space to Hong Kong. Instead, they want to play with all 6 members respawn.
Nice Sonic arrow, actually hitting Arc there, revealing most of the teammates. Libero comes in with a blade though. Mikhail's going to go down. Jazzy is going to be next. That will be the Winston falling to Libero with the triple kill. He was waiting for the blade. 1 ult investment, 3 kills, 1 team fight. Fate went down in the chaos, but he gets resurrected once again.
And now Hong Kong, they're going to be relying very heavily on the single ultimate, which they have. Macau with the Dragon Strike. And already, it's been used from spawn. I imagine Macau's now going to be swapping over potentially to a Genji or to a Brigitte. Okay, may well be swapping up the comp entirely here. Usually see Brigitte trying to come into defensive supports. We see Jazzy moving over from that Ana on to the Mercy. Less raw healing available for these tanks, but it does mean that they're much more mobile and able to avoid Libero a little bit better.
His unpack's going to be pretty useful for Mango Jai as well. Mui, he knows where Carpe is, or at least he thinks he knows. Carpe is, however, in the spawn. As you can see, Yiwind is going to get taken out. Carpe now moving forwards, but Fate is going to do most of the work for him as he does corral them into the sight line. Another thing that we talked about yesterday was the fact that a lot of these tanks, especially on the side of South Korea, Mako and Fate, they just corral them straight into the sight line of Carpe, and Carpe is there just to kill them off. Mue now moving forward, has got the damage use from Jazzy, so he might be able to take out Libero here if he's careful enough. Got to avoid Carpe first up, but Mako's still got the bomb.
And the reason they can corral so well is because Mako and Fate are very good at going on the same target, so their damage combined is too much to stay in one place and try and brawl out against these tanks. Fate sounds to the back, though, he only needs his own damage to deal with Mue.
Mue was all on his lonesome. Arc will activate the ultimate. Long-range healing from the Mercy now, and can sit in the skybox as well. Libero building up towards another blade. 90%. He's ready to unleash when it gets out, but he might not even need it. Dashes through GZQQ. Another kill onto Jazzy. Can't sleep dart him if you're not the Ana. Can't even bionade him. Mercy. Wings were clipped, and Libero has the blade.
He does, and it's going to be very hard to defend against, but Mango Jai does have a Transcendence, which is the best answer across Overwatch for a blade, except for killing the Genji. He can give 300 HPS to everyone within the radius of that effect, and we can see if he's going to be able to hold his nerve until Libero is going to draw out that blade.
Oh, double headshot. Blade comes out as well. 5 seconds remaining. They're going to have to get on the car. Even Jonak using that Transcendence to keep everybody alive and well. Macau's going to go down on the Brigitte. They chase down Yiwind, and that'll be Mango Jai coming in the end with the Transcendence. Manages to get a little bit healing off. Jazzy is going very low, though. Libero is going to end the misery of GZQQ. Self-destruct on the point. Nothing needed. No extra ultimates. Mako, he's sitting there. He's got the self-destruct. He don't need it. Mui's going to go down. Did hop on the Tracer, but wasn't able to get anything done. Hong Kong with an impressive push. Do manage to secure 2 points on the board.
It's about as far as you get. That's about as far as South Korea got yesterday against Finland. So, can't be complaining too much about that. But now, we have to see if South Korea can can do a little bit better, Jules. It's their turn to attack on Rialto. Defensively favored, like we said, and Hong Kong appear to have a very solid plan for this escort map. So we'll have to see if that plan holds true when they move over onto the defense.
We saw the Doomfist, we saw the Wrecking Ball. I cannot wait to see if they're actually going to bring that out again. You know, I was talking to Ark a little bit and I said, you're going to have some special plan for today, right? You've got to have some funny picks. I was like, you're going to play Doomfist again? That'd be so much fun. He was like, yeah, Doomfist, not really much of a surprise anymore. It's just really fun to play. And he's like, you know, I'd love to play
It's fun to watch as well.
It is fun to watch. Kind of frustrating when to play against, I'm not going to lie. The uppercut one-shot on the Zenyatta. Jonak, I thought you were playing.
Jaws is a Zen main. He does have a bone to pick with Doomfist.
I just get farmed. I literally get farmed by Doomfist. It's actually scary. So, oh, Doomfist on the enemy team. Looks like I'm not going to play the game now.
Oh, there's no time for farming. It's time for casting. Jaws moving over onto the defense. 46 seconds until South Korea are let out of the gate. And right now, just a little bit of mess around the spawn room. So let's look to the other side. Hong Kong on the defense have gone for those dive tanks and want to move between targets very quickly. They have to go onto the same one so they can combine the 135 DPS of the fusion cannons from GZQQ with a 60 DPS coming out of Yi-Win's Tesla coil. 60 DPS is the same as Mercy currently heals on the patch which we are competing, which means that if you are attacking a target as Winston, it's got the Mercy pocket on it, you're not really going to be doing any net damage. You need that combined damage from other diving targets or from snipers on that target to try and get the kill there. Or you can just go onto the Mercy itself, but Mercy is incredibly evasive due to Guardian Angel being on a 2-second cooldown.
3, 2, 1. South Korea on the offense now. Hong Kong on the defense. And what a boon of confidence from Hong Kong as well. Securing 2 points against South Korea. Like you just said, they got this far against Finland the other day. And I got to say, Hong Kong, they know exactly what they're doing. The game plan is stick Mui on that Widowmaker. Double sniper also with those dive tanks. Just give Mui a lot of space. And he's granting himself a lot of space here. Ark, you're sitting still, buddy.
Brutal.
Your head's just going to be revealed. They know where he is now, but he's just dip, duck, diving and dodging on those railings. Carpe is going to find the kill onto Mango Jai. He's on the Brigitte this time. He wants to have a little bit of fun. He's going to take a little bit of damage. However, Mui doesn't quite get out alive. In fact, Libero is going to end his life.
Who needs a Mercy? We'll just have Jonak solo support. And there he is, taking out Yiwind as well, taking care of himself. And also, Carpe throwing him an armor pack, going to make it very hard in the face of danger. That will fade away after a while. Look at Fate building up very quickly towards that Earth Shadow and Libero. Oh no, are they going to try and spawn camp Ark?
I think they are.
Mikau.
Wrong place, wrong time, buddy.
Oh, they came back to the pickup. Great team play there from South Korea.
But now they know Mikau's behind, so they know exactly how to position the shield. You can see Fate turning around, make sure he doesn't take arrows to the back. Yiwin's going to go low on the point, going to dash back to that mega health pack, but Jonak going fairly low on the side also. The supports are getting harassed, meaning Fate can't really push forward here. And now, finally, Carpe coming up big. Yiwind is going to get affected by that Bionic Grenade and going to move forward with that Nano Boost as well, doing a lot of additional damage. Jonak, main DPS, it seems right now. South Korea is going to find Mikau once again, but Mui is going to take out Libero. They end up delivering the cart, however, as they were all pushed back as Carpe assaults the bridge and is able to find the kill onto GZQQ's mech.
Hong Kong going to quickly have to retreat here. They see the melee weapons of Carpe and Fate swinging forward, and they don't want to have anything to do with that. In the back, Libero going to pick off Jazzy with that Storm Bow. That's going to be someone who they're going to have to wait to respawn before they recontest it. Meanwhile, South Korea, they're pushing this cart forward rather quickly. Look at Jonak there, the trusty Cart Zenyatta. He knows that he doesn't have damage drop, so he can just stay there as long as he wants.
Cart Yata, maybe they should make a skin of that where he dresses up
Zen
as
Carter.
Zen Carter, that's better. Actually, I like that one. Don't come for me to design decisions. I was a programmer once upon a time and left the design to everybody else. South Korea, though, look at those ultimates. Stormer's got 6 on the board. That'll be Libero with another kill. Mango Giant's going to go down, and now Fate pushing forward rather aggressively. Not where you want to be, GZQQ, unfortunately. You can admire the artwork in the paintings, but you're going to be splattered across the wall and join them soon. GZQQ getting taken out as well, as he just exits the Met rather quickly. Nice nade onto Fate, stops that healing coming through, but a nice grab also is going to end the life of Mikau. That will be an easy right-click for Jonak just to pick up, and that'll be a res onto Libero also. Very swift push coming through from South Korea.
And that's a really good decision making there from Fate to keep his shield up rather than swinging into the Graviton. He knew that he already had his ultimate, so he wasn't going to be gaining anything from that. He would only be gaining damage and trying to kill the members of Hong Kong, but he knew that he had so much burst on his team from Libero with that Hanzo where he can hit the headshots and take people out in one shot, that they would be able to claim this one after another. And that means that Libero now has the Dragon Strike ready to go. They're going to try and use this to secure this point against Hong Kong, but look at the ultimates that Hong Kong have. They have 4 ready to go. It's going to be an ultimate showdown, Jules.
They have to get past that rally as well. Carpe did activate that a second ago. Mako and Jonak, extremely tough targets to now chew through. Fate moving forwards, and look how look at his position right now. He's just holding this corner here, just making sure the tanks can't get a good angle to really dive. He has got Shadow also, so if they do end up exiting and leaving the backline of Hong Kong, they will go down. Look at where the car's position, though. Is going to be a couple of meters now away from the finish line. Fate just chewing through this bubble. He has to get rid of it before he can go for that Shadow. Carpe already finding one. Jazzy as well. Hammer hits the ground, doesn't find anybody, and a Nano Boost his hands off to the side, trying to kill off Carpe. And the Dragons are going to make sure an easy demate comes through from TZQQ, and the self-destruct actually kills Libero off. Fate still on the car, and you got to touch it. Mango Jai finds one with the help of Macau. That'll be Jonak falling, but Libero is going to be there. Easy kills for him. That will be the Primal Raging Winston using the ultimate on Carpe.
Look at Fate shielding out the heals.
He's going to easily go down, as like you said, no heals from him. Jazzy can't penetrate that barrier, and now it's just the Tracer, but Mui steps off for a brief moment in South Korea. 4-0 Hong Kong.
There was so much fight at the end there from Hong Kong, trying their best to struggle against the Titans that are South Korea on their home turf here in Incheon. Unfortunately, South Korea, they have won 2 times in a row, Jaws. They are a monolith and very hard to topple.
It's well, yeah.
Very hard to crack.
Very hard to crack. All the chinks in the armor, only just bruised. No cracks in the armor just yet. However, Hong Kong securing 2 points actually on Rialto really shows their strength. We've already picked up on Mui, but Yi Wind also receives a lot of support from his Ana, and the Nano Boost are put to very good use as well.
Yeah, we saw a change in style there from Hong Kong. They moved over from Reinhardt-centric compositions where they had Crazy playing on that main tank more. Instead, they decided they were going to move over to be Winston-based, so they could move into a backline. They could pressure out Jonak, they could pressure out Carpe, and make sure these guys weren't getting the space they had earlier in the game.
And that seemed extremely important, not only because they were pressuring out the supports in the back line, but it gave Mui a whole lot room to maneuver as well. And he wasn't, and the supports from Hong Kong weren't as well, were more protected just because of that. And I want to see more Yi Wind, honestly. The Nano Boost usage has just been stupendous, and them putting a lot of resources into him, throwing the nade on him also to make sure he's getting a lot of healing, because you are going up against Fate, the Reinhardt Beast, and he's just kind of swinging into you whenever he feels like it, and you have to have that additional healing to survive it. But when he does, he makes the backline tremble in fear.
Yeah, Fate's he's super intelligent when it comes to those battles. He denies healing as well as doing damage when it comes to dealing with an Ana, where you can use the shields to block those Bardic rifle shots.
Well, with that 4-0, South Korea will stay firmly up to the top of that group. We're going to jump over to the stage, though. Golden Boy has got an interview for us.
Okay, Golden Boy here with Arc, the support player for Team South Korea. Arc, congratulations on your win. Very familiar territory, me and you talking once again here. So, how, I guess, has the team been after that Finland matchup yesterday? Because that was such a close game.
Everyone was actually really tired. So, like, some of them just went to sleep afterwards. So, something like that.
I did the same thing. I went straight to sleep. Yeah, very lazy of me. Okay, so now as far as this matchup was concerned, you know, Hong Kong, obviously, you know, kind of a weaker opponent here. You guys looking very strong, but did you guys still prep for them and see like what you could do? Because, you know, Mue was hitting some incredible shots. Did you think about how to play around that a little bit, or just do your thing?
We tried to do our things, but actually we saw their balls, how did they play, and well, try to pick out some comms from it, and I think it works great.
So your next matchup is going to be against Japan later today. They are a good team. You know, everyone's calling them the dark horse team. Do you think that they're going to put up a challenge, or do you think that South Korea is going to be able to overcome all those odds?
I think they'll put up the challenge, of course, but we should win 4-0 because I made a promise that something. So.
Yeah. So they should win 4-0 because you made the promise and you got to win 4-0. Okay. All right. Well, Arc, thank you so much for your time, buddy. We're going to send it back over to the casters and everyone to break it all down.
Well, Arc seeming pretty confident. I'm going to 4-0. I made a promise to somebody.
He's
so
a good guy. He keeps his promises.
Well, there we go. Hopefully,
it's a respectable trait
hopefully
in
they
any
do.
human.
But Japan, you know, like Golden Boy said, they've put up quite a challenge, and they are the dark horse of this group.
Yeah, they are coming as an entire team. Cyclops Athlete Gaming coming in from Contender specifically are a finalist there for that Contender season, so pretty formidable team. But have to see what they can do against the Overwatch League caliber that is South Korea.
Yep. And let's break down this game a little bit more now. You saw the stats actually from Arc on the left-hand side of the screen during that interview. 55 defensive assists, 14 resurrections as well.
He's always in the correct place to be healing people in a clutch moment. We can see that Jazzy did have his moments as well. He was the main Ana player for the side of Hong Kong, and we don't see a huge amount of Ana. It's coming to be more in vogue in recent weeks, but it's still not always seen. We often see more of like the classical Mercy Zenyatta combination that often came out of Seoul.
Carpe, it's just a highlight reel really. Zam Crazy just kind of get demolished on point. Did find the Flame Strike kill onto Meko's mech, but that was all done. Lift the shield for a moment and you will end up getting taken out. Even Mui had some performances, but Meko on this point specifically, they're doing a good job at this with this Reinhardt, with this Orisa D.Va comp, but just challenging the high ground, making sure they can Carpe space.
Yeah, and we can see Libero also incredibly dangerous on that Junkrat, was able to demolish the tank line of Hong Kong multiple times by using those high damage projectiles, which are incredibly effective against these tank lines because they're so easy to hit. Projectiles inherently are a little bit harder to aim with, so when you're going up against large hitboxes, it can be incredibly rewarding.
There we go, Yi-Win popping off. This is when they subbed him in. They subbed him in for the 4th match, and that was a nasty kill. Carpe definitely wasn't expecting that.
Carpe definitely wasn't expecting Mue, and I don't think anyone really was, except for Chat going with the spec Mue, and we definitely saw quite a bit of him. But we had to spectate everyone here, because everyone was really doing incredibly well on the side of both South Korea and Hong Kong.
Nice 1v1. Jonak, the king of Zenyatta, 1v1 in Hanzo's like it's nothing.
Just, you got to respect the king. If you don't respect the king, then you are going to fall down. I saw Mue trying to go with a duel for a duel with him more often. I think he actually won out more duels against Carpe than he did out against Jonak.
Yeah, it does feel like does feel like it. I mean, even though with the Storm Arrow, you got 6 shots, you can just fire off them pretty damn rapidly. But the problem is, you got Jonak. He's got those orbs of destruction.
He's got 20 of them in a clip.
A whole lot of damage.
Yeah, especially if you charge him up, just peeks around the corner and decimates you.
Oh, we have got a match coming up very soon as well.
Yeah, do you want to tell me what it is, Jules?
No.
Oh.
Sure. It's Chinese Taipei versus Japan. We talked about them earlier, Japan being this dark horse. Chinese Taipei showing a little something. I want to see if this synergy from Japan is really going to win them out in this next game.
Yeah, definitely will be a slobber knocker, but we'll see you after this break.
We'll see you after this break.
Is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup. They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Incheon, South Korea. Golden Boy here on the floor as we get ready for our next matchup. We have the Japanese team going up against Chinese Taipei. It's going to be a good matchup. Japan, of course, looking for another win. It's very, very necessary that they're able to get this to keep themselves competitive in this competition. But let's actually take a look at the standings so far and see where we currently are, because South Korea has taken the lead away from Russia, and they are now going to be in that first place position with that map differential of +9, which will be very, very important. And remember, that map differential can play the role in being the difference maker to making it to BlizzCon 2018. It's going to be a good one. Now, let's take a look at the schedule as well, because we have right now, as I had mentioned before, Chinese Taipei going up against Japan. And then later on, we're going to have Russia versus Finland, Chinese Taipei versus Hong Kong, and then our last matchup, which will be Japan against South Korea for all the marbles for day 2. Some good matches. And I think a lot of people are going to be very excited with this next one. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to your casters to break it all down, get us into the action. It's going to be a good one. Take it away.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Of course, it's going to be a battle of the dark horses here. Chinese Taipei versus Japan. Both of these teams still have the ability to get to BlizzCon later in the year. They're going to need a few upsets, but first, they have to fight each other.
Yeah, really they're fighting for their lives here. I mean, each one of these teams is really looking to be that dark horse, but there can really only be one at this point. I mean, already taking some tough losses early and not even facing all of the expected strongest teams in the tournament. I think either team coming away with a loss here is probably just canceling out their ticket to BlizzCon. So they're fighting for their lives. I think they're going to bring everything that they have to this match.
Absolutely. This is essentially an elimination match for both of these teams, but both of these teams do have some pretty good talent. And let's first take a look here at the Chinese Taipei team. Of course, a team that, you think about the history of the Chinese Taipei team. It was a different team last year, all in all, but it was a team that was pretty favored to go far. This year, more of the underdogs, but still, you look at players like Blue, you look at players like Shaolin that were so good yesterday. You see flashes of talent that could bring them over the top.
Yeah, and they're a team that we know is very flexible. I'm talking with some of the other teams that have been scrimmaging them here in Incheon. They found that they've been running really interesting, new, innovative compositions. So maybe they're looking to catch Japan off guard with a lot of the flexibility that you don't see in many rosters.
Speaking of Japan, you can't talk about Japan without talking about Depp. Depp, certainly a breakout Widowmaker player, a hit scan player that, look, we were told to look out for him for the people casting the Pacific contenders, and he's lived up to the hype here so far. And Japan, of course, most of these players on Cyclops Athlete Gaming.
Yeah, looking to go far in the contenders finals eventually in Thailand, but right now in Incheon, they're trying to go to BlizzCon, and I think for many this is an even more important match, right? You're fighting for national pride, not just contenders championship. So I'd like to see a lot out of them, especially, as you said, Depp really performing on that Widowmaker.
Yeah, especially, of course, Japan. They have a history here in the Overwatch World Cup of being surprising. You think back to last year in the Australia stage where they had one of the best Overwatch matches of all time. Didn't quite make it to BlizzCon, but Japan has always been exciting to watch.
Yeah, time for redemption, maybe.
Just a little bit. Well, let's take a look at the first map of the day here. What's it going to be? It's going to be Ilios. So again, a little bit of fun in the sun. We'll see how the teams decide to go for it, but this could be quite good for Japan, where you think about how Depp has been playing so far, you get to Ruins, that's a good place for a good Widow.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time for Depp to shine, and we saw Japan come out so strong on Control in their match against Russia. They need to repeat here, need to stay alive in this tournament. So, of course, you better hope Depp is coming out hot first game.
And Depp, of course, will be going up against the duo of Shaolin and Blue, where Chinese Taipei, not something that you can really underestimate going in, because they've also been pretty good here so far.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen both of these teams be really competitive with rosters that you might have expected to be so dominant, like Russia, like Finland. Obviously not taking the wins just yet against those teams. Still more challenges to face going ahead, but I think this will be really one of the most competitive matches we've had so far in Incheon.
Absolutely, and of course, this again, where both teams, this is elimination, they need to go forward here. Otherwise, all they could do is play spoiler from here on out, but both these teams very much have a chance.
Yeah, fighting for their lives, as we said.
So, looking against this here, what are you most excited to see here? Is it seeing Depp perhaps on Ruins?
I want to see depth, but also Blue has impressed me as well. So that matchup is going to be really exciting, and not just on the Widowmaker. I'm convinced that as the series goes on, we're going to see the flexibility of these players. Widowmaker, of course, being a dominant hero in the current metagame, but there still is that need for flexibility. We've seen teams forcing the triple tank, forcing a more aggressive dive-based composition. So I think really anything goes here, and I think as we go the distance in this series, it's going to be about more than just the Widowmaker.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty back and forth all in all, where we've seen teams going into it, a lot of teams thought, oh, it's going to be a lot of 3-3, and then it's like, wait a second, Hammond is actually pretty viable. You can run this hero. You can still run double sniper, the deal with the 3-3, and at this point, it's not actually as much of a surprise anymore.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. This is what I hope this meta would be. A lot of swaps, a lot of counter compositions. We saw Finland even sometimes going back to spawn just to pick a better comp before taking the fight. So we've seen how important those compositional decisions are. I think it'll come into play really crucially here in this match.
All right, well, of course, taking a look here, I do think the first stage is going to be Lighthouse, and that's a stage, Jake, that can be a little bit more ground and pound, but you still have the ability to run a Pharah if you want.
Yeah, some teams have been favoring those Pharah Mercy compositions. Others, of course, focusing on tanks. Just get on that point and force your enemy to fight, as Fraggy did. So we're hoping to see a little bit of each of those. I like to see, personally, the non-mirror match.
So, as we look here at the Lighthouse, a look to Japan, it's going to be Amikin on the Pharah, Depp on the Widow, and you don't always see a Widow played here in the Lighthouse. It's kind of a thing that only teams that feel really good with their Widow will do it. You usually see McCree or a Tracer. What do you think about the Widow here on the stage?
I mean, the angles are really limited. You're pushed into these high ground positions as you normally want to play in Widowmaker, but they're not giving you the kind of overarching Widow angles that you're looking for. There's none of those extremely long angles, except, of course, looking onto point, but so much cover on point makes it very hard to threaten as a Widowmaker.
All right, meanwhile, look at the Chinese Taipei side. You got Blue on the Tracer. You got Shaolin on the Pharah. So Chinese Taipei, they'll still have a Pharah presence, but they're going to be a little bit more on the ground here, just in the face of Japan.
Yeah, if Depp can get a surprising pick on the combo, though, this could really set him up for mid. He's getting a chance. This is one.
Depp under pressure, immediately has to back out. Chinese Taipei, they did watch a little bit yesterday. They know you can't let Depp go unchecked. Meanwhile, Kenmo gonna fall really early here, so Depp, if he's gonna bring it back, he's gonna need to find something soon. Amikin, meanwhile, one shot, almost gets a second. Shaolin just barely able to get out of the fray. Meanwhile, though, Chinese Taipei has more people near the point. The point, of course, is unlocked. Neither team has committed onto it just yet. Chinese Taipei going to be throwing a few people there. Blue, though, falls. Depp connects. And Japan now moving their way back in. They might not get first control, but they certainly will be able to retake pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Depp taking a little bit of time to come online there, but finds the Mercy, the most important pick on the map. But OYO striking back. Maybe Chinese Taipei looking to regroup with their spawns and take another fight. 10-10 off the map, though.
Yeah, 10-10 immediately gone. And Japan, this is pretty good when you're running a Widow, right? Where Widow, now that you're actually holding the point, you have more room to find people on the defensive Widow.
Yeah, I mean, this is really up to Blue to shut down Depp. Of course, any Widowmaker, no matter how weak the position, is going to dominate if he's not under pressure. We saw early on mid, a Ting getting in his face, denying him those angles, but even that, he's still getting a chance, and I love this position from Depp. This is going to be really unexpected.
Yeah, he's sneaking here on the left side, not giving Chinese Taipei a good way of seeing where he is. Now, oh boy, he's going pretty deep here, looking for the counterpart on the other side. Blue gonna get out of it. Widow v Widow now on the side. Infosight up, gives Depp that little bit of extra edge. Now, not taking that. It's in fact gonna bend on further back. Those tanks are coming on in fast and furious. So Winston right in his face. Depp completely taken out by a tank.
Yeah, a tank completely shutting down Depp. Blue getting in Claire's face, finding the pickoff, and Amikin here coming back, trying to strike back into this round, but not enough.
All right, Chinese Taipei trying to get in. They got the early pick on the Depp, but right now, it's been okay for Japan to hold back. Blue gets the D-Mech, but again, you got to get people onto the point here where, all right, you're getting people on the outskirts. Now throw bodies on the point, and Chinese Taipei, they're going to do that, but this was a decent delay coming in from Japan.
Yeah, I think they actually are going to swing this fight back. 10-10 going to cap the point, but the rest of his team not on the same page, caught up by the Winston elsewhere on the map, and you're not even getting the point capture. This is looking really grim for Chinese Taipei. Blue coming up in the Infosight, this could be the way back into the map.
And you mentioned it's a way back in. How do you set things up with the Infosight here?
Well, I mean, Infosight is such a powerful ability because it enables everyone on your team to just have perfect awareness. They don't need to worry about anything. They know exactly what to expect. It really just gets you into mid, gets you around those Widow angles.
Meanwhile, we do have this back and forth here on the Pharah's. Amikin looking for Shaolin on the other side. Now goes in deep, looks for OYO. Almost gets him, but not quite. Taken down. Overdove and punishes Blue. Gets 1, 2, and now this is what Chinese Taipei needs to get back in this point, especially with the Pharah Mercy down.
Blue finds a third, absolutely popping off here as Blue completely taking control of this Widow. We thought Depp would have a bit of an advantage, but Blue seems to have another idea about that one.
All right, well, Chinese Taipei, it's 99% for Japan, but they can actually hold and bring this back, but they have to be perfect here, and that's a challenge on Ultimate Economy.
Yeah, definitely double support ult, double tank ult coming in for Japan. This is going to be the real test right here. But if they can make this hold, things are going to start to look better for them. Blue taking a great position on the top of the lighthouse.
What Blue would really love to get here is that early pickoff on to Anakin on the other side. Of course, Depp would be even better. You have to worry about the other Widow. Sees the fire. Anakin takes it up close and personal and gets Blue down. Deals with his main threat. Kenmo those down early on. It's a 5-on-5 as we start up here. A Ting holding a little bit further back. Primal Rage up. He's going to be disruptive. He's going to be going for Depp. He pops a Primal and goes, you know what? There's his end in the corner and actually gets completely chunked. Has to back out. Depp was able to get the Mercy while that was going on, and Japan has played around this Primal Rage quite well.
Yeah, now Depp finally with the Infraside of his own. Recontesting on an Infraside is oftentimes suicide, but of course, Chinese Taipei has no choice. Japan at 99, looking to close out this round. Kenmo completely zoning out the backline. I don't think they're even going to be able to touch here.
Not going to be able to get back, and you think about what we saw here. This was probably the hardest map for Depp of anything else on Ilios, right? Where you think about the ruins, and you think about the well. I mean, well, it's kind of hit or miss, but there are some actually pretty sneaky spots on well near the top.
Yeah, and well, you know, is a little bit of a better hit scan map because the Fair is so common on that map. You know, you can, even if you're forced into a more passive position, you can still get value out of the Widow, and I'm interested to see whether either team goes for a tankier style on this map. Sometimes that Orisa Hog is favored. Right now, it looks like they're setting up for exactly the same as last round with that classic dive. Really, the matchup we need to see here on mid is if Blue is not going to start on that Widow and going to go for an off-mirror Tracer against the Widow, he has to be killing something. He has to be putting the pressure on early, because if Depp is allowed to take shots, he is going to find those heads.
Well, we'll see what Depp does here, but this is actually for real. Anakin flexes off the Pharah to a Hammond. We're going to get some real disruption here.
Yeah, this is amazing on a map like this. You know, that massive pit in the middle, such a major risk for something like a Zenyatta with no movement abilities to escape the knockoff.
Okay, Anakin right now holding to the left. Just going to be waiting for the rest of his team. And the key for Hammond here, you got to have that key coordination on the dive, but Claire's already gone, so Anakin going to try and make them both have a bad situation. Equalizes by getting OYO, but it's far too late. Chinese Taipei, they just dove in swiftly after that early pickoff.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of super fast pace you need when you're running a Tracer into the Widow. You cannot give her time. You know, time is that essential resource that she needs. You know, every shot she gets to take is just a risk that you could lose a pick and end the fight before it begins. But Anakin spawn camping OYO again, staying deep in the backline, exactly how Hammond should be played.
Yeah, he just rolled all the way back and goes, you know what? I liked getting rid of Zenyatta. I'm going to do it again. Now, there's actually a decent shot here for Japan. You get Anakin, who can flank in directly from the back, fresh off the Zenyatta. The rest of Japan coming in from the front, but the front line of Chinese Taipei is still strong. Taiyo, Saba, out of the fight immediately. Blue trying to equalize, but this is still not too bad here for Chinese Taipei. Rez comes in, Blue holding on the other side. Pulse Bomb up. What's he going to use it on? Not going to use it on anything. Depp grabs him from the side.
Yeah, OYO elects to go onto the Lucio, something a little bit harder to catch for this Hammond. I like this reselection here.
Right now, though, this is a long fight, and that favors Chinese Taipei. Japan's been struggling to get back in, but this fight has been all over the place right now, and part of that is Anakin, who has just actually been all around. He's been disruptive, and Japan actually, in the melee, does manage to retake.
Yeah, they're going to get the retake here, but will they be able to take the fight win? Chinese Taipei already recapping. You know, you hate to lose 13% there, but it's not the end of the world. You maintain control, and still, with a lot of ults to work with, are Chinese Taipei.
All right, Chinese Taipei on the retake, still in a really good spot here. Japan, if they're going to make a move, they're going to have to do it soon, and they're going to have a good push with the Valkyrie.
Yeah, and we can see Depp here forced off of his favorite character. You know, wants the McCree, gives him a little more flexibility, a little more of an answer to that dive that's been putting so much pressure on him this far in this round.
All right, Japan on the way in. Minefield up for the Hammond. Sabagad in a little bit rough spot. Does get healed up this time. Valkyrie going to be invested. And now, here's where you learn the support ult. Self-destruct gets crazy S. And Japan now working at the man advantage. They're down with D.Va, but otherwise still good. Anakin going to roll out a little bit away from the fight. Depp pushed back, moving back in, landing shot after shot. Japan is grinding their way back into the fight.
Yeah, and that all started with Taiyo winning the duel on his counterpart Blue. You know, taking out that opponent's Tracer, much like the Widow duel, leaves you with a lot of freedom. Really nobody left to chase you down with such a speed advantage on the map. Japan going to retake here. Depp on the McCree, I love the swap. It's really paying off here. Going to be able to get a little more value when he is dove. You know, at least he has a flashbang, he has that threat, and also the ability to roll away.
How good is a Hammond here when you're on the defense in terms of just setting up ambushes for the attackers coming in?
I mean, it's really going to be up to Taiyo and Kenmo to sort of follow up on those slams. You know, that slam is a perfect setup for a Tracer one clip or a D.Va to just fly through and clean up those supports. So it's up to them to see if they can follow up.
Japan holding towards the inner side right now. Pulse Punk goes over Tayo, doesn't connect, but OYO got dove on the other end. Meanwhile, Tayo taking down Shaolin. Gets a nice rocket. Chinese Taipei in the air. 2 kills from Shaolin. Looking for a little bit more, but on the ground is still Depp. His Deadeye's up. It's high noon, but Shaolin gets up. Shaolin exploding with the barrage, and that's going to be more than enough for Chinese Taipei to retake, and Japan might not even be able to get back here in time.
Yeah, it's looking grim for them. Of course, Hammond, one of the fastest characters in the game, just spawning so late, though. Tayo coming in for that last second touch, but he's going to die for the privilege.
All right, well, overtime almost ticks down. Still a little bit of hope here for Japan. Anakin able to roll back in, but the front line of his team going down. He almost gets knocked into the well. We'll see how long he can delay on the Hammond, but it's certainly not looking good for Japan here. Chinese Taipei, very firm control on the point, and overtime, it's going to go away, and we're going to be going to a round 3.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the Hammond on a map like well, you know, against a tankier composition with maybe more characters without movement abilities, you can get more of those knockoffs into the pit. But Chinese Taipei quickly realizing that the Zen is their core weakness, switching to the Lucio, and it really just felt like the Hammond fell off after that. He had no effective targets to go on, just wasn't getting the same value he got in those initial 2 fights.
Now, let me ask you this. You're Chinese Taipei, and you know Japan's game plan here is almost certainly going to be rely on the Widow to enhance the Widow. What do you do on Ruins if you want to play a strategy that doesn't involve a Widow yourself, or if you're getting out Widowed? What do you swap to? Like, how do you play this map when the Widow advantage isn't in your favor?
I mean, Widow Tracer is a great way to open. The Widow is just so strong on mid, you almost can't go without it, but switching to a Genji Tracer can be an effective way to recontest. But I like this comp that's coming out from Japan. A little bit unorthodox with the Lucio and the Brigitte, but that's going to give them a lot more staying power on the point and maybe put some pressure on to give Depp free shots. Blue, of course, looking to win the duel.
Blue in the back line, gets a nice headshot onto the tank on the other side early on here to start that out, and that always delays the team a little bit where your tank gets chunked. It's like, okay, just wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. And you're just farming up that infra side. And really with no main healer on the side of Japan, those long-range headshots can be even more punishing on the tanks.
Well, Kenmo goes in a little bit deep, taken down early. Chinese Taipei now going back the other way. Japan looking for the early cap. They need to get someone on the point. They can't quite get there in time. A Ting couldn't cross the threshold, taken out by Saba. So even with the early pickoff, Chinese Taipei not able to capitalize. Depp in the skies, almost gets Blue. And now it's just a matter for your Chinese Taipei. How do you grind this one back?
I mean, I just love this compositional selection here. You know Chinese Taipei doesn't want to run the Pharah anymore. They're forced onto the Tracer. But then you've got a Brigitte and a Lucio. There's really just no targets to dive. So this Tracer feels so ineffective.
Yeah, and I mean, the question is that, okay, do you want to go back to something and challenge Depp? Probably not, but the Brigitte just as good with those stuns to stop the flankers from doing what they want to do. And now Japan, as a result, up 30%.
Yeah, what I'm really impressed with here is Depp, despite having no mercy to pocket him and aid him with that damage boost, he's still up on the infra side. And it's going to be so impactful in this first fight.
Well, the infra side is up right now. Japan knows where Chinese Taipei is at all moments. Anakin, 78%. Rally going to come out here, so Japan feeling awfully healthy. A Ting down, and Kenmo goes, I'm just going to dive in even deeper. Japan seizes the opportunity, and they still have a lot of armor to spare.
Yeah, perfect rocket fail by Sabagod, knocking Winston into the corner just as he jumps. He can't escape and ends up just being a free kill to start that fight. And of course, with the perfect rally timing as well, so many characters with excess armor. Anakin is going to have such an easy time with this Dragon Blade, although OYO with the Transcendence ready to counterplay.
10-10 down, and Japan in firm control. Chinese Taipei, they only have 1 to 2 good pushes left here, and really they have to do something with the ults they have now. Infra side up.
Yeah, I mean, an early pop in the infra side by Blue, I don't agree with this. 10-10's just coming out of spawn. They're still going to have to delay their push, lose a lot of that infra side timing. If you're Japan here, you can just give up the point without using ultimates and come back in for a major swing, so Chinese Taipei needs to get greedy.
Here comes Anakin, Blade coming out, immediately answered by the Transcendence, so this isn't going to get too much here. Anakin, though, finds a window on the back, slices him down, Blue's out of the fight. Nice redirection from Anakin, and Japan, they work around the Chinese Taipei initiation quite well indeed. 93% to them now, and Chinese Taipei, they have to go all in. They don't have a time to actually reset one more time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final fight. They really can't give up the point here. A Ting's going to pull out the Primal Rage, but just so hard to get value as a solo Winston.
Overtime starting to tick down. Chinese Taipei rolling onto a point. Japan cleaning them up as quick as they come on in, and there's just not enough time here. Japan, firm dominance on the point. The final members are going to be rolling in, but this is looking like Japan is going to be grabbing map 1. Last little diva to clean up there, knock her away. Overtime. It's over. Japan takes map 1.
Yeah, and with Ult's Despair there, I love this composition from Japan. So smart. This is what comes in when you're an experienced team. You're able to practice these niche strategies for specific situations. You get a read, okay, we know Chinese Taipei, they love that Pharah. They're not so confident on that Widow Tracer. They haven't been wanting to run it. Let's give them something that they just can't beat with that composition, you know. No dive targets for the Tracer. Chinese Taipei just felt lost in that round.
Well, and the cool thing, and you mentioned mid-match, right, is the idea of how they were using Brigitte in the composition, where I think players in general, they go, oh, we're going to use Brigitte. We're going to throw in a 3-3 and just go to the most obvious solution. This is a more interesting choice where they mix it up a little bit more than what we're used to seeing in Overwatch. They go, you know what, actually we're going to throw in the Brigitte, but not throw it in a normal tank-heavy setup. We just want her back here to make life a little bit harder if you're the run a Tracer or run a Genji.
Yeah, exactly. And then the Genji even adds that composition further because you're so hard to initiate on when you have the Lucio and the Brigitte. You know, that's such a risky composition to dive into. You could get booed from multiple sources, you know, just get peeled as a Winston. That's the worst feeling ever. But at the same time, you're just constantly being spammed by this Genji. He's not a Tracer. He doesn't need to get close. He's just farming up those Dragon Blades, ready to force your ult whenever you make a misstep. And it really paid off there for Japan.
So you're Chinese Taipei. You're thinking, okay, what map do we bring them to here? And knowing the scouting report where you go, okay, Japan, they feel really good about their Widow. You don't want to give Depp really good, favorable hit scan maps. Where do you bring them to?
This is a really tough choice. I mean, King's Row is the natural choice to force a tankier composition. Japan has been favoring the dive, so maybe bringing them to the tanks takes them out of their comfort zone. But I think maybe this Widow matchup is going to be a little bit less one-sided than previously thought. You know, we were thinking of Depp as this all-star, and he certainly really performed on Ilios, but certainly Blue had his number on Lighthouse. So really, I think this could go either way on map selection. You don't necessarily need to go to a map that is anti-Widow.
All right, well, let's see what that map is. The suspense no longer, and yep, it's going to be King's Row. So it's kind of to your point is that this is something where they can be a little bit more tanky and they can use sightlines to their advantage a bit more. And we've seen this a lot of teams here where we know if they kind of like running tankier options, King's Row has been a strong favorite.
Yeah, King's Row, you know, it's a very unique hybrid map. The other hybrid maps are all sort of do favor the dive. I mean, as most maps do, except maybe Eichenwald on points 1 and 3. But King's Row is sort of known for being tanky throughout. Some teams have broken that meta, you know, very strong on the dive, able to force that, even on a map like King's Row. But time and time again, we see how powerful Zarya and Ryan are on these enclosed spaces of King's Row.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, name a more iconic duo than Zarya Ryan on King's Row. It's something we've been seeing all the way back to the very beginning of the game, and it's actually been good that that's kind of come back into vogue in the last year of Overwatch or so, where there was a point where teams were just like, you know what, Winston D.Va no matter what on all maps, and then people realized, wait, Reinhardt's actually an okay hero.
Yeah, exactly. And what I love about King's Row is that you get this first point where so many teams are, you know, favoring the Orisa, Junkrat, Widow composition, and I think of this composition as a real test of a team. It's quite simple to execute in a way. Obviously, there's still a lot of opportunities for high-skill players to, you know, make their skill known, like a Widow or a Junkrat, in the right positions, able to get value. But for the attacking team, attacking into that requires such precision and timing. You know, there's an element of distraction with the tanks. You need to pick the enemy apart because you can't really fight that Orisa head-on. So this is really a major test in my mind of how smart a team is at adapting to new situations, new compositions, reacting to the enemy's movement. You know, based on which window the enemy Widowmaker is peeking from, where the enemy Junkrat is standing, you have to approach the map in a totally different way. We've seen teams wrap all the way around with 3-3. We've seen them dive from the side as South Korea did. But it's really up to the team to decide how they want to approach that kind of really aggressive defensive composition.
We mentioned the different defenses we see, right? Like the old school favorite back in the day was that you'd run a Junkrat, and then recently we see more Junkrat in time, but we also see teams run the Hanzos, you run the double snipers essentially, and then even sometimes teams will run dives, so there's multiple different flavors of defense on this map.
Yeah, I mean, first point is really open-ended. It's up to the team. You know, I think of it as at one point it was that Ryan Zarya only always, but now, I mean, it's really up to the creativity and the unique strength of the team. You know, give yourself your best heroes and make a composition that sort of works well, but also suits the map.
All right, well, team's going to be assembling their heroes here, and on the defense first, it's going to be Japan rolling out from the backhand side, and this will make you happy. Here we got Anakin coming out here on that defensive Junkrat.
Yeah, very interesting too. Sabagot on the Roadhog going for a single healer composition. Not something we see too often here on the defense. You know, it's going to make them a little bit more vulnerable to Shaolin's Dragon Blades if he does commit to this Genji. Really no ways to save his own Mercy. But the Roadhog can always shut down that first push, give you that little ult snowball lead to give you a nice solid time hold, even if you're not getting a full stack on first point.
Well, the interesting thing here, it also introduces the concept of protecting the president, or in this case, protect President Claire, where if your Mercy goes down, if your solo healer is out of the fight, you're just not going to be able to bring it back in most situations.
defense.
Yeah, and Depp not on the Widow here, so there's going to be no Widowmaker from the side of Japan on this defense. Not what we normally see on this map. You know, some of these sidelines are deceptively long on King's Row. Tayo missing the first shield. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him.
Yeah, that's one of those small, minor mechanical errors where it's just like, okay, is this going to be a big deal? And sometimes it actually could be. But it's going to be Chinese Taipei coming out here in the offense first. We'll see what Amakin can do on this Junkrat.
Well, this single healer might pay off massively, setting up perfectly for a triple tank composition. Really, the vulnerability of the single healer is to that aggressive Genji dive. Crazy S, though, setting up for a set nade bio.
We'll see if this works. Bionade going over. Is it going to connect? And so far, looks like it did not connect. The set nade, not quite where Japan might have been. And Chinese Taipei, they're going to take this a little bit slow. They're setting up in the hotel, and now they're going to roll over to the point. Heavy damage coming in, though. A Ting almost taken down early. Japan collapsing the halt. Nice coming out from Japan, and off that halt, they collapse, they dive, they get the first 3 pickoffs.
Yeah, Sabagot eventually caught out, going to farm a little bit of ultimate our Chinese Taipei here, but Amakin with the Riptire, this is so hard to push into. You really have no answers if you're Chinese Taipei. I mean, this next push might just be a wash. Sabagot getting so much value, killing that Reinhardt first with no shield to protect him. The 3-3 just falls apart.
This just feels like the Junkrat dream right now. Amakin going to have the early Riptire up here, and Chinese Taipei, they've all booked a room in that hotel, but I got to tell you, that hotel gets pretty explosive at nights. Difficult to sleep. Riptire coming over the top, looking for anything. Greedy, 30 HP. No, not going to get the Reinhardt. A Ting healed back up. Chinese Taipei deals with it pretty well, but guess what? You got a Dragon coming back the other way, looking to split him off, but the Dragon also doesn't really accomplish much, and Chinese Taipei, though delayed, they've dealt with both ults.
Yeah, Depp finding Ana is going to stifle the push for a little bit. They really need that main healer back. But with the nano boost, if Blue is on high energy, a Ting, though, sneaking in from behind. Can he find a pin?
Oh, he went for it, but he gets chunked down. Not out of it yet. Depp, meanwhile, though, found OYO. The supports for Chinese Taipei getting decimated. And the problem there is that it felt like when your Ryan's going for the sneaky play, he's not shielding your team.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those plays that is kind of all in. If you don't get that pin, you are very rarely going to win the fight. Depp finding so much there. Really, Depp's been impressing me on the Hanzo. You know, we thought of him as more of a hit scan player. That was his focus, but, you know, showing that he can perform on the Hanzo just as well.
All right, well, the Chinese Taipei, they have an ace in the hole here. It's a Graviton with under 2 minutes left, but they're banking a lot on this.
Yeah, and sometimes this isn't enough. I mean, with the tanky composition, you don't have so much damage, so sometimes a Valkyrie is enough to just deal with that grab.
Well, self-destruct's going to come in first. Is it going to get anyone? No, not yet. That's a signal to go. Blue drops in the grab, picks up 2. That could be enough. They get rid of Amakin. They get Claire. There's no more healer left in this setup. Chinese Taipei off the grab from Blue, going to easily move on to the point. Thick Japan, but it's still a pretty good defense coming out from Japan.
Yeah, and I love this choice by Sabagot. You know, plays a couple fights on the Roadhog, starts to realize, hey, maybe things are going to shift the other way. We know ults are coming from Chinese Taipei. He's already on the Zenyatta, already ready for that second point. It's so much stronger, you know, giving you a Transcendence, really that counterplay for the grab that they were lacking before.
Meanwhile, for Japan, let me ask you this. Not every team likes running Junkrat here in second. Obviously, I think you have the tire, you stay on it. What do you think about Junkrat here?
Personally, I love it. I mean, I think the Hanzo Junkrat have a lot of natural synergy. Sonic Arrow alerting you to the position of enemies allows you to bounce mines off walls in ways that you wouldn't normally be able to do. And at the same time, Riptire, of course, we said, so devastating with no hit scan on the enemy team to kill it.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, Riptire on its own, just very good for controlling ultimate economy, where you can just have one person use a Riptire and delay. It's pretty good. Japan, they're not able to get away! The self-destruct still grabs 2! And as a result, Chinese Taipei catches Japan off guard. The tire for the Amakin only got 1, and this is a nice surge coming in from Chinese Taipei.
Perfect play by Shaolin, stunning the Rhine, making his shield drop just as the bomb desk. Not pushing the cart there for a little bit of a minor mistake from Chinese Taipei, but just a great fight from them, getting so much out of just one ultimate.
And I think what went in there too is that they enabled Shaolin to get that bash to set up the self-destruct. It was OYO speed boosting in, where it's just like, no, you're not getting away. You're going to accept this shield, and here comes the bomb. But Depp now back into the fight here for Japan. Japan does get one more opportunity to get back in. Dragon, lots of it was eaten! Dragon was eaten! Chinese Taipei with a great play from 10-10. Moving in, they force out the Transcendence. A Ting going in deep. Amakin blows himself up. And suddenly Chinese Taipei with a real opportunity to shock Japan here. Amakin brought back into the fight, but 10-10, can he get back out without losing the mech? Has he gotten D-mech here? No, not quite yet. They pick off 2, and Chinese Taipei moving on in. The Earth Shatter, not enough.
Yeah, a Ting getting so much value here. The Graviton does come out from, I think, Tayo, but this is pretty questionable. So many left alive for Chinese Taipei. I don't think Japan's going to be able to hold this. Not at all. And now with a massive ult bank, Chinese Taipei looking to roll straight through third point.
And there's in a quick time too. That's 3 minutes and 15 seconds. They've completely recovered from their malaise on point A.
Yeah, and Japan showing maybe a little bit of inexperience there, using both support ults at the same time. That's a real efficiency loss there. And now coming up against so many ults for Chinese Taipei, things are looking really grim. Japan going to the dive. They need to make something happen. They need to get a pick. They're not winning this fight straight up.
All right, Chinese Taipei, Graviton in tow. Here comes the Dragon from Depp. Is it going to do much? No. Chinese Taipei, they're able to sidestep. Graviton up. Is the fall through going to be there? Self-destruct over the top. Connects! Mercy, Pharah out of the fight. Chinese Taipei now continuing the pressure here to Japan. This is looking very good.
Yeah, and with the nano boost ready. Oh, Depp finding the Ana though. This could be a big. Could set them up for a final contest here. They're definitely going to lose this fight, but maybe getting a last-second contest with no Ana. But then again, OYO with the sound barrier, ready to shut down anything. Amiken has to come up huge.
OYO's just ready to drop the beat. Amiken, can he even get out here in time? The payload almost getting to the very end. Beat, drop, Chinese Taipei feeling real tanky. Here comes a brush from Amiken. Not going to get anything, completely nullified. Chinese Taipei getting pickoff after pickoff. Dragon comes in from the right-hand side. Forces a little bit of movement. Japan fighting for their very lives right now. They just need a little bit more. Pharah coming in over the top. Amiken looking for anything. Under pressure. Gonna fall. And Chinese Taipei, they push it on through.
Kenmo falling with Primal there at the last second. That's a critical error. They're going to be regretting that one.
Ooh, wow. Chinese Taipei surging at the very end where Japan looked cool, calm, and collected in the very beginning. But how quickly things unravel on a hybrid map where just a few team fights go against you and Japan was just struggling to recover.
Yeah, great understanding of the composition from Chinese Taipei, getting so aggressive with that break, always studying the Rhine, using that triple tank advantage. You know, you need to get in their face that Lucio. You need to run them over quickly. Of course, you can't deal with the long-term damage from a double DPS comp. You have to end things quick. And Chinese Taipei understanding that, they're constantly going in, and I love to see the smiles on their faces, starting to build a little bit of momentum. Weak first point push, but turning it into a great time here on Kings Row.
And, you know, just to kind of rewind a little bit to what might have been the turning point in the map, and it certainly appeared to me, and I'm curious what you thought, it kind of goes back to me in that play where Shaolin was able to get the stun to set up the self-destruct, just boosted on in, right? That was a key where they were able to sort of see an opportunity. They committed a lot into it. Like, that would have been a disaster in terms of wasting a self-destruct if it didn't work, but it did work.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the teamwork coming in from Chinese Taipei. We would have thought that Japan had the advantage on that end as a full team, you know, playing together contenders for so long, but Chinese Taipei showing that they're ready to show up just as well.
All right, well, Japan not quite have it here yet, even though Chinese Taipei has set a blisteringly fast time here in Kings Row with a little under 2 minutes left in their bank. Japan certainly can bring this back and more. We've seen teams set quicker times here. And now you take a look at their offense. They're going to be running here with a standard Pharah Widow setup, and the rest can be more towards a dive.
Yeah, we see this a lot, but Blue is ready to threaten these angles. Amiken, I like this, switching over to the Genji. Pharah can be a little risky. You know, you don't always know where the Widow's going to be at. It's up to Amiken really to get a ton of flanking value here. He needs to farm a Dragon Blade before OYO comes with the Transcendence.
My question here is, who's going to deal with the Junkrat on Chinese Taipei?
It has to be Depp or Sabagod finding those early picks. You know, Junkrat, of course, so strong, just playing around those corners, never giving you an angle. We'll see how Shaolin chooses to play this.
All right, Japan. Depp going to be going up the alley here to start things off. Gives him the early high ground, but going to be staring down Orisa Shield. Now, Amiken just gets dunked by Junkrat in the very beginning. Concussive mind, but ooh, OYO. Out, Depp strikes, looking for the win on the other side. That would have been huge. Doesn't quite get it. Resurrection going to come back up, but Depp already threatening. Chinese Taipei, though, still strong.
Yeah, Amiken falling to a trap there, nicely placed by Shaolin. Kenmo dropping very low on point. He's got no resources left. Blue takes him out.
Early pick off, Kenmo down. Chinese Taipei now a little bit wounded in the fight. Not going to be able to resurrect up anytime soon. Claire out of it. But as both teams trade out, this isn't too bad here for Japan on their attack. They're going to get the respawn edge here in just a moment. But Shaolin with the Riptire looking about to get that, looking a little dangerous.
Yeah, Depp's been playing these angles so intelligently and aggressively here. Such low HP, doesn't care at all. Probably begging for healing in the comms right now.
Shaolin, meanwhile, so close to the Riptire, picks it up now. Just needs to get a little bit of space. Tayo out of the mech, and he immediately goes for the tire. Chases down Amiken, takes him down, gets the guaranteed kill, doesn't play around. And even though Depp was able to get Blue on the other side, it's one pickoff. It's a little bit later in the fight. Oh, he got OYO. Okay, Depp has now done critical damage.
Depp's in the long angle, but Blue shuts him down after the res. Great recontest there. If he loses that duel, things could go very bad here on first.
Now Japan in trying to attack here. They've done damage, but Chinese Taipei still might be able to get back in. You're going to see the Infrasight come back up here. Let's Blue go for a key pick off in the back once more. Doesn't quite have the angle. Meanwhile, Shaolin going to have to reposition. While he's repositioning, Japan is on the point. Anakin close to the blade.
Self-destruct coming in. Doesn't look like it's going to find anybody. Nice dodge by Claire. The heals coming in for Japan. This is going to be a lot to deal with.
All right, meanwhile, Transcendence out. Anakin says, now it's time to go. Time to cut through some tanks. Deals with the supercharger, but otherwise gets a little bit juked, but still able to find D.Va on top. Makes another to Blue, and that should be enough for Japan to get going. But really, this was a long defense by Chinese Taipei, and quite good at that.
Yeah, a Resurrection on OYO is going to bring that Transcendence out, but it looks like a little bit of a waste here. Anakin already getting so much with that blade. Doesn't really care about the Transcendence, just chases down the Mercy regardless.
All right, well, that's going to be point A to Japan, and really, both teams showing strong defenses here. The turning point, though, could be how point B is played, where Japan's going to have to be just as quick as Chinese Taipei was in getting through the streets.
Yeah, and things are looking a little more grim for Shaolin. Chooses to stay on the Junkrat, wants to get value out of his Riptire, but that can be so hard against a dive composition, as we see out of Japan.
Japan right now, just biding their time. Depth looking for some early headshots. Meanwhile, Shaolin, time to let the tire rip. This is where you can get a good bit of stability. Finds Anakin, runs him right over on the right side, and now you look at the position coming out. Once you get that early pickup, teams become way more aggressive.
Yeah, and Anakin off on his own there, but Dev doesn't care, striking back. Both tanks moving aggressively, but not getting any value out of it. The self-destruct finds crazy. Yes, this could be big for Japan.
Japan right now struggling to find a way through. They might have found it here. They're going in pretty aggressively. Are they going to be able to fish off a Ting? They do. Kenmo chases him on down, but Kenmo also gives his life for it, so both teams down to Winston. 10-10, just buying time on the payload, and even though this is going the way of Japan, Chinese Taipei is buying more time on second than Japan did.
Yeah, definitely things are hotly contested here, but Japan still looking to close this map out, can force an overtime round here. There we saw how important it is not to waste those shift abilities on the tanks there. We see a Ting and 10-10 moving in, getting no value, and their whole team getting completely punished for their misplay.
All right, Japan, this is a fight they need to win if they want to have a chance of a competitive time. Chinese Taipei with options here. A good self-destruct might be enough. Japan right now, just setting the stage. Anakin in the back, close to a blade. They're trying to force Chinese Taipei as far back as possible. Shaolin is down. That's what they needed. Kenmo, though, gives his life. 5-on-5. Anakin probably going to have to invest the blade here. Dev picks off another as Anakin continues to hold. Dragon Blade in, grabs two. Anakin not done yet. Goes for the Mercy in the back, takes her head right off. And Japan getting all they need to get through point B.
Yeah, a little bit of misplay there from OYO, dropping that Transcendence prior to Anakin's blade. He needs to be ready for that. That's the only ult they have to counterplay. Shaolin staying on the Junkrat, I can't agree with it. It doesn't feel like he's getting any value. That's part of the reason why it's so hard for a Ting and 10-10 to get value with their jumps. They don't have a DPS to follow it up.
I just need to be clear, you said he needs to swap off Junkrat.
I'm sorry, I know it's sacrilege, but I gotta say it, it's true.
Okay, well, he's gonna get one parting Riptire if he does decide to swap after. Riptire moving in, already taking a bit of damage, loops around, Depth finds it! Now Shaolin, are you gonna swap? We're gonna find out soon. Japan, though, getting stymied. A Ting knocks out two, and that should be enough for Chinese Taipei again to get a little bit of stabilization. And Jake, I gotta tell you, Shaolin heard you. He swapped to the Genji.
Yeah, this decision's a lot better. You know, it's just so hard to get anything with a Riptire with so many mobile characters in the enemy team. It's hard to chase them down without, as he did, you know, walking through those sidelines of Depth.
All right, Japan.
Ting, though, setting up a major flank, though. Chinese Taipei looking to get really aggressive, maybe ameliorate this ultimate disadvantage.
Yeah, this is old school Miro style being that far back. Kenmo already out of the fight, so a Ting now not gonna have many people to challenge him as he continues to cleave the backline. He's gonna fall, and yet Chinese Taipei, they get enough space here that might be okay. They have to be careful, though, not to get any others picked off, but Anakin down. Blue doing some serious work.
Yeah, Blue coming up big on the Widowmaker with that Infrasight ready and waiting. Will he use it here? I don't think so. It looks like maybe even a little bit of over-aggression from Kenmo. Caught out without his bubble.
Japan, 2 minutes, 11 seconds left. Chinese Taipei almost certainly going to have a quicker time here, but Anakin with the blade, that's something that can open things right on up. Self-destruct coming in from Japan. Tayo doesn't get anything. Anakin still holding on to the blade. No, he actually got the mech. That's good. Anakin says, I want more. Blade out. Goes to the skies. Gets Blue. Looking for one more on the Mercy, but the Transcend stops his spree right then and there. And yet Japan still pressuring. And you see what they're doing right now, where they're continuing to push Taipei back.
Yeah, Dev finds OYO after the Transcendence, takes a Ting as well. Looking for blue, finds a third, looking for a fourth. Can he get it? No, D.Va retreats into spawn. She doesn't want any of Dev's accuracy.
Dev has so much room to work with. There, Shaolin is down. He was the only threat to Dev. Dev now can continue the rain in the shots.
Dev's
It's
watching
do
the spawn.
or die. He's on the spawn. Japan just needs a little bit more emergency Hammond coming out to the field, but that ball not going to be lasting for too much longer. Although, surprisingly, it's been enough. Shaolin actually gets back to the fight. Blade out, but it's met by the Transcendence. Japan has tools to keep up the pressure. They deal with the Blade and Genji. Dev still uncontested on the top. Hasn't gotten a pick in a while though, and that's been one reason why Chinese Taipei might be able to get back in. They're able to pick off Claire. Japan still struggling on the point. Primal Rage from Kenmo trying to get rid of the Hammond, who continues to swing around. A Ting has bought so much time here, but will it be enough?
I don't think so. The Blade coming out, maybe putting a period on this round, but that Hamster getting an absolutely incredible delay there on last, making that fight last way longer than it should have. Depp, though, absolutely lighting up the kill feed. That's not something you see every day. That's an impressive Widowmaker.
Depp was just able to get that last little bit of cleanup leading into the final fight, and that actually could have been over much quicker in most circumstances. So bravo the Chinese Taipei and the Ting to actually make the Hammond work that long. Oftentimes you see a Hammond loop on in, he just gets blown up immediately. Wasn't the case there.
Yeah, I also want to appreciate that initial blade to start the fight from Anakin. He forces the trance instantly. Of course, OYO making the right decision there, but then finds a Widow still. So he's getting an ultimate and a kill with it, which is a major positive trade.
Of course, this is some of Depp's finest here, where just when Chinese Taipei thinks, you know what, we can recover a little bit, Depp goes, nah, why didn't you go visit your spawn one more time?
Yeah, I love that by Depp getting right up in the spawn there at the end, just asserting his dominance. You know, sometimes that can have a real effect on momentum. You don't like to see a Widowmaker killing you in the spawn.
Now, to be clear, going into the next round, Chinese Taipei, they are ahead. They have about a lead of 1:12, but let me ask you, given how King's Row works with once you get first point, the payload can move quite a while, is this a significant advantage going in? How do you usually see this sort of situation?
Personally, I don't think it's too important on a map like King's Row, but what it can mean is that an initial pick from Blue on the defense could completely end Japan's chances of taking a win here, give them a best chance at a draw. So it's really on Blue here to shut this push down. He can end things before they begin with that 1 minute clock.
Well, the 1 minute for Japan has already started, down to 50 seconds. And we'll see just how swift they are here. Usually you want to be pretty quick so you can guarantee 2 attempts. Depp now on the Tracer, so not going for the Widow where it might be a little bit of a time before you get the first pick off. Instead, going to the Tracer, which is a little bit more explosive, diving way deep, 12 HP, barely able to rewind in time, but Anakin was able to get OYO. The distraction actually works out okay, but the problem is they're unable to deny the res. Chinese Taipei still in a good spot here, even as Japan dives, only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, a Ting using the Fortify, so hard to get him off this point. Kills falling in the kill feed here. Blue finding Claire, that's a major pick to open this fight, and of course no Widowmaker to contest him. He's free firing from the high ground.
OYO continues to get pick after pick on the top. Shaolin, 68% in good spirits, 5 seconds left. Japan running out of time here. We'll see what they can do. They've already gotten a tick, so that we likely will not be in a draw situation. Overtime. On the way over, can they touch one time? Depp gets blown away. Shaolin stops him from getting that last second recontest. What a concussive mind to do that in the moment.
Yeah, Japan not able to make that dive work on first point, but as you said, getting 1 tick, sometimes that's all you need. 39% can be a mountain unclimbable for Chinese Taipei if Japan holds strong in the defense. We saw how long it took Chinese Taipei to break the defense the first time, so maybe recreating that effectiveness. Let's see what Sabagat decides to do. I think that'll be really interesting. Will he come out on the triple tank, or will he play a more classic Zenyatta?
It'll be interesting for sure. And one thing to note here again is the idea of victory conditions, right? Where Japan still did enough to give themselves a reasonable shot of winning the map, 39.1%. Obviously, they would have liked to have gotten the payload moving, gone for that very, very long, undefined overtime push. Didn't quite happen here, and yet you think about both teams' initial defenses, this is still quite winnable.
Yeah, certainly if Chinese Taipei can't find the cap here, they're going to be really kicking themselves. It looked like that fight was so clean for them, but just a little bit of missed awareness, not getting on the point in time to stop the tick.
All right, Chinese Taipei, we'll see what they have here. They have within their power the ability to even up the series 1-1 going into the half, and that certainly make things rather spicy here. Looking at Japan on the defense, though, you got Anakin on the Junkrat here once more, and he's not going to the hotel, he's going beyond the Orisa.
Interesting though, Shaolin on the Pharah could get a lot of value. Depp off the Widowmaker. There's no hit scan to contest a Pharah. She could put a ton of pressure on, and she's already knocked Tayo to the low ground. This really messes up the defense.
Shaolin coming on in. Rockets connecting, 23% already. This is not what you want early on for an Orisa-fueled defense. Shaolin for a little bit more, shooting through the small little gap. D.Va already almost D-max. Shaolin continuing the rain in Rockets. This is just escalating. Quite poorly for Japan as Anakin's picked off.
Shaolin getting so much value here. Depp has to shut him down. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to stop him.
This is looking so good for Chinese Taipei right now. They only need a little bit more. Japan is round. The barrage connects, takes down another two. Shaolin has blown apart the defense of Japan. And Chinese Taipei, they're gonna grab the point. They even up the series 1-1.
Yeah, tying it up there are Chinese Taipei. Great understanding there. They saw Depp ran the Hanzo last round, punishing with that Pharah, and of course with no answers, Shaolin with such a quick barrage, putting a period on things on King's Row.
Well, guys, we knew that this match could be close. Two dark horses racing against each other. Now at the half, it is 1-1. And this is kind of what we thought could happen here. And man, it's been great to watch.
Japan's strongest map type, of course, was Seoul versus Russia. So maybe this is going to be a tough time for them to come back in the series. But they do get the map pick, maybe a time to equalize, bring things back. You know, as a full team, they certainly have their favorite maps. They have their favorite positions to play.
Now, of course, we talked a little bit about Depp and how he's been playing on the Widowmaker. What do you think of the adjustments that came out from Chinese Taipei to sort of mitigate his impact over the course of the series?
Personally, I was just surprised to see him come out on the Hanzo again on defense, but Shaolin recognizing that and instantly punishing, already prepared on the Pharah pick. Not showing in spawn, but instantly comes out and just gets so much value, knocking Tayo down at the start. I mean, even though they don't find any initial kills from that, you saw how disjointed Japan looked after that moment. They really never got a chance to regroup. No one felt comfortable playing that shield with the Orisa knocked to the low ground. That was just a major play from Shaolin.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Orisa fortifying, and it's actually quite difficult to get her off that spot, but if you can have an early opening setup like Shaolin did there, where you're able to get her out of position, how hard is it for a defense to actually recover from that?
You know, it's all about the quick moments there when you're playing that dive composition. You have a little window of opportunity. If you move that Orisa out of position, even just a little bit, knocking her to the low ground, that's like a 5 or 6 second reset for the defense. And in that time, we saw the offense get so aggressive. Shaolin was right over their head, just raining rockets into the hallway. And if Depp can't find the counter kill there, there's really no one left to stop Shaolin's reign of terror.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the far dream that we saw getting lived on there, and also a testament to how much you can actually play in this meta, where not every team decides to do that. But we're going to be throwing off to an interview. Let's check it out.
Okay, so I'm with Shaolin of the Chinese Taipei team here. Big win just now against Japan. Now we're all tied up into Series 1-1. I'm joined by the DPS player of this squad, Shaolin, and of course our amazing translator, Jing. So, wanted to ask, coming into the matchup, were you nervous about going up against Japan? This is a full team. Did he feel confident in the matchup?
你知道现在你对打的日本队是 Cyclops 嘛，对不对？那我当然知道你有跟他有打过经验，那你对上他们会紧张吗？
是还好，因为以前就打过了，所以还好。
They feel pretty confident because they play with Cyclops before in contenders. So yeah, to him just like it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just another matchup for this guy right here. Okay, so now looking forward here, this will be Japan's pick, as they were the losers of that last game. What does he think that they're going to pick for Game 3? And does he think that it even matters because this squad's feeling good and they're going to get a win?
因为接下来刚刚日本输了前一个地图分嘛，对不对？所以是日本会选下一张地图。那你觉得日本会选哪一张图？而且你会不会紧张？然后你还是很有自信。
选什么图应该是他们选什么就打什么吧。然后紧张的话是还好。
So it doesn't matter what they pick. Fairly confident. So whatever they pick, we're just gonna win anyway. So
whatever they pick, they're just going to win anyway. I like that. I like that. Well, thank you so much for your time, Shaolin. Really appreciate it. Jing, is always a pleasure. And that is going to do it for us here. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, the conclusion of this series.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup. They don't just play for a team.
They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
The race is on here in Incheon as Chinese Taipei has evened things up here against Japan, and in no small part due to the great play coming out from Anakin.
Yeah, definitely great stuff on the side of Anakin. It wasn't enough to take that map Kings Row, but I love the adaptations coming in from Chinese Taipei. We saw that niche composition to win Ilios for Japan, but Chinese Taipei proving that they're able to adapt just as well.
Yeah, it was both Anakin and Shaolin that made a note there, but you want to talk about stats here. Anakin came in on the Genji, and it was pretty interesting what he was able to do. We're going to take a little bit of a look at that here. 8 Dragon Blade kills over the course of it, and quite a bit of hero damage to boot.
Yeah, getting so much value here, and we see that low death stat. That just shows that he's constantly farming these ultimates. You know, dying, of course, really shuts you down, slows down the progress on those Dragon Blades, and getting so much value when he used them. We saw the great teamwork from all of Japan to force OYO's Transcendences early, and then Anakin with the great timing, coming in with the blade just as the Transcendence is closing, able to just clean up kills.
Yep. And, of course, you think about what we've been seeing here from both teams. It's been pretty solid, but it's going to be curious to see where we go to next. Of course, it's going to be Japan's map pick coming in for map number 3. And where do you think we're going to be going here? Where Japan, they like empowering depth as much as possible. Where do you think we're going to go?
Well, when it comes to Assault Widowmaker maps, you don't really get much better than Temple of Anubis. That first point has stopped many a strong team, and sometimes it's just impossible to break that Orisa defense. So that's up to Japan to give a real challenge to Chinese Taipei. That'll be my guess in their selection.
Well, speaking of maps, let's see what that selection is going to be. And it's Temple of Anubis, so you got it. Big brain.
Well, I think it'll make a lot of sense here. Definitely a map where you're not going to be seeing that Hanzo Junkrat. I'd be really shocked to see Depp off the Widowmaker on defense. I think that'll give them a little more flexibility. To be honest, it felt like they were really caught off guard by the Pharah pick from Chinese Taipei on that final offensive Kings Row. So maybe send Depp back to the Widow, put him back on his strong suit, and give him the chance to just dominate that duel.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just get completely bamboozled by a Pharah one time. It's like, you know what? We actually have an answer for this. It's a good Widow player. We'll commit to this a little bit more. But if you're going to be committing to the Widow to deal with the Pharah, you leave open the ability to get punished perhaps by a heavier dive, get punished by a Genji. So it's constant swapping coming out from both teams.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where the adaptations go on this map. But of course, this is Japan's map pick. They're going to be wanting to take this, of course, pushing Chinese Taipei so close to the limit on their map pick. You need to be winning on your own. You know, set the stage, end this at a 3-1. Don't let it go to a map 5.
Now, one thing that's worth noting here, of course, is that all maps are open here in this pool, so truly teams do get to choose what their favorite map is here. It's not just favorite map within the context of pool. It's like, no. Of all Assault maps, Japan wanted to go here to Anubis.
And you have to think that wide open map pool is really going to be a tool in Japan's arsenal here, that they've, you know, practiced so many maps as a full team. You know, they're not sort of limited by most World Cup teams, limited practice time, only coming together for a few weeks before the tournament. Japan has played all of these maps. They know what to expect. They know what to run. And Temple of Anubis, a map very heavy on adaptation. First point and second point can, you know, often just completely stall pushes. We don't see very high score lines very often on Temple of Anubis.
No, and I mean, it's so difficult to get through point B where teams are good at stalling, and there's so many ways to stall it. You even have heroes like Hammond now, right? Where, okay, Sombra might not be the best emergency pick, but you throw in a hamster and you have 6 people on point, suddenly gets a bunch of shields. It buys you even more time. So a new wrinkle in trying to get through a point B is certainly on Anubis, where the spawn is just about right there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of emergency Doomfist as well on this map, so I'm really excited to see what the flexibility pools are, especially of these flex DPS players. You know, which kind of characters are they ready to pull out? Maybe the Mei, the Doom, the Tracer, you know, there's a lot of options here on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, is this actually going to happen? I feel like this is just to get people out a little bit quicker, get some nice ups. Yeah, okay, the Symmetra's already gone. It would have been great to see, but I just don't think we're that lucky.
I don't think it's a good pick, so I'm glad Chinese Taipei is making the selection they are. Making a slight change from what we normally see in this Orisa composition. OYO on the Brigitte instead of the traditional Zenyatta. That's going to make them a little stronger in that first fight, able to shut down, send back the divers. But if Anakin can get a Dragon Blade, there's no Transcendence in his way anymore. You know, we saw him get a lot of value despite the Transcendence, but now with absolutely nothing to worry about, he's going to go very aggressive with that Dragon Blade.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing here is that you just don't run the OYO with the Brigitte, right? You get away from the shield bash, or at the very least you wait till it's on cooldown and then you go on it.
Yeah, this is going to be very much on blue to win the Widowmaker duel against Depp. If Depp can find the opening picks here, this is going to go very quickly.
All right, we'll see how this Widow battle works out. Blue on the Chinese Taipei side, and Depp for Team Japan. And Blue, he's taking a very specific angle here where he's hoping and praying that people go to the side, but Anakin already down. Shaolin on the Junkrat, going to be striking quite early.
A great trap setup there. Finds him. Blue taking a page out of card base, but both supports on Japan's side dropping very low. They're going to have to heal each other. Need to get out of that small engagement.
Chinese Taipei holding a little bit further back. Dive coming in from Japan. They're going to seize the opportunity here. Claire almost got picked off, was able to get out of danger. Depp under pressure. Kenmo gonna fall. 10-10 able to deal with that. And look at this early tire coming from Shaolin. Going the other side, gets Saba. And Chinese Taipei, excellent break back there, and then the re-engage.
Tire up so quickly for Shaolin. That's exactly what you need to be doing on Junkrat to defend Temple of Anubis. Ending that first push before it really began. Not much ults able to be farmed by Japan. They need this Dragon Blade a lot quicker than they're getting it.
You know, you talked to me a little bit before about how this is one of the best defense points for a Junkrat to be sneaky. What can you do here as a Junkrat above and beyond other maps?
I mean, part of the struggle is that there's so many blind corners that you have to sort of worry about that Widowmaker while crossing, that a trap is sort of the least of your concerns.
All right, while the engage is going to be coming in here from Japan, Blue's going to be holding a little bit further back. Under pressure, under HP, gets healed up in the middle of it, dives back the other way. Now decides to be more battle focused, but Japan, they've already taken down two. Anakin, close to a blade, looking for the Mercy, but can't commit. Still, you look at the overall course of battle, Japan has sort of flanked in on all sides. Anakin now going to dive in once more. It's too much support. Japan takes the point, and the more important part here, look at the ultimates they have built for point B.
Great movement by Anakin, unspotted there behind. I thought they knew he was there, but getting so much value coming in just as his whole team came from the front, farming a ton of Dragon Blade, ready to assault this second point with the Valk Dragon Blade. If Crazy S can fall here to this Dragon Blade from Anakin, things will be looking very bad for Chinese Taipei.
And you're Genji right now, you don't have to worry about a Transcendence to come up here, as you were mentioning earlier. So Anakin, to a degree, can live the dream. He's going to go on in. The blade is out, looking for the Brigitte, takes down OYO. The threat is over. Dodges the self-destruct, looks for his counterpart, slices him down. Japan with an excellent engagement here, and now they just need a little more.
Anakin slicing and dicing on the point. Crazy Ass running for safety, but Depp chasing him all the way home. Can't find the finish.
Depp, though, he's done enough. He's able to force him off the point. Japan already with 2 ticks. This is a lightning fast strike coming in, and Chinese Taipei struggling to answer. OYO back on the point. Drops the rally, just barely in it. Japan, though, yet to give up a single person here on the point. Transcend coming up. Going to be keeping everyone nice and healthy. Hammond now in play here for Chinese Taipei, but it might be too little, too late.
Great understanding from Japan here. They're not focusing this Hammond. They're completely ignoring him, taking out the rest of his team, and now they're going to take him on all at once.
Really nice stuff. Japan only so close right now. Just needs a little bit more. 96.9%, 100. Anakin getting a blade to end the fight, and that was picture perfect for Japan after one rough start on point A.
Not finding enough value out of the Widowmaker is Depp, makes that swap to Tracer, shows that he is a flexible player, ready to make those hit scan swaps, and comes up so big there, making a major distraction. Anakin completely capitalizing on it. Just great movement there, and showing why the Brigitte is so weak against the Dragon Blade. You're so strong in those initial engagements before the ults come out, but once the blade comes in, you can see Anakin just sitting above the Brigitte's head, chopping her down. The first kill giving him the dash reset, and he just snowballs from there.
Out of curiosity, do you think that there's been sort of an evolution of Genji play versus Brigitte, where in the beginning we saw a lot more Dragon Blade just getting punished by Brigittes in the back, right? And now it feels like Genjis have evolved, where they go, wait, I can still go into the sky. You can't do that.
I think part of the struggle of Genji when Brigitte initially launched was that she was so often in the triple support composition alongside Mercy and Zenyatta. So you had that Transcendence on top of an armor stack, and that was when you saw Genji's just chopping to no avail, just putting out so much damage, but just not able to get through an armor or even sometimes force a Transcendence. But running the OYO on the Brigitte with no Zenyatta by his side, he doesn't have that more support capability. He doesn't have that ability to just stack heals to deny Japan's Dragon Blade.
All right, well, Japan, they're going to be coming out here in the defense, same as before. We use the Symmetra for a little bit of early positioning, and then you send the Symmetra back on over. Support in the sense where you have her in the very beginning, and then she goes away. No team's willing to be too experimental yet, but for Japan's defense, we do see a Sombra coming out.
A very different use, actually, of the teleporter there from the Symmetra. Instead of just rolling out very quickly using that additional speed closer, or gap closer, they're actually going to the high ground, sending Ana and Brigitte to the high ground, a position that they can't traditionally take without that ability.
We'll see how this works out. Obviously, what you have here is that Brigitte holding the shield. She can protect the Ana and let the Ana actually challenge the Widow on the other side, so it be if it's needed.
Anakin on the Sombra getting a complete scout. He knows everything. He's going to relay all this information to Sabagod so that he can pop out at the perfect time for a Bionade.
Meanwhile, he's going to be looking for the hack. Immediately hacks 10-10. The dive comes on in, and it's a quick D-Mech. Good coordination coming out from Japan there to punish Chinese Taipei.
Great map understanding there. That's a great set strat from Japan, showing their dominance on this map of their choice.
Now you look to the back here, you got Sabagod hanging on where, okay, well, what is going on here? A Ting might need rescue here, and this is Japan just looking to the back going, okay, you're back here. Now, they can't get too distracted, otherwise Chinese Taipei will come straight in from the front.
Yeah, this is the power of a dive composition. You're able to sort of get around the map, surround your enemies. Winston on the high ground, attacking both healers at once. Can they save each other?
We'll see. Right now, I think they're focused on the D.Va. Anakin going down. Again, looking for 10-10 after the hack. They get the early D-Mech. Meanwhile, the rest of Japan is pretty good as Kenmo continues to cleave people as they're diving in the point, getting so much value off that Tesla cannon, and he's not done yet. Gonna be going a little bit deeper. And Japan wisely, I think, gonna... are they getting back off? Just Anakin. Scout it.
Oh, maybe
wait,
more.
No,
not
just
finish.
scouting.
OYO can't get the kill, but putting on a lot of pressure there. Getting so much value out of this Sombra. Of course, those hacked packs don't give you ult charge anymore, but they can save your teammates in crucial moments.
All right, and now a big thing coming up here is going to be Anakin with the EMP. Chinese Taipei, do they have any way around this? We're going to find out in just a moment as Kenmo gets blue. The Nano Boost comes in. That means they can save the EMP.
Great usage of the Nano Boost there. Just gets one pick, but that's all you need to end the fight. Now, getting a ton of heals is Sabagod, getting closer to that Nano Boost again. Now you have 2 tank ults. You're going to have even more time for Sabagod to get an additional Nano. This is perfect ultimate cycling.
What goes through your mind as a Genji when you know there's an EMP out? Do you, oh, okay, well, it immediately goes out, gets OYO. I guess he doesn't have to worry about it, but the problem is they're delayed again.
Yeah, just not much time to think about anything there.
Oof, that is difficult when your Zen just gets removed from the fight immediately, and Japan, they're just having very firm control here so far.
And here's we'll see a real true test of understanding here. OYO still not having the Transcendence after such a long fight. Does Deb know that he has an unopposed Dragon Blade? Maybe he'll just wait for the Nano Boost, go for those clean one-shots.
You see the dive coming in. Anakin immediately breaks stealth because he wants to go for OYO. Wasn't quite as clean as that, though. Kenmo wasn't able to get the knockback he was looking for, so has to back on out. And Primal, arguably a little bit wasted, but Def goes in. It's a Nano Blade. Japan engaging even deeper. Gets the Widow right on in. Def with 2. Ends up falling, though. A counter blade from Chinese Taipei. And Japan, they might have dove a little bit too deeply there. And here comes a Ting.
Shaolin winning the blade duel, able to capitalize here. No one to really stop him from just cleaving up the enemies. This looks like a potential first point take for Chinese Taipei.
Oh man, Japan was so aggressive. They were getting so much mileage off that aggression for too long, but what do you feel as a team when you just go a little bit too deep and throw it away like they did there? Because it felt like Japan didn't have to do that.
I mean, generally at that point in the game, 2 minutes already elapsed, you're going to assume that OYO has the Transcendence, but he didn't quite there, so they were doing so much to force a Transcendence that he just didn't have.
It's kind of one of those things where you've almost mind-gamed yourself at that point.
Yeah, pretty hard to know, though. I mean, even when you're destroying a Zenyatta, usually you would expect him to have a Transcendence before that.
He's like, you've destroyed me too hard. I don't have anything. You've taken all my money. Grab your lunch money from some other kid.
Blair still with the rally, though. I like this decision not to use it preemptively. Anakin finds OYO. This fight could be over before it begins.
Yeah, Japan, they get the really early pickoff coming in here. Blues out of it immediately. And Chinese Taipei just not going to be able to get done. And oh, okay, Japan's going deeper again. They have to go deeper. They feel it in their bones. They continue to dive on in. A Ting is out of there. Claire just can't stop swinging the rocket flail. And finally, they've regained the use of their S keys as they decide to back on out.
Japan going back to a strategy that we've seen a long time ago on Temple of Anubis. This Sombra hacking the Mega below the bridge on point can be so impactful, but Anakin now with the EMP, ready to perfectly scout and set up a dive here. He knows exactly where OYO is.
Yeah, it's a bad day to be a Zenyatta, especially if he's going to be going for me. No, he goes for the value, goes for the entire team instead, doesn't go to the Zenyatta. Japan dives on in, but look at that. OYO was in the blast zone. He was able to transcend to put an end to it to a degree. Japan again, over dive, Step is out of it. Now here comes Chinese Taipei. OYO set them up quite well. Stun comes in, Shaolin doesn't care. Blade out, 1, 2, Chinese Taipei now moving their way back in.
Using everything on Chinese Taipei, they only have a Primal Rage left. Depp coming out with this Dragon Blade needs to turn things around with the Nano Boost.
This is looking real good for Chinese Taipei. We'll see how that Nano ends up going. Nano Boost has been invested. Anakin diving on in. Here's Depp though. It's a Nano Blade. Gets 1. Stunned out, but it was enough as Kenmo, he just continually goes deep. It doesn't matter. OYO goes, why have you done this? Was this even necessary at this point?
Well, it's a great play there because we see Depp getting that initial pick on the Mercy. Kenmo's completely zoning out the Zenyatta, and now you really have only a Brigitte for sustain on point. She doesn't have that power to be that solo healer.
Okay, Japan, they've re-established here. Chinese Taipei, though, they have some options for the next fight. They're going to have a Valkyrie. They're going to be... Oh, they don't have the blade. Kenmo again, so deep. Somehow finds Shaolin, and that just delays one more time.
And here's the problem with having a major ult bank. When you get delayed and rushed, as Japan is doing, they're getting a ton of ults out of those small, scrappy engagements, and Chinese Taipei really has nowhere to go.
Anakin again, looking for the hack in the back, going for OYO, perhaps, or the Mercy. We'll see. That was detected. I think they know he's there. Nope. Okay, they turn around. Yeah, D.Va's going to be focusing him, and he forced out the Transcendence just by being there. The pressure was real. Chinese Taipei ends up going in a little bit preemptively because of that pressure from Anakin, and suddenly, I don't know if they have enough to bring this through. They still have ultimates, but it's slow. Shaolin, though, invest the blade. They still think they can do this. Gets 1, looking for a little bit more. Pressured with the Winston, gets the 2nd, and Chinese Taipei is still able to make a good situation at what was initially bad.
2 tank ults there coming out very soon for Japan. If Taio can finish charging this bomb, it's going to get them even more delay on point. At this point, you can think about playing for overtime.
Chinese Taipei just needs a little bit more. 1 minute 45 left, getting onto that point. Depth though, a Nano Blade. He's been the savior so many times. Has to deflect under pressure. Nowhere to go.
Taio
gets healed back up. Taio got 2 on the self-destruct to the other side, and that keeps Japan in it.
Japan coming up so clutch there. OYO crumbling under pressure a little bit. Doesn't realize that Anakin is only a 20% EMP. Thinks that dive is coming. Pops his Transcendence, and that's really punished by Japan. Great comeback into that fight.
We're going to get a replay here of that self-destruct. We're looking at depth, but let's look at the big boom coming on in. Self-destruct, easy, over the top. No one can get away. That was nice coming in from Tayo.
Perfect positioning, and now Amiken's dive really does have some teeth, ready to EMP this thing out, but OYO instantly bursts him.
He had the EMP! That was Japan's trump card! Now Chinese Taipei with a real good chance of, well, Shaolin ends up falling. You can't go that deep on the McCree, and Japan needed that so Amiken could get back in with the EMP ready.
Yeah, frags going both ways here, but with no mercies on the field, this is going to favor the defense. They're able to just trade frags and use their closer spawns to their advantage.
Amiken gonna drop the EMP, looking for Zen in the back. Can he finish it? No, not quite! The pressure forces him back, but the EMP has still done enough. Japan dove in right after, punishing a Ting. He's out of the fight. Final 30 seconds. Chinese Taipei, they get one more attempt at Shaolin. How deep can a Doomfist go?
Shaolin coming back in the Doomfist there, and we saw a little bit of miscoordination from Chinese Taipei. OYO completely stifling Amiken with that quick reaction headshot, but we saw Shaolin and the Ting getting so deep and punished for that away from their team while they were responding to the dive.
Final opportunity here for Chinese Taipei. Note that even if they cap here, the best case scenario would be a draw. But we'll see if they can do it. Transcend coming on out here early in the fight. Def holding on to the blade, waiting, blade out. Gonna be punishing the Zen here. Takes down OYO. Most of the blade, though, is gone, and yet that could be enough. Nano boost up. And you know what? Sometimes you don't need a blade. Just dive on in with the Nano. Let the cards fall where they may. Chinese Taipei throwing all their bodies on the point, but they're severely lacking in firepower. Japan has been able to deal pretty critical damage here. They just need a little bit more. Shaolin comes in, the Doomfist gets removed after one pick, and there's just not enough dominance here on the point.
Nice usage of the tank outs there by Japan. They're going to close this out very clean from them, constantly zoning that backline away. Kenmo and Tayo always in their face, never letting those triple supports get the kind of value they want.
And Japan going up 2-1 here in the series, where remember, Japan has lofty goals. Japan would like to be a dark horse here that could potentially unseat either Finland or Russia in the overall standings. And we do kind of think they have that potential. And now they're just one map away from keeping that dream alive.
Chinese Taipei still looking to play spoiler though. Now it's their map pick. Maybe can turn things back the other way on our escort map.
Yeah, I mean, so far Japan was the only team to win a neutral map in the very beginning. Then when you go to a map that you're a little bit more comfortable on, Chinese Taipei able to turn it back around. So this has been pretty back and forth here so far. And given what we've seen here so far, what do you think Chinese Taipei is going to bring it to when you go to the score?
I mean, Rialto has been such a popular choice for it seems like everyone coming into this tournament, but Japan not traditionally thought of as or not experiencing the same difficulties that the Overwatch League teams are. There are contenders team. They have practiced Rialto. It has been sort of an Achilles heel for a lot of these more Overwatch League experienced players, but I think Japan will be ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, Rialto, of course, it is sort of the land of chaos, but you bring up a very good point where Japan, they've been playing contenders. They are Cyclops Athlete Gaming in the Pacific, so it's like, Rialto, we've seen this plenty of times.
Yeah, and this is, I think, sort of the final boss. Depp versus Blue, which Widowmaker will come out ahead? Such a Widowmaker favored map, these incredibly long sidelines. We've seen so many Widows come up huge on this map. It's really up to them, I think, to open things up for their teams. Whichever one wins the duel, I think will be probably taking this map.
Now, taking a look at both teams here, obviously we have Widow power on both sides, but Shaolin, he looked pretty good on Fire. You go back to King's Row, and we've seen Fars do a bit of work on Rialto here so far. What do you think about Shaolin tipping the scales here as we go in the Rialto?
It's certainly a possibility. We haven't seen a ton of double sniper or double hit scan out of Japan. They seem to favor that single hand scan, single projectile DPS lineup. So maybe there's a little bit of room for Pharaoh to work with, but it is a really tough test, especially because Depp is unlikely to be on the Hanzo. I very much expect him to be playing Widowmaker in this map. Much harder to get the Pharaoh in versus that Widow.
All right, well, let's see what that map is going to be. Is it going to be Rialto? Yes. Well, the prediction, again, proving true. And you're in a spree here, Jake. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's almost like I have, excess knowledge. We won't talk about that.
Yeah, well, to be clear, we're not cheating on that. There is a world where we can hear it before we say it, but we think it's more entertaining to see, are we going to be right or not?
I mean, Rialto has been a really popular choice. It's a great equalizer, as you said. So many teams able to bring things back on Rialto, turn things the other way. This series, although Chinese Taipei has taken King's Row, that was certainly the closest map so far. Japan looking incredibly dominant with both of their wins, and that does matter to you when you're coming to a game like this, especially players with a little bit less experience, not playing in the Overwatch League. They're to be losing maps as crushingly as they are feels really bad, and it's hard to sort of get your momentum back, bring your spirits back coming into a map like Rialto.
Yeah, I mean, Rialto, of course, it has been more of a wild card, but when you're down this sort of setup in a match here, if you're Chinese Taipei, you're down a map, you're facing potentially losing the series, what do you think of as you go into map number 4?
what you have to be thinking of is, let's go back to what we practice. You have to have confidence in yourself as a team. You know, what we practice will be effective. We will be able to make our strategies work, because trying to change things up on the fly at the last second is rarely effective. So I'm hoping Chinese Taipei brings their strengths. Everyone get your best heroes out, bring out the composition you're most comfortable on, and make it work.
So what you're saying is you're not a fan of the panic, hey, we practiced this in the lead up to the match, but let's just throw that all out the window and play something we've never played before.
I mean, look at what Japan is doing right now. They're on exactly the same composition that they defended Anugra's first with so well on that last map. So, you know, they're clearly putting themselves in their comfort zone. Chinese Taipei is going to have to match that to outperform Anakin and his Nanoblades.
All right, meanwhile, take a look at the Japanese defense here, and, you know, going a little bit more in depth, you are going to be having the Ana in play, and we've been seeing Ana more and more this patch. What do you think has kind of led to the resurgence of Ana?
Well, certainly that additional 300 HP heal on top of the Nano Boost, boosted to 450 with a Biotic Grenade, it really brings up the low end. I mean, you're still going to be Nano Boosting your Genjis early in the fight when they're at full HP, you know, that Nano Blade's so strong, but now you have that opportunity to maybe save a D.Va or a Winston that you wouldn't have wanted to risk a Nano on previously.
All right, Chinese Taipei going to be heading out the gates here. Rein, Zarya in play, and they're going to be having Shaolin back on the Hanzo, so they're not going to be running the fire here. Instead, it's full-on double sniper.
I like this choice, but Anakin is very well set up. Genji so strong against this double sniper. Ooh. Sends body shot right back to Blue there.
Yeah, that was dangerous. Blue easily could have had that go straight back at his head as Depp gets crazy S early on in the fight, and that just makes things so much easier here for Japan. It's going to slow down Chinese Taipei. 10-10, lucky not to get picked off.
Shaolin taking this high ground, I love it, but I want to see them controlling this long Widow angle that Blue's taking. And you see this with Blue, very low Infrasight charge. He's not getting value where so many other Widowmakers have. Great awareness, but Shaolin finds Anakin, caught out.
That is a very nice pick off. Shaolin now can loop around the right-hand side. Gonna be looking to put pressure onto the tanks and just help win the shield war, help win the poke war. As Chinese Taipei, they have all 6 back in. They have that 6-on-5 advantage. Shaolin about to get the Dragon Strike here, and you can just layer this right in.
The Infrasight, though, setting things up. They'll know exactly what to expect for Japan, but Shaolin finds Depp nonetheless through the Infrasight.
He can see everything, but he didn't see that one coming. That's really big now for Chinese Taipei. They've gotten rid of one of Japan's big guns. Now note, Anakin is back in the fight now. He's to the other side. Shaolin holding onto the Dragon. Everyone's so split up. He doesn't have an easy Dragon target here, but he's under fire. Has to back up. Almost gets picked off.
Dropping low, but Blue finds Sabagod. That's a ton of heals out of the composition for Japan. Ooh. The Shatter comes up big.
That's a nice flanking shatter coming from the Ting. Again, surgical from Chinese Taipei. This is their map choice here, Jake, and right now they're proving why.
Yeah, this double sniper composition so strong. It's so hard to play Ana into these 2 snipers. You're so always terrified to scope in, you know. Limiting your field of view makes you so vulnerable to these snipers. Now it's really up to Depp to recontest, but he's fighting into an Infrasight. This is a really tough test for Depp.
We'll see what he can do here, where again, that is certainly hard mode in Widow v Widow. Meanwhile, you look to the point, this is where teams like playing a little bit more. 10-10 goes down, he had the grab. Depp with a crucial pickup gets Blue as well. Depp has brought Japan back into this fight, and that Transcendence all but wasted.
Depp showing why he's so confident on this Widowmaker, turning the heat up, 3 headshots, 3 kills, absolutely stifling Chinese Taipei. He wants more, gets a 4th, going to the spawn. I want to see more. Oh, but Blue ends the spree. A little bit over-aggressive from Depp, maybe feeling it a little too much there.
Look, gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins there, and I think he just had a little bit too much to eat. But I'm not sure what the overall effect is going to be. Chinese Taipei, they're coming in real quick, but Depp should be able to get back here pretty soon. Graviton is ready.
It's not about Depp anymore. Anakin with the Dragon Blade, unspotted behind, ready to take that Nano Boost. This could be massive.
Anakin going on in. Nano Boost is there, but the grab shuts him down. A defensive grab stops it, and yet Depp's back in the fight. He's taking down Blue. He's taking down Shaolin. No one's looking at Depp.
Depp finding so much value here out of this Widowmaker. The distraction of the Dragon Blade forces the Graviton out, but at the same time, Depp is just producing time and time again. Now he's got armor. This man is terrifying.
Oh man, Depp has been putting on a show. He's been the safety blanket here for Japan and Chinese Taipei. They invested a lot into that last fight and they got nada.
Yeah, Shaolin switching to the Tracer needs to put the pressure on Depp, give Blue a little bit of an advantage. It's clear that he's not winning the fair duels here.
Depp holding back right now. See what he decides to do. Of course, he's been public enemy number 1, and one way to remain that is don't let people know where you're at. Goes for the shot on the side. Could have gotten the Mercy there, but Chinese Taipei, they're taking it real slow.
Ting drops the shatter. It looks like he finds just Kenmo, but Kenmo still going in, wants to zone out these backlines. Pins Claire, great pin from Ting.
Yeah, Claire was going in deep, actually gets punished for that here. Ting now going in deeper, no HP though, focus down. Japan doesn't blink in the face of the aggression coming in from Chinese Taipei, and Japan continuing to hold on. We're down to the final 5 seconds. Someone has to touch a payload here, and oh boy, is it gonna have to be Mercy and D.Va. It is. Chinese Taipei on the verge of getting held. Ting rolls on in. We got Hammond and Frey. Let's see what Japan can do here as Chinese Taipei trying to make the most out of a bad situation.
Crazy S dropping low. They need to find this Mercy kill to stifle the offense.
See what happens. Crazy just barely. Oh, not able to get out of the fray. Japan still chases them down. And with the self-destruct, that's going to be clearing everything out. A blade from Anakin. Let's seal the deal. Everyone use your ults. Throw them off the payload. And Japan gets a staggering early hold here on Rialto. And that means their path to victory is pretty darn close.
I mean, we just have to go back to that that final recontest on first point from Depp. We said it, you know, he's going into the infra site. This looks so impossible for him, but he comes up absolutely massive, finds 4 picks, completely crushes the hopes of the offense, and it's so hard to recover from a Widowmaker who's hot like that. We said Widowmakers would be crucial on Rialto, and they absolutely are. Can Blue repeat Depp's performance? I think it's unlikely. Depp is looking hot.
So I gotta ask you here, there's an old adage in sports where everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Obviously, you've been a part of a lot of team meetings, Overwatch League, about how to plan for a team. What happens when a Widow just does that? What we just saw there.
Shaolin certainly making the right choice there, going to the Tracer, getting in Depp's face, does find a pick there on the side, and then, of course, when they didn't win that fight, but still putting the pressure on Depp, you have to give Blue a little bit of help. If he's not winning the straight-up 1v1s, don't take the straight-up 1v1s. Use your teammates, put pressure on the enemy Widow, and open up space for yours. Give her that advantage that she needs.
So, essentially, going back and looking at what happened there, you think that there's a world where Chinese Taipei could have just adjusted strategies and put, essentially, more manpower into dealing with Depp?
I mean, the real struggle is that with Japan on a dive composition, it's always going to be harder to pressure Depp than it is for Japan to pressure Blue. They have that Winston D.Va always getting in Blue's face. We saw that constantly over and over again. Blue taking that long sideline that so many Widows have produced from, but Teo and Kenmo constantly in his face, never giving him the setups he wants. So if I was Chinese Taipei there, I want to see a more dive-based composition, but they're still sticking with the Rein Zarya. At this point, with the necessary first hold, these Graviton combos are something that you're going to have to bank on.
And you're a team in the situation where, the stats in Overwatch, you know that this is not a great situation to be in if you want to win the series. How do you play this where you know that you have to hold so far up?
Well, I mean, at least they got it to the archway. That is where so many teams have made the holds. We can see that box of victory is just there, almost before the arch. So Chinese Taipei does have a couple chances here. I'd like to see them take an aggressive fight so they at least get 2 chances.
We'll see if Chinese Taipei can get that aggression here early on. Japan, of course, not too much pressure on them here. They have the series lead, and they could have the series win. Depp on the Widow takes a highly aggressive position here early on, gets a rocket for his troubles. See how this works.
Yeah, not taking the traditional angle, but we see Anakin deep in the flank. I think he's getting on his counterpart.
Zenyatta awfully deep here for Chinese Taipei. Anakin needs a little bit of healing, goes back the other way, gets his own health pack, doesn't ask it from his team.
Depp spotted the enemy Widow. He knows the sidelines.
Okay, just looking for the Widow on the other side. Goes on up. Again, looking for that quick shot. Gets it! The backbreaker coming in here from Japan.
They're going to have to get this res, but Anakin takes out OYO, going in for more, finds the Mercy as well, does Depp, diving straight up into the air on the Pharah. The defense is crumbling here for Chinese Taipei. Japan looking to put a period on this series.
Yeah, they only need one more team fight. Chinese Taipei is going to have the hold of the gods here. 3 minutes left and not far to go.
And honestly, Blue looking a little bit crumbling there, going out so aggressive into the courtyard. That's a major risk, especially against someone performing as well as Depp.
Japan, whoa, Depp again! Got Blue in the setup. The resurrection is there, but certainly the gauntlet has been thrown. Depp looking for it once more. He's still hungry, and now he's going to swap back to the archway, and this is where the battle oftentimes is won. Chinese Taipei, the final stand here. You see Kenmo just cleaving his way on through, and Chinese Taipei still pretty well healed here in the back, but they're going to lose 10-10 in just a moment. He's demacked.
Anakin's Dragon Blade coming online with the Valkyrie, ready to be damage boosted, going so deep. Depp absolutely crushing here, having no one to stop him.
He took the slide over the rooftop, but it doesn't matter anymore. Japan gonna grab Rialto. They take the series with dominance here on Rialto.
Yeah, that final fight, so difficult to take at that massive ultimate disadvantage, all coming off the back of that opening pick by Depp. And then, of course, that dive coming in, cleaving those supports apart. No one left to stand against Japan. They take the series 3-1. wow. I mean, I thought the Widowmakers would be important on Rialto, but I didn't expect a performance like that from Depp. Really impressive stuff.
I mean, you were absolutely right in saying the Widows would be important. The problem is, for Chinese Taipei, is that it was a rather one-sided affair. Depp did whatever he wanted, in fact, going so aggro at points with just reckless abandon, and yet, in the end, it was very much effective, and Japan made Rialto their own.
Depp, you know, we saw him even going a little bit too deep there, getting picked off at one point, but when you do things like that, sometimes it just puts the screws to the enemy. You know, they're like, my God, this guy's fearless. He's running into our spawn, you know, taking out 4 of us and going for more. That's the kind of thing that kind of sets you on edge as the attacking team. You know, you don't want to see that.
So that's tilting as a player where you're just like, you shouldn't be able to do this, and you're still doing it, and we're still getting kicked.
Yeah, it certainly leaves you wondering, you know, you're like, who should be dealing with this? Whose fault is it, right? Like, people wanting to blame each other, you know, that can always lead to rifts in a team. It's so hard to play against a Widowmaker that's completely on fire like this. When they just stop missing, you don't know what to do anymore.
It's just like, well, we have this plan. Oh, we got to pick off. Oh, now we got another pick off. And out of curiosity, what does that do to teams in terms of their confidence going forward, where you certainly don't want to be the guy on your team that gets picked off first like 2-3 times in a row?
Certainly not, but one of the things you can do, like I was saying, is put the pressure on the enemy Widow, you know, give your Widow more space, more of an advantage, more room to work with, but sometimes that's just not enough, and it can really feel terrible, especially in the Widow duel. That's, you know, it is, like I said, it is possible to help your Widow, but so many times it just does come down to who hits the shot first, and with Depp that on fire, you know, it's really hard to get back into the game.
All right, guys, well, to break down Japan's strategy a little bit more, we got Tayo down on the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Tayo from Team Japan. Tayo, you were finally able to lock in your first victory of this World Cup stage. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, we had a role change, so it was kind of hard, but we pushed through.
I noticed that. Can you take us a little bit behind the decision-making and making the role change and putting you on tank?
I mean, we have many strategies, and that was just one of them. And our coach told me to play sub-tank, so that's how it happened.
So it was actually a pretty close match. Was it surprising to see Chinese Taipei put up such a fight?
Yeah, it was kind of expected because I only had like 1 map worth of practice, but it worked out, so it's all good.
They were definitely a formidable opponent. All right, now moving on to our final match of the day, pretty much our match of the day against South Korea. A tall order to take them out. They're the top dogs here, and they're on their home turf. How are you feeling going into that matchup?
I mean, honestly, they're a lot better than us, but we have to at least win 1 or 2 maps for us to get to the BlizzCon, so we have to play better than we just did. So
you're confident you can take at least 1 or 2?
One map is all we need.
All right, I like it. There's a little bit of confidence with Tayo. Thank you very much, and congratulations on locking in your first victory. And with that, we're going to go ahead and toss back to the casters to break down the match.
You know, when he's saying 1 map is all they need, what he's saying is we're going to beat Finland on day 3. That's what I just heard there.
I mean, they certainly have to punch their ticket to BlizzCon. You know, you have to take down these stacked Overwatch League rosters if you're ready to go to BlizzCon. That's the level of competition that just will be expected there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it only gets tougher from here, right? Where these are the group stages. But, yeah, you get your ticket to BlizzCon. Guess what? BlizzCon's going to be chock full of talent, so this is the first step. But these teams certainly feel they can compete.
Yeah, I'd love to see that confidence. You know, as a player, you have to believe in yourself. If you go into a match thinking there's just no chance we'll take a map, they're too good, then you certainly won't be taking any maps. You know, if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't have the confidence in your teammates, you're certainly not going to be able to do anything in a series like that.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the last matchup here in case you're just tuning in and wondering, well, gee, how did this happen? Who is really standing out here between these two teams? We're going to get a better look at it here. And we got Kenmo here, where Kenmo was having certain moments here on Winston where it was easy to kind of look at Depp, but he was getting good, solid distractions at the backline, map after map.
Blue finding a few picks here. It seemed like he was on fire on Ilios, but not really able to repeat this performance later on in the series.
Shaolin, of course, came in as Farah, and certainly was the hero from time to time here, where Japan didn't always have the best answer for him, even with a Widow player like Depp, and of course Brigitte, a star on both ends. Saba just kind of flexing it there.
And we saw, oh, what a great shield bash. That timing just perfect combo play from the triple tank setup.
That was a game-winning play for Chinese Taipei at Kings Row, not a doubt in my mind. Of course, that helped out a little bit as well.
Yeah, certainly. Those self-destruct Graviton combos, one of the crucial elements of the 3-3 composition.
Pulls out the blade here, and of course, you go for the tanks, you get them out of your front line, and the back line quickly follows right after.
Yeah, chopping up the tanks, but we saw that even set up by that initial pick from Depp. If OYO is not dead, that just doesn't work the same way.
Anakin, of course, goes a little bit deeper in King's Row. Still wasn't as effective for Japan in the end as Chinese Taipei was able to take the map, but it's kind of testament to the fact that both teams were playing quite well.
Certainly. I mean, and of course, we do know that this was Chinese Taipei's map pick, so maybe a little more comfortable with the swaps here. Here we see Sabagod at close range, doing a little bit of that Jay Jonak thing.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you gotta channel your inner Jonak. Only Jonak gets to be Jonak all the time. Other supports, they get the habit half the time, quarter of the time. You know, any time for Jonak is a good time.
Here we see great movement by Shaolin, getting over the top of the enemy Genji. That's exactly where you want to be in those Dragon Blade sword fights.
Yeah, it comes on in. It's like, oh, I got hacked, but I already got 2 people. I'm good. That's also good.
And Tayo with the roll swap, still really impressing me on this D.Va. Really had all those setups prepared. Blue finding some picks here, but here we see Depp lighting up on Rialto.
Yeah, Depp, he was a practical inferno over there with how well he was playing, just headshot after headshot, sometimes going deeper than he needed to, but when you're this good, you don't play by the rules anymore.
Yeah, you know, sometimes that's just a way to build the momentum for your team. You see someone being that fearless, you want to follow them into battle, and that really gets you going, makes you feel confident and great, and that's how you play your best in a game like Overwatch.
All right, guys. Well, of course, we like the fans here, too, and you know who likes the fans as well? T-Mobile. Let's take a look at the T-Mobile Fan Pulse. New segment here, Fan Pulse. And you see here, super impressed with Mui from Hong Kong and Depp from Japan so far, OWWC 2018.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Mui has been putting it together for Hong Kong, a team that's had a lot of struggles here, but certainly Mui has been one of the bright spots, coming up big on Widow, even against some of the big names of the Overwatch League. And of course, Depp in that last game, completely lighting up. I mean, we saw a little bit of it in their match versus Russia, but this is what the kind of performance that he'll need to be delivering to punch their ticket to BlizzCon.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen sort of star widows come out of nowhere here, where, of course, you know the names from Overwatch League, you know your players like Carpe, where it's like, yeah, it's a fish that's taking down everyone. But it's cool to see new talent come up, where Overwatch World Cup, in a sense, it's not officially part of the path to pro, but oftentimes it is a real way of getting into the Overwatch League.
I mean, I can speak for that. It certainly was for me.
All right, guys. Well, I got to tell you what, the action is going to continue to intensify here. One of potentially the best matches of the day coming at you next. It's going to be Russia versus Finland. You won't want to miss it.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Overwatch World Cup 2018. We just got finished seeing Team Japan do battle against Team Chinese Taipei in a great match. But next up, we have Russia going up against Finland. Now, if you're like many considering Team South Korea to be number one, then it is arguable that this right here is a second place match. But let's see just how close things are by taking a look at the standings. Right now, as you can see, Russia and Finland, they are neck and neck. If Finland's able to pull this victory off, they can easily hop over Russia in the standings. And of course, Japan, Chinese Taipei, and Hong Kong rounding out the bottom. South Korea is on top. And you know, we got a lot more action, so this whole picture is going to be painted by the end of the day a lot better. This puzzle is going to be together a lot more. We still have Chinese Taipei and Hong Kong going up against each other, and we're going to finish today with Japan taking on South Korea in what many are considering the match of the day. But right now, it is time for Russia versus Finland, and as you heard me just say, both of these teams very much need this victory if they want to solidify their hopes to make it to BlizzCon. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and get things prepared for this match and send it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Malik, for the toss and already making my point. I agree. This seems like this is going to be a second place match, what with South Korea kind of slingshotting their way into that first place spot. Russia can regain it if they have a strong victory here versus Finland, but from what we saw yesterday, Finland finally able to take a map away from the South Korean team for the first time in the history of the Overwatch World Cup.
Then they did too.
That might not be, yeah, and then they did it again, nearly got the victory as well. This might be a very close matchup. Finland are proving to be a very arduous opponent here. Russia, are they up to task?
And I believe in terms of the standings, the winner of this will actually jump up to second, at least for today, just based on those map differentials, right? So it's a really important match, as Malik mentioned. But yeah, is Russia up to the task is the big question everyone is asking right now. We know that Finland has a great tank line setup. We know that Fragi is probably the best Reinhardt we've seen in the Incheon qualifier. So I feel very confident that Finland's going to come in here, run the same type of strategy that they ran against South Korea. You take a look at the Russia roster, you've got Tonic, right? He's the tank player that we're talking about in terms of Russia. How well will he match up against Fragi? Because that's kind of been, again, the story of Finland in this tournament, is everyone playing around Fragi as the backbone. So Tonic has big shoes to fill here in order to close that gap.
Yeah, it's kind of been live and die by Fragi for Finland. More often, it's been a little bit more of the living side for them. The guy has been popping off here in this tournament so far, especially just yesterday versus South Korea. But it's also going to be a big DPS matchup between Shadowburn and Taimu, who is looking like he is back in form. Linkzr as well, having wonderful performances. You know, we saw yesterday in that final game versus South Korea, you couldn't really pick out a single player who wasn't that impactful. Everybody, all 12 players throughout that series were absolutely phenomenal, and I think that we're going to see more of that here with this showdown. The true battle for second place, if not first place, if these guys can take down South Korea, if they can kind of knock them down a peg as we go forward, because we still have to see South Korea go up against Russia as well. If they can get a victory here, then take down South Korea, they're going to be the surefire squad moving out into BlizzCon as in that first place spot.
Exactly. Well, we're going to have an exciting matchup here as well with, Taimu very likely clashing up against Shadowburn. Yep. So that's also something I'm really looking forward to, how those two players kind of clash together, who comes up in that trade.
And I'm wondering if Taimu is going to try to go for the Pharah 1v1s. We know that Taimu's been picking that up a lot more. He's really been practicing the pick and improving on it, but Shadowburn is absolutely phenomenal with that Pharah. We have seen him constantly punishing the enemy with that pick, even just already, like a day and a half into the World Cup. We know it historically for him. So Taimu, will he try to just fall back, take the range fight as a Widowmaker, or will he get down and dirty with him, go up into the skies, and try to match him in the 1v1? I'm excited to see if that's how things are going to turn out.
Well, I guess we're going to take a look at the maps before we jump all into it. To start off, we're going to Control. Oasis will be our first map in this best of 4 series. You can call it a best of 5. It's a 4-set series. All maps will be played. And Oasis is a great map for hit scan, especially when you go to University. That's very likely we'll see the McCree clash come into play. So we've already seen Fragi shut down so many Deadeyes with either, his barrier, his right click on the Reinhardt, and or with Winston bubbles. So in this case, as we will be starting on University, it's going to be about that Reinhardt. We'll see if Mistakes and Shadowburn to bring in the old classic duo of McCree, Pharah on this map can get it done. If Finland's composition starts to come online, if they can get control of the map, build those ultimates, it becomes very difficult for Russia to approach the point, even with the Pharah that they are in fact running right now. So, when the the Pharah, those take control though, however, it does kind of flip on its head. Finland tries to approach a Fraggy on the Reinhardt. Pharah has control, can shoot rockets over the shield.
Well, here we go, kicking things off on University, seems like. We're going to have Finland wrapping down below, try to get in around the point. Nice hook coming down, pulling Shadowburn immediately into the thick of the squad, and they will eliminate him. Now they can charge up onto the point. They have the inside track, and Russia has to be respectful. We'll go ahead and just kite away as the point unlocks.
Yeah, they're going to have this first control, and that's so important. They can use this choke point here to prevent the approach of Russia, and that makes the Pharah pick so much less impactful here. To get his Shadowburn just trying to get in. He does use his jump here to get onto the high skies to rain damage down onto Finland, but it's just not enough. There's so much sustainability, there's so much healing here. He can't get any picks. Meanwhile, Taimu looking for flanks in the back line.
Yeah, wrapping around, trying to find a lineup for that hook. Zappis gonna get taken out of the mech. Mistakes. We'll go ahead and pop him out. A couple more shots would get rid of this pilot form D.Va. Flashbang comes in, but the boop off the side comes down. Still manages to get the kill, but Big Goose shows up, shutting down that McCree, and Main falls at the same time. So Finland, despite losing one of their tanks, will be able to maintain control because they got 3 other ones, or at least 2.5, depending on which way you want to cut Taimu.
Yeah, and you can see how Mistakes was trying to turn this around by getting control of that high ground, knowing that Shadowburn wasn't able to do enough damage alone to get any single pick, any single kill. And he was able to get the D-Mech there, but it's so predictable once you're there alone and the tank line is lost, you can't stay there for long.
Fire Strike coming out. Zarya Bubble going to help mitigate that one. Now tries to build up for that Graviton Surge. He's getting there very rapidly. Linkser trailing behind just a little bit, but Fraggy with his own Fire Strike gets that hit on a tonic, taking down the enemy Rein. Not going to be able to get into a position to try to get that res off Fraggy. Coming up with another one. Takes him down, and Finland maintain control here. 65% moving upward as they just go ahead, get the cleanup kills, looking for the staggers.
And Achilles, they have the big 6. They have all 6 ultimates available. Fraggy knew that as soon as there was the kill on Tonic, he got the kill, he could get a shatter no matter what. But Russia knew because of that they couldn't take the fight, so Fraggy carefully positioned himself to be prepared to shatter if Russia tried to collapse without Tonic, but they did not. So he gets to hold it. They have 6 ultimates now on the defense, and if they can trade up on that, looks like a win here on this map of University.
Yep, starting to push their way in. That's going to be the Earth Shatter out from Team Russia to start things off. Graviton Surge coming down. Mirage up above in the defense pictures are there, and they're looking for the bomb. Drops it into the back. Shadowburn finds Streak. Gets taken down by the self-destruct, but it's going to be Russia very handily winning the fight. The res is available. They put the Pharah back into the mix, and they will find the flip, but it's at 99% Russia. They dump a plethora of ultimates to try to get that through. Finland, can they retake with just a shatter?
It was really well played by Shadowburn in that moment. They used a lot of ultimates, but he was able to come up big with the kills. That means that even though Finland traded back, they couldn't actually regain control of the point because they lost so many members in that moment. So Fraggy held his shatter. He was able to avoid the enemy shatter, so that's the only big tool they've got. He's going to have to utilize it well here.
All right, now swinging away. They're just looking to take down Tonic, but Mistakes from the side. He gets both supports. The Deadeye comes down. Shaz and Big Goose going into the grave, and that's just going to be Finland held off. They have a little bit of time. They can do these eco pushes to try to build up, but when you're trying to get a Graviton Surge in with not that much time, when you're the attacker, it's going to be that much more difficult to get the damage in as a Zarya, and you can see that reflected where Zhao, he's got 95% here on his Graviton Surge, whereas Linkser is only sitting at 32.
The defender's always going to have that advantage in terms of damage. Big Goose is doing his best to boost everyone in, but that's where Mistakes comes into play because he's got the high ground advantage, and when you run into the point with that speed boost, he's going to be doing all that extra damage.
Just go ahead and maybe pin that into the wall, but he does allow Finland to push forward. Going to be tossing it down straight into the faces in time. Who's the first one to die now? Linkser falling as well. And as Russia maintains control, 62%, they keep inching forward. Finland trying to build up, but Linkser only gets 10% on that push.
Yeah, not a whole lot, you know. A lot of this is coming from the damage of Shadowburn and Mistakes. The damage comes in from 2 different directions, 2 different angles, and Finland has no range damage to speak of, so they have to win the tank war with their ultimates, and building that ultimate for Linkser is so critical. He just hasn't been able to do it, unfortunately. Positional advantage so important on University. As you can see here, look at how much free damage Shadowburn can do. Uncontested, no range damage to knock him out of the sky. He's only limited by his fuel.
Not gonna have it. Yeah, that's gonna be the Deadeye coming out. Mistakes finds Big Goose again, and now Taimu be the first one to fall. Fraggy down in the pit will get eliminated. It's 95% here. Seems like Russia should be able to close this one out. Fraggy's been holding this Earth Shatter for so damn long, but might not get the opportunity to use it at all. Shadowburn just gonna pop that Mirage after taking down Shaz. Gets rid of the Zarya. Zappis out of the mech. And this should pretty much be the cleanup here as they look to take the first round on Oasis University, going the way of Russia. A couple little delays coming through. Any sort of flip here for Finland would be absolutely huge. Shatter comes down, manages to find mistakes, but Fraggy's cut around the backhand side and will get eliminated here by Tonic. We keep rolling down. Linkster swaps over onto that Hammond, but instantly gets shredded down. And the OT bar will just plummet faster and faster.
It's tea time. It's tea time. Well, you know, Achilles, the difference in these compositions, I think a lot of people look at this and it feels like we're in a Reinhardt Zarya dominated meta overall, and that's true, but the differences between these two comps is sustainability and more tankiness, something that's strong turtle style that Finland's been running all of this qualifier is what they tried to approach the point with consistently there, but when they didn't have control, there was too much damage coming out in the crossfire between the McCree and the Pharah on both sides, and you're running a comp that doesn't have that much damage. If you could trade up on ultimates after they get the flip, then when you come in, you can crush their tanks with your ultimates, then the Pharah and McCree are just going to get cleaned up. Yeah. But like you pointed out very astutely several times, Linkster just could not build that charge. They couldn't trade up on ultimates, so mistakes. Shadowburn had free reign.
Here we are on the push as we shift over to City Center. Russia going to be looking to close things out 2-0 here on Oasis. To kick off with that map win. Tonic playing up forward, takes a bit of damage as Main be trying to heal him up with the Orb of Harmony very slowly. Aggressive push forward here from Fraggy. And Main's gonna get taken down. Linkster with the Soldier 76 manages to find that first kill. Shadowburn gets Big Goose, but gets taken down by Shaz. And now Taimu traded out. Gonna be a 2-for-2 across the board. The D.Va gonna be dead here. Finland finishes him off and they look for that first cap. Push back around the side. Linkster going low, but has a biofield. Gets a shot in, taking down the Mercy. Tonic jumps through, but they're just gonna get picked off. So Finland again gaining control over the point to start things off. But can they hold it?
Notice that how much damage Linkster's been able to do in these fights. He's positioned well, he has self-sustain, he has, with essentially triple support here, right, with Taimu on this Brigitte, so many ways to stay alive. It's so difficult to kill him. Now he's on the high ground. Russia's going to be making a composition swap to try to get on top of him, but what Soldier 76 does so well is survive. Even with dive coming through from Tonic, Shadowburn, and mistakes, he should be able to live through so much that sometimes the counterattack from Finland can be devastating.
But if you can get that pulse bomb, if you dedicate it to Linkster, you take him out of the fight suddenly. That attack visor is now irrelevant. Primal Rage going to be popped by Fraggy, but he's immediately kiting away. Have to show respect to the Discord Orbs coming back. Will rejoin in the front, but Zappis is going to get knocked out of his mech. So a rough start. As Fraggy getting shredded down. We'll get pocketed back up as they try to heal him up. It's going to be the Transcendence popped by Shaz to keep him in the fight. Attack visor out from Linkster. Looking for a target. Self-destruct going to come up, and now he's got to kite back. So not getting a lot of value out of the ultimate. Shadowburn comes up with the kill, getting rid of that Soldier 76 pulse bomb in. Mistakes find Shaz. This is going to be Russia looking to get a flip much faster this time around. Took them 99% to get it on University, but now they're going to find it just around 60, it would seem, as they go ahead and try to finish off the remaining members of Finland. Zappis here in the mech going to get popped out again. Has that self-destruct, but wants to hold it. Knows that he is going to need that for the retake.
I mean, Shadowburn and Mistakes were able to do enough damage there to the backline, force Linkster back, prevent him from getting value out of the attack visor, and then clean up house right afterwards. The pulse bomb onto Shaz was super critical because that meant that the fight was essentially won. They could clean up. Shadowburn can now hold a Dragon Blade here on the defense, which is so critical. Taimu's gonna, of course, toss out this rally to make sure that Dragon Blade is a little bit tougher to execute. He's going to be the target for Shadowburn here, though. If he lives and stuns Shadowburn, it's not going to be as effective.
Well, Blade's coming down. He drops down right in front of Taimu, and he gets sliced to pieces, but Zappis moves forward, shuts down the rest of that ultimate. So not going to be finding any additional kills, but now the rest is going to be there. Shaz taking down Tonic. Russia loses one of their tanks. Mistakes pushing forward. Has to kite back. Away from the explosion. As Zappis makes his way back into the mech, he chases in, looking for the pulse bomb. Stick finds it there. On to Fraggy. He survives for a little bit longer, but the pulse pistols, even at that range, are more than enough to go ahead and finish off the Winston. Zappis is going to retreat, taking himself back out to safety as Shadowburn plays forward, just looking to get some additional percentage for that next blade. But Russia holding here, now at 50%.
Yeah, and they're just doing a great job of dealing with what Finland is trying to approach with, and as long as you are very aware in Shadowburn's case here, of where Taimu is, how to burst him down, and how to avoid getting stunned. You can do so much with these Dragon Blades. You can also build these Dragon Blades so quickly.
Fraggy going low, has to pop the Primal Range, the pressure coming out. Russia looking to suffocate the squad here as they take the lead. Finland desperately wanting this cap. Fraggy falling low. Transcendence is available from Shaz, but would probably love to hold that for Shadowburn's next blade, which he is going to have very shortly. Up onto the high ground, Fraggy keeps himself alive, looking for an opportunity to drop back down. Rejoins in with a fight. Shadowburn falls low, but they can't kill him off. And now it's going to be Tonic with his own Primal Rage going up into their faces. In the back now, Shadowburn has the blade ready to go, and Shaz just gets taken down. Tonic joins in. They managed to finish him off. They trade out for the Genji, but now no Zenyatta in the mix, and Finland still have not been able to flip this point. It's 92% moving up. Russia gonna go ahead and close out on Oasis. Mistakes will die. They have corner here onto the D.Va, trying to knock him out of the mech. Sonic goes low. Finland desperately trying to get this flip. Poop back comes in from Big Goose, just building up closer and closer to that sound barrier. 15 some odd % left to go. They'll have it online, they might just need it, but if Fraggy is gonna die and they don't have a res to put him back into the mix.
Finland has just got so much sustainability with its triple support. It's also Moira, so when Shadowburn's dead, when they don't have the burst from the Pulse you mentioned earlier and the Dragon Blade, they will win the longer fight. That means Russia has 99% when they do win it, but now it's very difficult to break through for Russia. They don't have a Dragon Blade, Mistakes already used his Pulse Bomb, so how do you kill through Moira doing so much sustained left click healing, Big Goose AoE heal, and the burst coming through from Taimo. Oh, close call on that one.
Tries to go for the Hail Mary, but probably should have just held it to try to bust out the mech or the Winston here. Transcendence going to be popped by Mate as Russia pushes in onto the point. And Taimo will fall. Fraggy goes down before he can use the primal range. And again, there is no Mercy player here on the side of Finland. They are not running that in this comp, so there's no way to put the Winston back in the fight. They have to wait for him to rejoin. Nappus now, Self-Destruct going to be online. Linkser goes back with a recall to try to keep himself alive, and in the fight, Destruct comes in. Zappis not finding a pick. Shaz falling low. Zappis makes it back. Shadowburn nearly has the barrage. Up close and personal here with Linkser. Mistakes. Finds the hit. Pop Zappis out. They take him down as Russia tries to get this flip coming through. They're about to have it. Finland tags in to delay this for 99.99, but they go up onto the high ground. They don't come back down in time. Now OT taken away on both sides. This is any person's game here. Finland have to stay in the mix, but Fraggy is dangerously low, even with that primal range is going to expire now. Taimo coming back into the fight as quickly as he can. Big Goose under duress, trying to kite his way out of there. He's got so many members of Russia just sticking to him like glue, so they will be able to take him down. Shaz is still low, can't really heal himself up, and Zamora has to be reliant on the orb. Linkser trades one back, finds Shadowburn. Pulse Bomb now out from Mistakes, tosses that one down. It's going to be Zappis out of the mech. Fraggy is dead, and this should just about be the win here. Russia grinding away at Finland, ought to be able to come out on top. Taimo desperately tries to pop the rally, but to no avail. Russia will take the first map here in the series.
And this is already, I think, such a big turn away from what we expected to see in this series is, can Russia challenge Fraggy? Can they win the tank war? But instead of that, we saw the DPS players really be the big players on the side of Russia. Shadowburn and Mistakes on the Genji, the Pharah in Shadowburn's case, and of course for Mistakes on the McCree, especially there on University. They were able to circumvent the slower, more sustained style that Finland has been running all week long. And when you can get those kills with the DPSs at range on University, and then when you can get the burst to break through the healing of the triple support composition we were just seeing from Finland, then you set up at a positional advantage, you trade up on ultimates, and it becomes so difficult for Fraggy, who's especially there on City Center playing Winston, not the classic Reinhardt that he's most known for in in recent times. I'm not to say that he's a bad Winston player by any means. He's playing not to the style they've been playing and having success with all tournament. And how Russia was able to plan and force that situation where they pushed Finland away from their comfort zone was really fun to watch.
Yeah, and I kind of have to wonder how things might have transpired a little bit differently, if it would have been different at all. Had he not jumped up onto the high ground and was still contesting that flip coming through from Russia, because then the pressure's on. It shifts back over into Russia's hands. It's 99 to 99%. Now you're trying to scrape it back rather than defend. Could have been a different story. Maybe we would have been going to Garden to try to finish off Oasis here, but instead it's going to be Russia picking up that first map win. So map selection here for Finland as we get ready to go into Hybrid. They've been running this very tank-heavy style.
Yeah.
So it seems like we might just have some more King's Row.
It feels that way. I mean, that's where you definitely want to go if you want to play towards the strengths of the Reinhardt Zarya. And as we have map selection up here, it is going to be King's Row. I mean, when you think about Reinhardt Zarya and the meta throughout years of Overwatch now, I mean, basically 2 years now in. And we had the 2016, 2017 World Cup. Now we're in 2018. Yeah. To mention all of the Overwatch League, Apex history. When you think about Reinhardt Zarya, historically speaking, in Hybrid, you always think about King's Row. Every other map is much more wide open in this map type, so it's much more difficult to get Earth Shatters off, use Zarya, grab surges to set up these combos and fights. So if you're a team like Finland has been operating around these two tanks in particular, as you can see Fraggy and Zappies already have it locked in here on the attack in spawning room. When you're playing that way and you're struggling when you're forced by, in this case, Russia, to play something else, or as we saw from South Korea yesterday, you're forced to do something else, you're not finding as much success. Why not just pick the map that you feel comfortable with? And that's where we go to Kings Row. We saw the Rialto pick yesterday for very similar reasons against South Korea.
Well, Finland will be kicking things off here, choosing to actually, we'll be on the defense first here.
Yeah.
So attack first from Russia.
That's right. So setting up here right now with this Reinhardt Zarya, but with the double sniper setup, not going to be any sort of, Roadhog setup that we have seen from Taimu, particularly in situations like this. Taimu found great success on this map yesterday through the defending part of B and C on the streets phase because he was protected so well and was able to get so many good headshots off, which caused a lot of problems for South Korea, Carpe in particular. Russia will match him with double sniper for the moment. Let's see how long they want to run that. This getting a line of sight is going to be tough.
He on the Hanzo. Let's see how they're going to fare with this one. He's going to be matching them across the board. Right up onto the top of the Alderworth. Gets the spot out with the Sonic Arrow. So he's going to be dashing back, keeping himself safe. Tonic's been tagged up quite a bit here as they play forward. He's just going to get taken down. Drops the shield for a second. Linkzr has the hit. So now no Reinhardt, no forward push. Russia getting picked off.
And this is a big problem when you're running mirror compositions like this, is when the defender who already has a positional advantage then has the ult advantage on top of that. If you compare the damage done by Linkzr versus Shadowburn, he's going to have the first Dragon Strike, which can be stacked up with the ultimates that Finland is building, with a slight advantage there, not as much so, because they weren't the ones doing the damage in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, it's actually pretty similar. Linkzr is searching forward, but it's the supports really that's the big story here for Finland. If Russia can eliminate them, either Shez or Big Goose, that could be a really nice way to go ahead and break open this point. Storm Arrow's coming out, Linkzr falling low.
This is
trying to get the shots in there onto Tonic as he had fallen quite low, but can't finish him off. Now bouncing around. Gonna hit on a Shadowburn, but not gonna find the execution. Dragon Strike gonna be set from both of these Hanzos. Now we have the Transcendence online from Shaz. As both Mercies go up with the Valkyrie. Storm Arrow's out, Shadowburn finds the hit. Taking him down, breaking things open. Start pushing forward. Transcendence already coming out from Shaz. Shadowburn just holding onto the Dragon Strike. Now he can use it. They don't have that ultimate. Graviton Surge comes down. Shadowburn tosses that out. It's going to be Fraggy and Zappis both going down. Rez in, bringing the Zarya back into the mix. Russia going to be operating as a 6-man unit. Finland suffering heavy losses, and just like that, the point will go their way.
It's just so unfortunate for Finland. They lose this point. Look at the ultimates they're holding. Linkzr had Dragon Strike in the bag. He was going to have it first, but he died trying to challenge Shadowburn in a duel that most, I think, would argue was unnecessary. He took a risk, it did not pay off. Everyone collapsed after that. Shao gets the faster surge. And sure, they can use these ults they now hold to try to defend with this archway, which is a very strong defensive position. But I think they would have liked to take a fight on the point, but it was just no longer possible after that pick onto Linkzr.
Yeah, trying to drain it down. Now it's 4:13 on the clock for this push. Russia also have ultimates as well. They're going to go ahead and throw up the Infra Sight. Graviton Surge coming down. Zappis tosses that one in. It's going to be the Dragon Strike answering. Main channeling with that Transcendence, trying to keep them alive, but it's not going to be enough. 3 members will go down, and Finland can gain control over the cart. Shadowburn just going to get caught out here.
And
so
now
we'll see how far forward they want to play. They play very far forward versus South Korea on Rialto. Will we see that here on Kings Row?
I don't think so. I think they're just going to try to play around this archway further. The cart has rolled back significantly, and Fraggy can just stand in this archway now and prepare for a big Earth Shatter. The onus really is going to be on to Tonic to prevent that, because no one else really can shut that down in this moment. Mistakes, of course, on the Brigida now making that swap. He could certainly make an effort to prevent it, but it's going to be mostly on the shoulders of Tonic here. If Fraggy gets the big Shatter, they get another defense.
Fire Strike coming down, bubbles up from the Zaryas, barriers in, tries to answer back, but not going to get anything. Fraggy still charges in, manages to take down the enemy Zarya. Fire Strike comes out, getting a smattering of damage in. Finland will be able to hold this one, it would seem. So, rough start from both of those Earth Shatters, but Finland are the ones who are able to pick up the pieces.
Something I really love about how Fraggy uses the charge for Reinhardt is that he almost plays, hold that thought, we're going to have another duel here.
I'm just going to let this one speak for itself.
Okay. Shadowburn does get taken out this time, so Linkzr gets revenge. But Fraggy's charges, he almost uses game theory. He always knows that if he misses his primary target, he can scoot over to at least do a little bit of damage. In this case, he got Shao. That's an incredible Reinhardt player. It's so enjoyable to watch. But that stagger there onto Shadowburn is painful. Linkzr has high ground control right now. And Fraggy you know, is just still operating around this high ground. Mistakes can try to stun him to get around the corner, but this is exactly ideal for Finland. It's just slight ult advantage, archway defensive setup. You've got this Dragon Strike. Elixir gonna toss it out as soon as he's got a great opportunity. Tough to split when you're in an archway.
Storm Arrow's coming down. Taimo gonna find Shout. Gets rid of him, and now no grab gonna be available from Russia as Taimo also gets rid of the Mercy. No res. Nothing. Finland maintaining control. This has been a wonderful hold so far already. Over 2 minutes drained off of the time bank.
Yeah.
Russia really struggling to get things moving.
Now they've got the ultimates too. They re-got the Earth Shatter. They have another one of these big grab surges. The only way you can really challenge Taimo in the backline and Linkzr is to go up onto the high ground yourself, where Shadowburn has been trying to go. But because Finland know that, they're just waiting for him. They're kind of camping for him. And now Linkzr's got a really nice flank.
Shot there on the main, taking him low. Dragon Strike getting ready to come out. Grab over onto the side. Gonna be finding the hits. Linkzr manages to take down Shadowburn in the end, but it's gonna be 4 kills going over to the way of Russia as they finally get this cart rolling. Finland will still have an opportunity to fight this one out, to stop them before they can make it to B.
Really nice punish there of Linkzr's positioning by Russia. Again, they're gonna go ahead and toss this rally out to gain some armor. Mistakes and build that very quickly. Because Linkzr was looking for the pick onto main so that the grab would not have a counter, they just collapsed in while he was out of position. Really nice, swift movement here for Russia. But now they've got a nice free push. Finland's got the ultimates, but they need to get to this point and set up to use them.
Well, grab coming down. It's going to lock up 2. Dragon Strike rolling through. It's going to pop that Transcendence, but still going to be Zhao going down, and Big Goose gets traded out. Now Tonic finds Fraggy, not giving him an opportunity to use that Earth Shatter. Kart's still pushing forward. No one really here to try to contest this one. It's just going to roll very gently into the station. Now it's going to be another 2:20 on the clock here for Russia to try to get the finish on King's Row.
A really nice fight here taken defensively against what was somewhat of a sloppy engage from Finland as they rushed back towards the point. Didn't have a Lucio to set up that engage. They're just not running that composition. Shaz has been primarily on the Zenyatta here, so you just don't have that extra movement to get onto the point and look for a clean engage. They had to take a rough one. They lost their ults. It's pretty rough now on the side of Finland.
Pushing forward, almost take down main, but they can't quite find him. Shadowburn, however, will win out that Hanzo duel, and now Fraggy is going to get punished. Again, it's not finding a chance to use this Earth Shatter. Good punish game here for Russia as they keep charging forward. 1.5 minutes on the finish would still look pretty darn good for them considering how that defense was looking for Finland.
He's got total high ground control right now. He's got full line of sight. There's no way Finland can approach without taking damage.
Things get snagged up. He's looking for the shot there on the Big Goose. Zarya Bubble denies a lot of that damage away. Fraggy again pushing forward, drops down the hammer, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much follow-up. Fraggy will get res back in. Mistakes, finds Big Goose as he gets the res. Dragon Strike rolling in from the side, but otherwise not going to be that impactful. Finland is able to polish up onto the cart here with the Reinhardt, but the Graviton Surge is going to be tossed in. Fraggy going to be isolated, will be eliminated. Kurt halted as Shaz tries to charge in, but he doesn't have a Transcendence. He doesn't have anything, and Big Goose is just going to get a hammer to the face. He goes down. And this should about be the finish here for the side of Russia. Zappos can't get there in time. They get the completion, not with as much time in the bank as they would have liked, but they still pushed it all the way to C.
And it's been a really clean series from Russia thus far. I feel like even when they're in the face of adversity in terms of positioning, they're able to make really clean calls when we see small changes. Again, going back to Linkzr's flank, Linkzr makes an intelligent flank to try to get the kill there onto main, the Zenyatta player for Russia, so they can set up for that grab engage in the choke point. Because when you have that ult advantage, you want to use it to its best ability, right? You want to have those combos, and you want to make sure there's no Transcendence to just counter it on the other side. So they got a little bit greedy, sending Linkzr over to the side, having him try to flank and kill that Zenyatta. It was greed that ended up killing him twice. The first time cost them point A when he was trying to 1v1 against Mistakes. The second time there, of course, it was an intelligent decision. But while in his absence, Russia collapsed. And so it's really cool to see Russia making these snap decisions when Finland is taking risks. Very punish-based style that we saw through A. When we headed towards C, for example, that's when Russia just started to snowball things out of control.
I think the thing that I want to see a little bit more from Finland coming in on this attack is a slight bit more of restraint. They have been using these ultimates, maybe not at the most ideal time. That one of the last Graviton Surges that we saw thrown out there from Zappos as they try to retake B didn't really have that big impact that they wanted. They managed to catch 2. The Dragon Strike comes through, but they still can't really get the kills to follow up, and the rest of Russia just swoops in from the flank and takes them down. So I think that they need to play a little bit more measured here as they get ready to go on this approach. Make sure that they're really kind of running the numbers in their head as far as how these fights are going to go when they invest their ultimates. So we'll see
if they're going to have that or if it's still going to be a little trigger happy from them. As we go ahead and kick things off yet again. This time Finland on the attack on King's Row. 56 seconds, the time to beat for them.
They have to deal with the Junkrat Orisa setup here, and they are going to run again towards their strengths. They're running the Goats composition here, breaking it through to where Tonic is going to require really well-timed speed boost here from Big Goose. They're going to want to charge around the left side. Here comes barriers up, and if they can get up on top of that point, they can dismantle this composition. Zap is going to try to gain some additional information up here as they do get around the left side. Now they're going to head up here. If they can force Orisa off the high ground, then everything can collapse in just a second for Russia.
Already, they know exactly what the play is going to be. They cut their way out. Now they're wrapped around the backhand side, and they are isolated. Main going to get taken down. That's mistakes as well falling. Finland, nice little rotation coming through. Now they can push their way onto the point, and again, it's come down here, Orisa. We want you on the low ground. Will Tonic rise to the challenge? So far, one tick coming through, getting closer to two. It's going to be Zhao moving down, but the back just gets shredded out. Pocket coming through, trying to keep that Baby D.Va alive, but it's not going to be enough, and now it's going to be the Mercy joining the Baby D.Va in the grave. They get Tonic, and this is just going to be the point going the way of Finland. Fantastic push coming through. Russia says, okay, we know exactly where they're going, but Zenyatta and the Widowmaker, they completely cut off from the rest of the squad. They get punished, and this opens things up very nicely.
And there's
5:10 in the clock.
There's just no way you can recover from that moment once you get circumvented like that, and especially when you're not running a Roadhog, which we've seen a lot in Korea and Korea contenders, particularly in this meta. We don't have that Roadhog. You don't really have any sort of way to peel or disrupt that movement around. So just really clean execution here from Finland, and Russia, of course, will suffer. The Riptire's almost ready, but that's one of the key parts of the defense is having that before the A take even happens, so you can buy time. You can at least buy some time on the streets phase with it here as it comes out.
Here from Shadowburn. If he can land anything, pushes it up into the high ground, tries to wrap around the sides, taking 20 damage so far. They're trying to focus this one down, but it still will have the pop there on the Linkser, eliminating the Zarya. Finland is playing back, so this isn't going to be the most costly thing.
Yeah, I mean, just taking the slow approach here. It will start to become costly, however, if they are unable to, regain control of this cart and they start losing too much time because of the time bank that Russia has built. You see them moving forward now. They're going to look for an engage. They do not have grabs, so it's going to be about the Shatter
pushing
boost.
forward. Shatter going to be ready to go, holding this one Tonic. Barrier back up. Fraggy shoving him back, allowing the cart to start moving up around the corner. Then they can really take the fight. Fraggy falls low. They will keep him topped up. The rally set here from Taimo. He's going to pop it as the Dragon Strike rolls through. Keep themselves safe. But Big Goose still going to go down. Shadowburn able to find that hit. Zap is charging forward, gets popped out of the mech. Fraggy also falling low. Use that Shatter, gets the pin there, takes down Zhao. Finland still going to be halted as Russia gains control of the cart.
It's just really unfortunate they had to use so many resources in order to do so, especially right before this grab came online. They're going to look for the fight for it now. It's a good angle.
Forward. Yeah, grab is ready to go, but he holds it. That's the restraint. Doesn't see the opportunity, and they don't need it. So this is perfect here for Finland. Now they have that big ultimate that they can use. Maintain control, try to go for something like a bigger bang because Zappos is holding onto that self-destruct.
Russia had to play so well around the potential grab, and then they all lined up for Shaz to do massive damage with the Coalescence. The angle there for the Coalescence, we don't normally talk about the Coalescence being a huge damage dealer in fights, but it actually did so much for them there and allowed them to get in position with Big Goose's speed boost. Now they hold the grab, as you say, with that restraint from Linkser. One of the most important things for a Zarya player. He's going to drop it now.
Yeah, grab, tossing that one straight in front of point B. They lock up the tanks again. The bubble's coming down, pinned into the side, trying to eliminate Tonic. Not going to find it yet. Fraggy just going to be dropping the hammer, throws in that Earth Shatter, but Tonic is still going to be alive. They're swinging back and forth. Who come out on top? Still going. But finally, it will be Tonic falling, but Finland still suffer losses. Now Fraggy going down, 4 members dead all in all. Linkser getting ready to join him here at the end. The Storm Arrows from Mistakes takes him out. But Finland,
Yeah, but the grab here at Killers, the grab gets them off the point to get the capture.
Yes.
So that's the big win. They get the new spawn room unlocked. They have the approach here now. So even though a lot of ultimates were used and they didn't win the fight per se, they got the objective. And that's all that matters at the end of the day for this time bank.
Yeah, for the follow-up fight, eyes a little bit bigger than their stomach, but it was still a good play all in all. Shadowburn running out another Rip Tire, pushing this one forward. We'll find Taimu, pops him down. He's playing quite far forward, so.
I could really respect.
Expected.
Yeah, I could really respect how quickly Shadowburn's building these. Why he's using them so liberally, because it doesn't. It's one of those ults that you just know you're going to have in just a second, as long as you're doing consistent damage, which Shadowburn has been. In fact, he's just going to swap over to the Widow. Another reason to just toss that ultimate out, buy some time. You're trying to burn 2 more minutes off the clock, and that's one way to take a few seconds away.
Dangerously close here, Fraggy. One more swing that's going to be The Earth Shatter coming down on top of that Dragon Strike. Tonic gets Fraggy from the side, taking him down with a pin. Tank line gonna be disrupted. Taimu, Linkser, everybody pretty much that they can find gonna get punished. Finland now have to push back through into the Foundry to try to get on top of this cart and get it rolling. They have a very healthy time bank compared to what Russia finished with, but they still have to go the distance. They have to get the completion, and they would love to do so while besting the time that Russia established. 56 seconds, not gonna be a whole lot.
The Shao grab surge is going to be a huge factor coming up here as we see Shadowburn just getting an angle, but this is going to be what they want to use on this corner here, very likely to set up the fight. Fraggy's already very low, so this could be the moment.
Yeah, Shaz is gonna be dead. Shatter coming out, Fraggy doesn't seem like he's gonna find anything. Tosses that one straight into the barrier. Tonic had it ready to go. Pin comes down, but Main is there. Has the Transcendence. It's just keeping everybody topped up. And Shao can just hold on to this Graviton Surge the entire time as they burn down the remaining members of Finland that are still inside the Foundry. They get Linkser. Taimu answers one back, but otherwise, not a whole lot going on for Finland on this attack into point C.
Shao had an opportunity to use the grab, but it's that patience we were already talking about just earlier.
Yep.
He had high energy, he had high damage output there, so whenever it was caught in one spot, he was able to just burn them down. Saves that tool to buy this time. If they could continue to trade up like this, they may even prevent capture altogether. They may just end this map and take a 2-0 lead in the series.
At least the key difference here for Finland is that they are holding on to the Transcendence, though. As I say that, they're going to go ahead and toss this one out before the grab comes through. Links are going to be dead. Might have just fallen off the side here. It's taken down, and that's going to be Zhao pushing forward. It nearly had 100 energy. Will get taken out. Tapis answers back, getting rid of the enemy's Aria. Now they're holding on to their own grab Dragon Strike combo, but in this fight, Main has built up for his Transcendence. Taimu taken down, his mistakes goes onto the high ground. He's looking for Shaz. One more arrow, might just do it. Passive.
It's so huge when he kills Taimu, no one can kill him up there, so he knows he's got free reign. He's just doing massive damage. He's killing the supports in the backline. Finland had a huge opportunity, and it's all shattered here by mistakes. Here's the grab combo.
Tosses that one in. Dragon Strikes rolling through from both teams. Taimu gonna be one of the only ones who dies, actually. Zappos and Lynx have both managed to stay alive. No one from Russia gonna be falling.
But they win the
here
time
from
bank
Fraggy, and he needs this one to be fat if they're gonna get this push in. They're already now down below the time bank of Russia, so not gonna be able to best them, but they need to get the finish.
Fraggy's just trying to look for an angle here. It may just have to be a charge in order to make that happen. Tonic's sitting on one as well. He's trying to find the angle. Running forward here.
Shadowburn gets taken down. Taimu opens things up, getting rid of that Widow pressure, and maybe drawing the Mercy away. They do. Okay, so the res is going to come through here from Russia. Shatter comes down. Tonic throws his in, gets the pin, and that's going to be Fraggy eliminated. And now they can go ahead and push forward. Big Goose goes very far forward, gets that res off, does not get punished, and they manage to find the shot there on a Tonic. Now Taimu gets another one. Mistake's going to go down. It's going to be the Mercy taken out of the skies as they try to push this one in. 13 seconds remaining. Finland will they be able to finish with time in the bank? The answer is going to be yes, 9.9 seconds. They make it through to point C.
Zappy's having a really nice engage there at the end, and the sneak in through there to get the res off of Fraggy. They're able to basically thread the needle to make that happen. Without that, this point does not finish. Fraggy doesn't come back to life and will not be able to make that big fight happen. We're going to take a look at this replay here of Taimu, who gets on the high ground uncontested. And that's one of the things, who kills mistakes here. That's one of the matchups there with Sniper versus Sniper on point C. If you control the high ground, you can really start to light up the tanks. And you think about snipers in this meta where you have these massive, tank balls moving towards each other. Sometimes the snipers look low impact from the outsider's perspective because their shield's up. It's tough to get in there, find line of sight. However, if you're up on the high ground and you've killed the enemy sniper, so you have nothing to worry about, you don't even have to be checking for sight lines, then you can just start to do additional damage, and that's when, Taimu starts to get half a tank killed. Fraggy gets the other half, right? He swings forward, and they start to snowball that fight in that way. So those big picks in the sniper war, whether it's Widow versus Widow, Widow versus Hanzo, Hanzo versus Widow, those are the big picks, I think, on C, where you can make a lot of impactful plays.
Well, bumped up to a minute here is Team Finland. Russia going to be moving up to 1:46 for their attack. Finland start things off. Let's see just how far they can go. The initial attack from them was absolutely wonderful. So possibly, going to be looking to kite around into the Alderworth. They spot out the trap. They go ahead, burst that one down. Shadowburn up above them here. Get a lot of damage. He drops down. Gonna get a lot of damage in. Thought maybe he would get punished there, but it's not gonna happen. I highly doubt that Main is going to get caught off guard this time.
He's playing greedier because he wants the Riptire this time that he was unable to get last time.
He's almost got it.
Yeah, and
14
I
more
actually,
percent.
I really like this change up in his play because he will, I think, have it no matter what here. Let's get picked in the next second.
Now he's trying to ask them. He's welcoming them onto the low ground. He's, yes, please, just trade places with me. I'll pop back up as you come down. I'll get a ton of damage in. Now he's going to have a Riptire. Draws that one out. Can they focus it down? No, but he's going to get the pop here on his Zapdos, takes him out of the mech, and Taimu's going to get taken down at the same time. Follow up from Shadowburn, gets rid of the Baby Diva. Now Fraggy going to fall. It's 3 seconds remaining. Finland have to be in onto the point as it goes into overtime, but Figures gets taken down by the concussive mine. And that should just about be it. No percentage at all on the point. Finland now have to get a full hold to try to bring us to a draw with 1:46 on the clock for Russia.
When you're so good at one style and it's very strong on the map and you were already able to get a capture earlier on the same map with that same type of push, when you have a short time bank like less than a minute, your opponents are looking at this saying, well, you know, this is pretty predictable what they're probably going to do, right? And Russia, I think, is turning the strengths of Finland into weaknesses, and how they rotated around the same push, put Shadowburn in position to build that Riptire. You put it so well. They went up to him, and then he just traded spots with them repeatedly. Junkrat's not a hero that I think people who, you know, just play quick match or play the ladder, you know, at a somewhat casual level think of as a high mobility hero, but in fact, actually at the highest level, Junkrat can go high ground to low ground very quickly, build that Riptire, and that's exactly what we saw from Shadowburn there, which blew up the Diva mech and then allowed Russia to have the defense. Now they've got so much time to get just one tick. Finland is going to have to trade up really well here on the defense. Running double sniper again. And Taimu had great moments there, especially on the Widow there in the end of point C to help them get completion. If he can get a kill here on the back line or win the sniper battle with line of sight advantage, could eat through some of that time bank.
Needs to be Mr. Good Aim. The fire strike's going to be exchanged from either side. Shao gets tagged up quite a bit. Otherwise, we'll be okay. Shots coming down in exchange. Shot for shot.
Yeah. Okay, good positional advantage here, though, for Russia now as they sneak around the point.
Snake's looking for an angle. Coming up from behind the statue here. Barrier's still going to be up for Fraggy. Now trying to weave those shots through as Shadowburn wraps around through the Alderworth Hotel. Storm Arrow's out, looking for an angle. Linkser, can he win the duel this time?
Yeah, he was
His
greedy
death
last time.
in the hotel is what unraveled the point A defense for the side of Finland. He's playing very far forward again. Shadowburn looking for it, but Linkser gets it this time around. Fraggy, however, tagged it from the side, but flips back over, and now Main's going to be eliminated. Fantastic start here for Finland with 55 more seconds on the clock.
There's only so much mistakes can do in this moment after, you know, his cohort in crime, Shadowburn, is dead, and Main is down as well. So 45 seconds, as you say.
And look at the ult charge on the Hanzos.
Yeah, very, very much massive advantage for Link, so that could buy so much time here. With realistically only one big push left for Russia. So they're gonna slow pushing around here, looking to build up that Shatter with the Fire Strike. Doesn't get it, 94%. He's so
Nearly
close.
has it. Dragon Strike coming down, but Linkser's going to be the one that falls. Shot finds the kill, and now it's going to be Fraggy dead as well. Linkser going to be res back into the mix. They find two. Shatter coming through. Now it's going to be the Transcendence out. And coming down, not going to be able to get that kill. Tonic just going to be pinning himself into the corner, trying to stay alive. Fire Strike coming down wildly, just tossing that one out. He falls low and gets taken down. Linkser finds the hit. Russia not able to make their way onto the point, not going to be getting any percentage yet, and the Reinhardt is still out of the fight. Just have that Zarya, and as I say it, he's going to die. Main a bit too late with that Transcendence, can't put him into the fight. Trying to offer up a res, but Linkser punishes the enemy Mercy. No healers alive. Tonic swaps over onto that Hammond to try to get back into the mix, but the adaptive shield just isn't going to be enough, and Finland will be able to hold them off.
Linkser gets redemption. This time, he gets the kills in the Alderworth Hotel there on the right side. As defender, usually the Hanzo will stick back, wait for a better opportunity to do damage, but Linkser's playstyle is a little bit different. He wants to go for the surprise attack there, pop out the Storm Arrows, win that Hanzo duel, because both Hanzos, of course, will fight over this position quite a bit. And that risk cost them big, as we were talking about on the first defense of point A. But moving into that overtime round where he was the defender, he took the risk again, came up big, built that early Dragon Strike, which bought them so much time, and then he was able to just get consistent kills right after that. And I think we do have to talk about Shadowburn's Junkrat once again, because without his fantastic play there, to stop what Finland was doing,
Yeah.
you know, this might have been a different situation entirely. We might not have actually been looking at a draw, in fact. So
Yeah,
those are the
just
two
been the
key
victory.
players. Yeah.
Yeah, one tick, all that they needed. Any percent that they could get onto the board would have allowed them to get that victory, but instead they are able to hold them off. They keep Russia at bay, even with that superior timing that they had. It was, you know, by 46 seconds, so nothing that significant in the grand scheme of things. But they hold them off, and they're going to bring us to a draw, so not going to be falling down 2-0. But we're halfway through the series technically here.
Still a 1-0.
Yeah, it's still a 1-0. Russia is still going to be in the lead here. But Finland, they're gaining some momentum back. They claw back some ground. But can they take a lead? Can they get the win in the end is going to be the question. I believe we have probably an interview ready with one of the players as we get ready to go into halftime. So let's go ahead and hear from Linkser on the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Linkser of Team Finland. Now, Linkser, you guys had a really tough matchup against South Korea yesterday. Coming into today, did you feel like you guys emotionally recovered, got some rest, and were ready to play today?
I would say so. I think we all just got a bit surprised by Russia. I think we didn't lose to Russia because of they were like exceptional, like South Korea was, but more like we weren't like really geared up, you know. Like we are slowly warming up to beat the series, basically.
I was actually going to ask that next, you know, because it's 1-0, and it's been a tightly contested match. What do you think have been some of the keys to them keeping the match so close with you guys?
I think we were a bit surprised by Sadurborn's Farah. Like it was obviously kind of like a design maker in the Oasis. He always like whips it out and like does really well. But like apart from that, I think our combos were not as good as they were like even on day one. And I think if you just make them happen better and take fights a bit more precisely, so we don't give them so much advantage over nothing.
Right. All right, now, one more thing off of the game. How have you been enjoying it here in South Korea, man? If this, to my understanding, this is your first time as well, right?
I've been loving South Korea. I think the food is good, but I want to visit Seoul and Busan before I leave. I think there's more to see.
Definitely explore as much as you can. Well, Linkser, thank you very much, and best of luck on the rest of this match. And with that, guys, it is Finland and Russia, 1-0. Russia is up. Stay tuned because we're going to have a lot more Overwatch World Cup coming to you right after the break. The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
Whoa, bro. You are not driving. I'm driving, bro. What? Yeah. You know, I'm like the guy. And you're kind of like, what? The other guy, you know?
What do you mean?
Well, look, you know, you're my wingman, right? Yeah, you're like my navigator, my passenger.
Whoa.
No offense.
No, definitely offense taken. I'm in the driver's seat plenty.
Oh, think of it this way, bro. Like, I'm kind of like the maverick, and you're kind of like the goose.
Oh, okay, I see how this is. I'm Batman, you're Robin.
Bro, you gotta be at least this tall to be Batman.
Yes, I am.
And secondly, I'm Sinatra, you are Sleepy.
No, you are Sleepy, man.
Right, you are definitely Sleepy, mate.
You're Sleepy.
You got the sickest
You
sleep
are
dice, but You are
Sleepy.
definitely Sleepy, man.
You know what? You drive. It's fine.
What? Full disclosure, I haven't driven on the right before.
What?
Yeah, I technically don't have my US license yet.
What is wrong with you?
A lot of things!
Get ready to show the world who you really are in the Toyota CHR. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through our series here between Russia and Finland. Russia leading 1-0 because we had a draw on Kings Row. Finland able to sort of claw things back, get that draw coming through with their defense there, full holding them on the attack. A minute 46, not too bad. So Finland, they pull it off, but now still going to be moving forward with their map pick. Still going to be looking for Assault. Where are we going to go is the question, because Tank Heavy fits pretty well on a lot of different Assault maps.
I mean, I think we just have to talk about how Russia is kind of picking apart what Finland's playstyle is. I mean, we had to see Taimo, of course, on the Widow towards the end of that stage there on Kings Row.
And it was instrumental.
Yeah, it was super instrumental. His kill there onto, I believe it was Mistakes there, where he killed the Hanzo, was able to control the high ground, helped them complete the point in the first place. We're seeing a lot of flexibility shown here by Finland, though, because I think at first they really just wanted to run goats. They wanted to run, you know, at least triple tank of some variation. But by the end of it, they were showing us double sniper there on Kings Row, and it worked out really well for them. So it's good to see another facet of this team's play, because when they picked Kings Row, I was kind of concerned that maybe they'd be a little bit one-dimensional. Even though they're so good at it, it becomes predictable at some point, as we saw from Shadowburn's rotations there on the extra round defense. So I guess the map choice goes still to Finland again,
Should
right?
still be Finland's choice, yeah.
So when you think about maps that are good for their playstyle, one that really comes to mind for me is Horizon. Definitely don't want to go to Anubis.
Oh, I was going to say, actually, I don't think you should go to Horizon just because of how Shadowburn's been playing on the Junkrat.
That's
that would
true.
be such a big pick on the defense, and that's one of the few things that can actually shut down Goats very reliably on that initial push. If you get one person dead, it's all over and done with. So I don't know, but it's a mystery, so let's go ahead and see what they have selected here as we get ready to move into Assault, and it's going to be Volskaya Industries.
Okay, an interesting one. So they want to play into Taimo, I think, again, on the Widow. That's what this is going to mostly be about, but it does not play well into Reinhardt Zarya historically, and it's been a map that's more Winston-dominated, and Fraggy will be having to play that. It's a hero that we know Tonic is also very comfortable with, so I think it's a solid map pick, but I think it's going into this series, like if you showed me this map, like if I could see the future, I would be very surprised to see that this is where we ended up. Not only the map, but also the scoreline, but still.
Yeah.
Taimo, this was the map he played Widow on the most back at the beginning of his career. This is where he played Widow in Season 1 of Apex.
This is where Carpe has very bad memories.
Yeah. So, you know, this is a map where I think he shines on with the Widowmaker, and they're just going to play to his strengths here, which, again, is cool because it shows so much flexibility for Finland, because when you look at how this series started and the stories that we wrote and the narratives from the South Korea series, it was all fraggy, 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 the huge explosive combo there with Zappies on Rialto. These kinds of plays are the plays I think the fans will remember from the beginning of this group stage. But today, it's more about the snipers, more about Taimo, Linkser, and what the tanks set up for them in terms of line of sight.
Well, this is the second team to pick Volskaya into Russia. And the first time out, it didn't work out so well. So we'll see how Finland fares as they get ready to kick things off here. They're on the defense to start things off. Russia will be on the attack right now, going to be showing us the double sniper. And honestly, for point A especially, wouldn't be very shocked if we see this stuck through.
This is going to be Russia trying to get Mistakes onto the high ground. Shadowburn is going to be fantastic at breaking Fraggy down, using the Storm Arrow to burst him down with Main's Discord Orbs. Going to look for some vision right now with this Sonic Arrow as he lurks around.
Tossing one straight up into the air, just about. Bubble already going to get broken. Storm Arrows pulled out here as he looks for a target. Linkser pops up over the top, takes one hit, trades one back. Sonic Arrow down again. Linkser gets spotted. 9 HP remaining on Shadowburn. Can't finish them off now. The pocket's coming through from Meng. Pops him back up to full HP. Shadow falls down again.
He was
trying still going to be safe.
He was also trying to figure out where Taimo was. He knows now, but really aggressive positioning by Taimo. But look, Mistakes gets the info, finds an angle, gets that high ground.
He gets jumped on, but will not be going down. Tries to go for the shot there on a Shaz, gets a body hit. As Fraggy is also dangerously low and will get finished off by the poison trap of all things as a Winston. That is a very bad feel. And now Russia's going to be pushing forward here onto the point, looking for that cap, already moving up for the tick. Shot towards Big Goose, not going to find the connection. So looking for a little bit more. Mistakes going to be unhindered here in the back at the moment as Tonic presses forward, looking for the supports here on the side of Team Finland. Zap coming down. Speaking of Zaps, Zappis will die.
Down he goes, and that should be Russia taking full control
Zaps
over
for
point A.
Zappis.
And this is all on the back of just really close, or not close, but I want to say slow, close play around the approach of the archway into getting Shadowburn on the high ground. He tossed out Sonic Arrow. They find Taimu. They communicate to Mistakes where he is. Mistakes goes and gets that kill, and everything just kind of falls into place from there. They win the longer fight. So good time bank, 620 to work with here, just over 620 as they approach B. No big initiation ultimates to speak of to get the double cap here, though. So it's going to be slow play yet again, just trying to operate around high ground for the double snipers.
Self-destruct going to be online here for Finland. Plethora of ultimates here for Russia. Dragon Strike going to be coming through. Pushing up over towards that high ground. Zao going to get popped out of the mech in the end. The Linkster does get taken out by Shadowburn. Overall, they could be happy to get the Diva. Dive into the back. Taimu's just going to get popped. Tonic just finds him right off the start of this engage. Shadowburn spamming away. Storm Arrow's coming out, looking for an opportunity to use his own Dragon Strike. Ticks coming through. First one going to be gained already for Russia, and they have 5.5 in the time bank. Second tick coming down. Finland have to contest this point. No one's doing it here at the moment. They finally push forward. And the range out from Tonic, just trying to shove them off. Flanks are eliminated by Tonic. Big Goose into the back, has to retreat out to the spawn room. Push back in. Primal Rage now going to be popped by Fraggy.
Still
tries to buy some time for the rest of his squad.
Huge win here for Finland. They got almost the full capture, traded so many ultimates effectively.
Yeah, it's been a really good push here for them. Shadowburn going to get taken down. Tonic manages to find Linkster. Finland really suffering heavy losses. Shaz falling low, will get eliminated, and Fraggy will join him in the grave, and that's just going to be it. Russia get the finish. Massive time bank. Again, another team chooses Volskaya Industries against the Russian squad, and they show up huge. There's still an opportunity. Obviously, the match is not done. It's not over.
Yeah.
Finland can still exceed the time bank here, but it's 5 minutes flat for Russia.
Yeah, I misspoke earlier when I said Finland there, but Russia gets the attack, trades up well and with ultimates like I was saying, and it's just crazy to me that how this series is going is when we're talking about main tanks, we're talking mostly about Tonic, we're talking about his success on the Winston, and it's also, again, further odd. I don't think anyone would have believed me if I, again, had a time machine. I could go back in time and say that Finland will pick Volskaya and we'll be in a series where they're on Assault down 0-1. But playing really well around sight lines there, getting up onto the high ground on A, having a really coordinated push for B. And now for Finland, they're going to have to do something similar, right? The idea here is going to be to operate to get Taimu up to the top left high ground, and for Linkster to help burst down the tanks. Very similar style of play with the comp that they have shown, at least in the spawning room here. But the difference for the defense goes to Mistakes. They actually want Shadowburn for kind of counter dive on the Hanzo, and Mistakes is going to look, I think, to punish Taimu. He will either hide behind this archway here and try to get damage done that way as he slowly approaches the point, or may try to then do the same thing that Mistakes did previously, grapple up to the left side and look for damage that way. That's where Mistakes can punish. Either way, if Finland operates around using Fraggy to attack on Winston, try to dive up, he can find picks onto Shaz or Big Goose. So it's a risky pick, the Tracer pick. It doesn't offer you a lot of burst damage like a Widow does, but you can punish dive when someone gets left behind, whether it's Widow or supports.
Well, just going to be spawning out the enemy composition here. Zao finds his way back. Shots coming through. Linkster and Shadowburn going to be dancing this dance yet again. As the arrows just keep on flying. No one finding any meaningful connections yet. Finland just playing this one out slowly. Taimu going to be over onto that Brigida.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out, where Mistakes is right now before they dive.
Oh, they push up onto the high ground here, forcing back Team Russia. They'll be operating over onto the point. Eng takes one arrow, but not going to have much of a follow-up here from Linkster to get the kill. Shadowburn pumps right over the top. Nails his head with that one, taking him down. Shaz going to be under fire. The pocket's going to be available, and now Tonic's going to fall, so Finland still do find a meaningful turnaround here. Rez comes out onto the Winston, but now Shadowburn dead. Zap is coming up with those kills. Fraggy going to be eliminated. Linkster just spamming these arrows straight in the face of the enemy tanks as Tonic falls dangerously low, trying to keep himself alive. Taimu pushes forward, gets the stun in on the Shao. As he falls low, Storm arrows coming through. They will be able to run him down and knock him out of that mech. And now it's going to be decently isolated here for Tonic. Gets moved back, jumps over to the side, drops the bubble to stay alive. Not in onto the point yet here for Finland. Not going to be ticking up. Fraggy gets rid of the Baby Diva, and now Main with the Transcendence expiring will get taken down as Finland starts to open up the point for themselves. Shadowburn still manages to take down Linkster time and time again. Coming up with that one, and now Tonic's going to be back into the fight. He pushes forward. Primal Rage going to be coming out as Fraggy dies. Mistakes finds that hit.
Not even a single tick, and Mistakes gets that backline kill I was
They're
talking about.
there.
Away.
Okay, they finally get it, but it's still, they're suffering heavy losses. The support's going to be dead here for Finland. Now Taimu dying. Zappa's going to be knocked out. He's got that self-destruct for the reapproach, but the time bank already not looking good for Finland. If they got the comp right now, they would only have a minute to get beat if they wanted to tie Russia.
Mistakes is the X factor here on the Tracer because he's finding the supports, he's finding these picks in the backline. Whenever Fraggy goes in, again, you know, you can't dive as the Zenyatta. You can't really follow necessarily as the Mercy in this case. So that's where Big Goose and Shaz are finding themselves killed when he comes into the backline. Here comes another dive attempt. Dragon Strike to lead.
Yeah, throws that one down. Fraggy with a Primal Rage tries to stay alive, but they just rip him apart. Zappos as well falling low with the mech. Transcendence going to be out from Shaz. Trying to keep everybody topped up. Mistakes is building up for another pulse bomb. Nearly has that. Rest coming down, turns around and says, oh God, you're right up in my face. Self-destruct comes through. Zappos not going to find a pick, but he makes it back into the mech, and we're going to hear that Valkyrie popped out from Ang, and now Main has another Transcendence available. Linkster trades it back, finds a hit there on a Shadowburn, pulse bomb in, but not going to get the pick off. But Taimu still falling low, getting zapped here by Tonic. They're not going to be able to find the kill. And gets into position, brings Shadowburn back into the mix with the res. As Mistakes tries to kind of around the backhand side here, but Shaz is aware of this.
They're doing so much to try to counter him. They swapped Taimu over to the Brigida, and even Shaz was looking for him around the corner, but he's still just doing so much damage. It's insane what he's able to do. You can see him up here even on the high ground. Here's the threat again on the back.
Now he looks good for Taimu. They dash forward. They manage to take him down, so he's going to be out of the fight right as that rally was getting ready to come online. Linkster gets tagged up, has a Dragon Strike available, but might not find an opportunity to use it. He takes down Tonic, but the rest is available. Russia brings him straight back into the fight. Main going to die. Finland need an opening here. They need to get onto the point. They have the 2 ticks coming through, but now it's 30 seconds remaining. So even with the cap, we'll be operating at a massive disadvantage for the time bank. But Zappos is going to be eliminated. Fraggy closer and closer to the Primal Rage, has it available here. Shadowburn under some pressure, will get taken down. Self-destruct out from Chow, not going to find any picks. Big Goose up front, taking a lot of damage here from the Bulls pistols, but the pressure is going to be alleviated by Linkster as he snipes down that Tracer. Now Chow knocked out of the mech. Tonics is dead. And that is going to be Russia suffering heavy losses, finally surrendering point A. But the overall damage is done. If Finland finished this map, it is going to be at such a disadvantage as far as the time is concerned.
They're already a minute behind, and it was so well played by Russia how they avoided taking head-on confrontations. Tonic going in to finish off weakened targets there with Mistakes, so Mistake was able to find those angles. Now we're going to see the approach here for Finland again with no hard initiation. Dragon Strike's going to be what they use.
And toss it there onto the high ground. Just trying to spot them out, trying to maybe pop the mech there, but not going to be able to find it. And just dashing around, builds up for that Valkyrie. Shadowburn takes a lot of damage, but Linkster can't get the finishing shot.
Very sustainable comp here for Finland.
Over to Mistakes. Gets one hit in. Chow going to be knocked out of the mech. Charge forward here, Shaz. With that Transcendence up, they make their way in on the point. They try to get the cap coming through. They need this one on this push. If they can get it, at least they would have a fighting chance.
Well, this comp is just not going to run out of health anytime soon. As long as Fraggy survives here, Taimo's just putting off so much healing here with the left click. Shaz even holding on to some of that armor from the previous rally.
Fraggy hugging the corner, trying to keep himself alive. They nearly have the cap coming down. He'll hit the ground, barely staying in this one. The Dragon Strike now rolling through. Chow's going to be knocked out of the mix there, and that's going to be Main going down. Tonic as well from the Storm Arrow. Shadowburn finds one, eliminating Taimu. So no armor, no rally coming in onto this fight, but he can always rejoin, and that's going to be the res coming out from Big Goose as they really try to close this one out, and they will be able to do so. So Finland, they get it on the first push. The time bank is weaker, but now they have a chance. And if they got held off there, all hope basically going to be lost.
And obviously, we already saw on King's Row that just having the bigger time bank alone does not guarantee that you're going to walk away with a map win or a massive advantage in a series like this. But the thing that I think we should really take away from these first 2 defenses, especially of A, and we do see a lot of snowball caps on this map as we just saw on both sides, I think the big takeaway is often going to be how Russia was able to be more flexible. I think that Finland was. In the end here, we do see the Dragon Strike opens up that point, really nicely played by Linkster, good angle. As they didn't have hard initiation outside of the arrow, if you use it at that angle there, can lead to a position where you're on the point, you've got triple support, you've got Taimo on the Brigida, and you end up winning and trading up. That's what happened there. But going back to the defense, it's very much a situation where with mistakes on the Tracer, they basically tripped Finland up a few times. They punished them for their play. It was somewhat predictable, and Taimu had to swap over to the Brigitte. So they already knew, like, okay, they're going to pick Volskaya. They don't want to play around Taimu. We have the answer, right? And I really like to see that kind of intelligent play coming out from a squad here like Russia. Mistakes will be on the Widow here now again for attack, and it is going to be that mirror matchup in this case. But we'll see if Russia wants to run that defensive Tracer again a little bit later on.
We'll see how much Finland can get done here with the 2.5 minutes that they have on the time bank for this push. Any cap, any ticks would do them a massive favor. That's 5 minutes to hold off for Zero Ticks. Pretty damn impressive if they can pull that one off, but we'll see what they can get on the board here for themselves. Taimu just looking for an angle, trying to find somebody's head.
Yeah, if he can get the kill onto the enemy Widow, he can just go up on the high ground and do massive damage.
Spots him out, take some shots back and forth. Shadowburn again, going to be finding Linkser. Shot coming down from Taimu, tries to get rid of the enemy Hanzo, not going to find it, but Big Goose can go ahead and get the res. So operating as a 6-man squad again is Finland, but still heavy damage onto the tank, so they have to play back a bit, get everyone topped up, and then reaggress, go back forward to try to get this cap through. Push forward here from Mistakes, he shows his face, Taimu not finding the first hit. To get one tag, he gets knocked down to half HP, but he's going to drop onto the low ground there into the garage, I believe, to keep himself safe.
He's doing a lot of damage here to the enemy Widow, but not getting any kills. Meanwhile, Fraggy is trying to do what he can up on the front line, but Shadowburn's making his life miserable here. He is going to jump up once again, has to be pocketed.
Dragon Strike is set. So Shadowburn does have this one online. Linkser just now getting his.
Dragon Strike, he may want to just use it as a
Just
swim, and he will!
This could be huge! Main does not have that Transcendence available. Not going to get taken down, but Taimu manages to find Shadowburn, and now it's going to be the self-destruct out from Savage to find Mistakes. They get rid of him, and that's going to be Xiao. So low, gets knocked out of the mech, and Tonic is dead before he can get the Primal Rage. Finland have broken open this point. They get the effective wipe, and now this buys them so much space to work with, an additional 30 seconds on the clock.
It's just so well played. He gets into a position where he has vision, everyone's corralled into the room, tosses out the Dragon Strike, at the same time Zappies throws out the self-destruct because he knows there's basically nowhere to run at that moment. In that moment of chaos as well, Taimu gets the kill onto Shadowburn, and from there it's just, the point is basically lost. Russia gets caught off guard by this, but they still hold big ult charge here. 5 of 6 ultimates carried at the moment to defend the next push. And Linkser does not have the Dragon Strike he had last time to open up this point.
Pulling off anything, any ticks here for Finland would be so impressive given the ultimates available for Russia. As you say, Fraggy's going into the back. He pops that primal range as the rest of Finland charges forward. Tries to get the hit there. It's going to be Eng turning back over into the spawn. Fraggy rejoining here onto the point. Has to jump back with the rest of his squad. Dragon Striker is going to be rolling down the lane looking for a pick, but not going to be finding anything. His Mistakes swaps over onto the McCree, but he's getting tagged up, and Shadowburn's going to be dead. Linkser with a Dragon Strike of his own, holding this one, waiting for that Transcendence to expire from Main. Should Will right now tosses this one straight up as well. Not going to be finding much of anything. Main just skirting around that one. Self-destruct now into the air from Xiao. Looking for a pick-off, but not going to find it, but he's still not going to make it back into the mech. Linkser actually comes up with another one, gets another one. His Main will go down. He'll get shield bashed, however, gets taken down, or gets stunned up. Flashbang rather from Mistakes will set him, so used to Brigada being in the mix. But Finland, they're actually making this one happen. The second tick's coming through. Wrecking Ball coming down. Xiao pushes forward this corridor instantly in, and Zappis shuts them out as well as Main with that self-destruct. Finland moving forward, looking forward in overtime. Mistakes jumps forward onto the Trace, onto the Sombra, but he'll get taken down. Tonic as well with the Tracer. Shadowburn dead on the Genji, and Finland with a lesser time bank actually close out Volskaya here. They get the double cap in OT.
And despite some of the best efforts that we've seen in a while to delay from Russia with Xiao on the D.Va, Linkser gets that super critical kill there before he could remech. He was standing on the edge. He kept coming in every time the ults were popped, for example. I think we might see this.
This is just chaos, depending on where we're looking at here, yeah.
Okay, this is just Xiao coming through here. There's the double kill from Zappies there at the end. Everything wholly unnecessary there, but, you know, it does end up securing them the point at the end of the day. But anyway, just the plays from Linkser there on both Bs. The first attack where he was able to set up the engage by forcing everyone out of position by the Dragon Strike. Obviously, we saw multiple Dragon Strikes there at the end, but his kill there onto Xiao, moments like those small individual plays where he's able to, with one tiny move, change the entire course of how this map is going to go. Preventing the remech there on D.Va means that they force the entire movement of Russia in towards the point, because if no one's on it, as Xiao was, just trying to buy time there with the self-destruct, then they lose the tick. So then Russia has to then sloppily move in and try to hold off the attack there. So, not to mention they're down a diva at that moment. So, Lynx are coming up with a lot of big plays throughout this series. But 5 minutes of time bank here for Russia on the attack now. And let's see what they can get done.
Pushing forward. A much larger time bank. Finland pulling off effectively a miracle with that assault, getting the win. Not the win yet, but you know, getting the caps, I should say. Push forward, Mystique's going to take a tag off screen. Shadowburn trying to snipe. Trying to get those hits on the Taimu into the back. Lynxers operating on the Tracer. Be looking for a flank opportunity to try to burn down the Mercy or the enemy Zenyatta.
Yeah, really nice angle here from the
Big
damage.
Goose.
Big Goose in trouble.
Goes low, gets taken down. Tonic able to follow up. They find that hit. He will fall. They still have their own Mercy into the mix. They might be able to get that res, but now Mistakes is also going to die. Taimu trading up in the Widow v Widow back matchup.
Yeah, and
alleviating some pressure here, buying some time off that bank. Already going to be a minute gone.
But Russia's going to have to back up and reset, and the key, factor here again is going to be what does Mistakes do? He's actually going to swap over, interestingly enough, to the Brigida here. Now, that's not going to offer him much against dealing with the sniper fire from Taimu, but it can stop Lynxer's threatening backline dives here, at least a little bit, as Shadowburn is going to be his primary target. If they step away, though,
Spots it, going in. He's looking for that one flip, but he's not going to be able to get it. Takes some low, but not going to find the kill. But in the meantime, Tonic will die. Fraggy falling dangerously low. Seems like he might just be kept up. Self-destruct comes out, not going to find anything. Mistake's going to die to the poison trap. Res out from Aang, puts Tonic back into the fight, and now the Winston's gone from Finland, but Big Goose might be able to get the res off. Self-destruct here from Xiao. Running them back, and he'll make it back into the mech as that pulse bomb comes down from Lynxer. Res finally comes through. Big Goose gets their own Winston back in. Lynxer falls low, has to kite away, get that health pack. Taimu as well under duress, will get taken down by Main in the end. Russia still in onto the point. They get 1.5 ticks coming through nearly to that second, but now they're starting to kite their way back, and Tonic is going to die on the exit. Xiao as well, falling low, below half HP as he operates on the high ground. Zappos is going to be fine, tosses the self-destruct up into the air, and finds a pick up there on the Shadowburn as well as the knockout there. Xiao falls out of his suit.
That's going to be the end of this attack. They can't, without Shadowburn, they can't make this attack work. He's going to swap over the Widow, and suddenly Finland has total control over this point A. Shadowburn's going to have to try to somehow deal with Taimu, but when you're running this composition, you're always under threat of Lynxer. Just the same, the roles are reversed now. We saw Mistakes do this on defense earlier.
Yep.
Now Lynxer's doing the same thing. In order to get Shadowburn into position, you have to dive. Then Lynxer's going to come and find your supports when they're not protected.
There is no Transcendence available. Okay, good opening here for Russia though. It's going to be Shadowburn finding the hit there. Onto Taimu, but the pulse comes down, finds the stick. Trying to get that res off, and he will be able to do so. The one clip not going to be available for that Tracer. Can't punish it, so Shadowburn's right back into the mix. Now it's going to be Transcendence out from Main as they charge in onto the point. They also have that self-destruct here. Does Russia to buy some space. Frankie trying to play forward. Goes low. He's down below half HP off screen at the moment. Will be taken down. Lynxer pushes forward, finds Shadowburn. But that second tick comes through. Russia. Under 2 minutes remaining on the clock at the second tick. Right now, Lynxer trying to contest this one. Gets the health pack, trying to stay alive. He'll get taken down, and Zappos will get popped out. So Russia should be able to get the completion here onto point A. An extra 30 seconds on the clock. Finland, can they stabilize? Can they hold them off and get the win here on Volskaya?
That's the big question. It was really well played there by Russia despite Lynxer's best efforts. Now he's going to make the swap over to, once again, the Hanzo. So looking for that Hanzo play here on B. Shadowburn wants to get up on the high ground here. Tonic trying to buy that space. He's got the primal rage so he can be more aggressive. Shadowburn goes down.
Take him out. That could just force the res if they want to keep pushing forward. Yeah, Hank's going to go ahead. Brings him back into the fight. Mistakes playing up around the corner. Looking for a hit. Tonic going to get stunned up. The bubble's there. Self-destruct going into the back. Not going to be finding a pick-off, but Main manages to get rid of Fraggy. Self-destruct in. Xiao's going to take that one straight to the dome as he will get knocked out of that mech. Tonic with the primal, however, will find a kill, getting rid of that Hanzo. Push down onto the low ground, looking for Shaz, but he pops that Transcendence. Tonic has another bubble down, gets stunned up a bit, but now we'll be able to help zap Taimu to death as they try to get the caps rolling through. 1 tick nearly on the board for Russia as they try to get this completion. 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining.
Lynxer.
As they keep trying to move forward. Lynxer under fire, gets stunned up, gets taken down. Mistakes fall so low, but will not die.
That's one of the best tools that they have to actually defend this point. The Dragon Strike he's holding, he's going to have to respawn before that happens.
Second tick is nearly here. Now Zappos is going to get knocked out of the mech. Big Goose is gone. Finland, they need to hold this off to try to maybe just force that second draw coming through, but they're ticking this one up. Fraggy finally tags in, but he just gets shredded down instantly. Taimu.
Doomfist coming out.
Linkster has the Doomfist, but it doesn't stand a chance. They all just focus fire and they take him out. It's out from Shaz. They work their way back in onto the point. Big Boo's going to be shifting over onto Lucio to try to keep everybody else alive. Zappis nearly has that self-destruct. Now it's going to be online. Has that to buy some space, maybe even make it back into the mech. He's going to toss it straight up into the air, looking for a pickoff. The bubble's coming down. Not going to find anything, but not going to have the punish, so he makes it back through. So both tanks still going to be alive.
Fraggy doesn't have Primal.
Big Boo's under a little bit of fire. Tonic going to get taken down. Finland trying to throw this one back in as there's 11 seconds left on the clock here.
Now we're
Mistake's
nothing.
going to get eliminated. Linkster jumps forward, looking for the kill here onto the baby Nina. They're going to be able to find it. Hang floating up into the sky. Going to be looking for an opportunity to res. He drops back down, but everybody focus fires the Mercy. They take him out. OT comes through. Shadowburn's going to be dead. And Finland have actually held them off the miracle run to get the second cap here on Volskaya.
This
a
was
big time bait for Russia, but it's not enough.
This was such an incredible defense, and things looked bad for them at the beginning. Shadowburn got rezzed. They had control of the high ground, but what happened next after the first ticks coming through was the swap over to Doomfist for Linkster, and he was able to build those shields, do that extra damage, get the burst through, and at that point, after all the ultimates were burned, especially Tonic's Primal Rage, and of course the Transcendence that just came right afterwards, they had no more steam. Like, it was do or die in that moment, and in moments like that, when the Doomfist comes out, he's nigh unkillable because he builds shields the more damage he does. It's kind of a snowbally situation. That's why we see so many Doomfists come through to delay on point Bs of Assault specifically. So when we see the Doomfist come out like that, start to get those shields, I mean, in Russia's case, after they burned all their, all their support ultimates and didn't have the Primal Rage to keep Tonic alive, things just start to collapse there. Miracle defense for Finland, I think, everyone could agree, but they needed that because if they lost this because of the tie, no matter how the fourth map went, it would still be a 2-1 score for them if they won it. So that was important for them to keep this series alive.
Yeah, I really like how Finland in their last two series have delivered some very unique things. We have our first draw from them here. They gave us the first losses for South Korea, nearly taking them down. But can they close this out? Can they take down Russia? And, theoretically, effectively, punch their ticket to BlizzCon with that second place spot, because that's really what this fight is all about. There's still chances that we have those upsets come through and we could have the ranks shuffled around, but it seems like things are pretty clear cut. You've got, South Korea up here going to be your S tier, and then you got to go down the line. It's Russia and Finland pretty much neck and neck for your A tier, then Japan after that. There's still chances that we have some crazy stuff happen and the standings just get shuffled around, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is basically going to be it. Whoever can come out on top of this just might be going to BlizzCon.
Well, let's take a look at what our maps are going to be, because Achilleos, this is going to be the deciding map. Yep. Dorado, because of the draw, there was no fifth game possible. This will be the deciding map. You can think of this series almost as a best of 3 with Kings Row removed. This is a map where you can see, obviously, quite a lot of Widowmaker dominance, especially on the attack. If you can flank, get control, get that high ground. Both teams running extensive Widow in the Mistakes versus Taimu matchup, so that's going to be incredibly important. However, this is also a map to where there's the possibility we see Reinhardt Zarya in the early game on the attack. So,
yeah.
And for the defenders as well. Yeah. So it's a map that does play into both Taimu and Mistakes' Widows, although we have seen some Shadowburn Widow. Both of these DPS players on both sides can run each, so it just depends on the composition, what you're running. Taimu obviously likes to flex over to the Brigida, so that's one of the things that does limit Finland's flexibility there a little bit, but the big point here is that early part of the map is, I think, the part where on both defense and attack, Fraggy can dominate with the Reinhardt. If Zappies can come up with big grabs, which, again, until this series, I really do feel Fraggy was easily the most dominant Reinhardt. Now Tonic's made a case for himself here. But the early part is going to be controlled by Finland in a lot of ways. The onus is going to be on Russia to break through that, or, prevent the attack there on defense, then get high ground control against, Linkster or Taimu, most likely Taimu, as we head to B. But it's all about the Reinhardt Zarya for this first stage.
Well, here we go. Shadowburn on the Hanzo yet again, as we see the double sniper on both teams charging forward. Finland going to be playing back into the market spot as Linkster finds that nice shot. Instant res coming down. Getting ready for that. He's going to be putting that Hanzo back into the fight.
Close quarters Widow 1v1 here.
Yeah, Mistake's looking for it. As he get that hit there, Taimu falls low. will be able to stay alive as Shadowburn's just going to be dumping those storm arrows into the barrier.
Got to be careful about not getting kills on tanks with the Hanzo, though. So we'll feed a lot of support ultimate charge. Shadowburn up here, try to find an angle on the supports if he can. So for Taimu.
He's getting some shots in. Storm arrows around the back. Shaz takes a bit of damage. Going to be going down. Cart going to be holding here for the moment. Taimu finds hit. That's going to be mistakes falling. Cart going to be stopped right here in the underpass.
Yeah, poison connecting, but not too consequential at the end of the day. In terms of ultimates, yeah, I mean, right now Russia has the lead. They're just trying to build up, farm up for those right now. Taimu has a great way to shut down a big attack with this Dragon Strike. He's got the vision for it. He's going to toss it out.
Tosses it straight in, and that's going to be Tonic going down. Zhao almost falls, but he manages to kite his way back here. Around the corner in time, but with no Reinhardt and no way to get really into position to try to get that res off safely. It's just going to be a nice hold coming through, and now they're going to be looking for some staggers. Linkzr manages to find the hit onto the Mercy. So more time drained out Finland. Good start to this defense.
And well played by Taimu, because this one small win actually allows Finland to catch up in terms of tank ultimates. They don't get caught here by the ult advantage that Russia had. They've kind of evened that up now for the most part here. Very, very difficult now for Russia to set up for a hard engage, because Shaz also has Transcendence. As you can see, if you look at the Widows here, their positioning, they're trying to kind of avoid each other, look for flanking angles. Linkzr here doing exactly that.
Slows them up, but this could be Russia having the combo online if Zhao can get that Graviton Surge. Shadowburn nearly has the Dragon Strike, but Linkzr going to be winning the Widow duel here to start things off as Fraggy falls low. Just charging back, just trying to get as far away as he possibly can, but he's still going to get taken down. The tank line going to be shattered here for Finland. Big Goose as well, going to be dying as that res comes in on the Zappies. Shadowburn throws out that Dragon Strike, takes out 2, and Russia can go ahead and cruise this cart into point A.
So we're going to see that capture come through. Finland already going to make the swap for Fraggy onto the Winston. And Zappies, I think, will probably hold onto this grab. It's one of those ults it's just too impactful to toss away in terms of spawn room change. It's one of the only ultimates in the game where you just really don't want to give that one up, because it can be a game fight winner, or a team fight winner, game changer, either way. But now it's going to be about the Widow battle we were talking about in a more open space. You can see Shadowburn here just trying to find an angle. Barrier, though, helps allow Linkzr to get that kill.
That was some cheeky fun putting those arrows in the barrier. Linkzr just shuts him down. There's none of that nonsense. Goes ahead, kills him off. Yeah, grab not going to be the most impactful thing that we've seen here today. Not going to get a kill, not going to get the break onto the mech there for Zhao, so he'll be fine.
Well, he can't swap to the D.Va until he dies, and that's stay alive a little bit longer here, but this is a one fight for Russia, and they're just pushing this forward. It's kind of a free push right now. And the scariest part is that both Mistakes now has the high ground here, and Shadowburn, when he respawns, will be able to flank on the other side. Make it even difficult to just come out of the spawn, come out of this room to contest where the cart is about to roll around this corner. So Finland needs to solidify themselves on this defensive push now, otherwise Russia is just going to continue to pick them off at range.
Yeah. Point A defense was looking very good at the start here for Finland, but now things really unraveling for them overall. Very fast street phase push coming through for Russia. Now rolling up just in front of point B. Shadowburn's looking to break that barrier yet again. This time Linkzr not going to take his head off. Actually, will lose his own. Yeah, Main sniping him out. Dragon Strike ready to go should he need to use it. It's going to be a push forward. As the arrow's set, wants to kite his way back, tosses it straight into the side here against Zappis as he falls low. Not breaking out of the mech, however, at least not yet, but now with no supports, seems like that's going to be an inevitability. And he will go down, this is just going to be the finish.
You can just see, you know, how Mistakes and Shadowburn controlled the escape from the spawn, basically, as Linkzr's going to get caught here again, it looks like. They couldn't even really get onto the point because all the damage that was coming up from the high ground. Shadowburn, you know, if it wasn't for that barrier you mentioned earlier, would have probably burst down the Winston before he come out. Fraggy having such a hard time getting in there, doing that damage, doing his job as a main tank when high ground line of sight is given to both DPSs here for Russia. Now they have, you know, ults to engage onto the cart itself. But Finland, you know, they're up against such a large time bank now. Mistakes going to look for Infrasight here to get a flank, potentially.
Down, Dragon Strike off the high ground here from Taimu. Shoves them back, allows for Zappis to push forward onto the cart. Try to gain control here for the moment. Fraggy holding onto that primal range. Will go ahead and toss that one down, but he's already below half HP as the focus fire comes through. Shadowburn will be able to go ahead and get the kill. Mistakes and Tonic had fallen, but he's going to put the Winston back into the fight. So Russia just going to be operating one sniper down. They still have Shadowburn. He still has a Dragon Strike.
Yeah, he's just going to hold on to it until he gets good vision. He's got a Sonic Arrow now, tosses it out.
Shots coming down.
Good
Neck
angle.
going to go low. Self-destruct going to be tossed into the air as they try to find the finish. Gets the kill there on his Shaz. Nappas trying to make his way back into the suit. Will be able to do so, but the cart is now rolling up. They gain a lot of space off that plate as Russia. There's still 220 on the time bank here for them as they get ready to roll in, looking for that point C finish. Shadowburn pops over the top, Storm arrows out, just chunking out. The tank Zapper's going to get knocked out of the mech again. No self-destruct this time. They're trying to make his way back in, just going to have to do it naturally with that pilot
Linkser
pistol.
on the Tracer swap now.
Pile forward, Linkser has managed to find the hit there on a Shadowburn. They take him down. Dragon Strike ready from Taimu. Tosses that one in straight onto the cart. They try to shove them back out. Making his way into the mech. Will be able to do so successfully as Taimu gets cornered up onto the ceiling there. And he gets taken down. Shaz going to be dead. There's no supports. Big Goose swapping over to Lucio. They try to buy some more time to get back in to keep his team alive, but it's not going to happen. Push forward. Should just about be it. Big Goose by himself will get taken down. Yep. 0.18 meters left to go. Russia get the completion here on Dorado.
Controlling the high ground there with their snipers was critical, and then going into the point itself, I mean, there's so much to talk about, but I feel like the swap to Tracer for Linkser might have been a little bit too late, because I think that's something that we could have seen really disrupt what Shadowburn was trying to do, because tank attempts to try to kill him, coming through from Fraggy, just came up empty because just storm arrowing into his face with the Discord Orb there. It becomes very difficult to utilize the comp that you're running when there seems to be somewhat of a disjointed effort to kill it, because you're both trying to dive the enemy snipers who have high ground advantage, who have line of sight advantage, but also then trying to keep your sniper alive. So it becomes kind of a question of like, what can Linkser accomplish when he has no protection, while also trying to snipe against higher ground, snipers. When he switched over to the Tracer, it was mostly there for that last-minute contest to try to do that extra damage. I think perhaps switching over earlier could have given him opportunities to get into the back line and kill the supports when the snipers were on high ground and the tanks were diving. But either way, we end up with a pretty solid time bank here for Russia. It was a very smooth push through B and C. And now they've got a great opportunity, now that they know they have this huge time bank, to just try to play very, very safely and conservatively here for point A with the Reinhardt Zarya.
Yeah, so 140, but the big thing is just going to be having the finish in general. Again, not trying to make a pun. Completion on the map. That's what I'm trying to say.
Last time you mentioned the pun, I had no idea what you mean, and now that you say it again, I'm like, oh, I get what you said.
Yeah.
I totally missed that.
So Finland here on the attack. Need to go the distance. They need to get a completion on Dorado with some time in the bank if they want to close out this series, because it all comes down to this.
Double sniper mirror here again. Taimu is going to be our look here as he sneaks around the right side, getting some massive damage onto Tonic. Just wants to build the Dragon Strike. He's basically farming right now. If he could find a backline kill, that would be massive. But that's, not always what you get in this situation. Looks for the 1v1 here.
See how he'll fare compared to Linkser. So far, no shots coming down. Storm arrows in. Taimu takes a lot of damage. Falls low. 2 snipers v1. Who's going to win? Shadowburn tossing those arrows out as Taimu finally gets some healing coming down as Shaz offers up that Orb of Harmony.
Fraggy gets so much ult charge while Taimu's flanking because he's getting damage done to Tonic. So he's actually building up a faster Earth Shatter here, and the break on the shield here is massive. They get a kill.
That's going to be it. Yeah, Zappas finds the killing blow on a Tonic. Fraggy's still falling low, but they can keep this momentum moving forward. Shadowburn alleviates some pressure as Linkser's going to die. Mistakes gets a kill there onto the enemy Zarya, and Tonic is res back in. And just like that, Russia, they turn the momentum around, they push forward, they gain control of the card here in the underpass.
Fraggy lives with that charge away, and they're going to try to slowly reset here. They're going to be careful about being greedy, trying to grab ult charge here, because if they die, it's going to be a pretty big stagger against a team that's already got a great time bank. So the map there, the setup defensively, really good locations for Linkser and Taimu.
That's huge to get rid of Shadowburn. They have the combo online here with the Graviton Surge. They're gonna be looking for it. They toss it down. They lock up everybody. Dragon Strike will come through. Transcendent's gonna be out from Shaz. They try to keep everybody alive, and he will be able to do so. Tonic and Aang both gonna go down. Finland turning this ship around. Dragon Strike ground combo of their own comes up with 2. Bane's dead. Shaz finds a kill on a Shadowburn, and the cart will push forward. Finland A very nice start here. Great turnaround on that fight.
And you can tell by Russia's hero swaps here in the top, they know that this is going to be point A given. There's no way to contest. They'd rather just set up defensively here for high ground control in the sniper v sniper. Always a challenge for the attacking sniper to defeat that defensive setup, but Mistakes was on low ground. Linkzr took a shot for it. He may have to use this Infra Sight now. Yep, there it is. He's going to use it to try to get an angle here, probably on Hanzo now. Waiting for his best opportunity. This ends up being fairly wasted at the moment.
See if he wants to go for the pop over the top, and has that D.Va there as well. Arrow's coming down, all right, puts himself forward, takes a bit of damage, and now he's got to worry about Mistakes around the backhand side. Attack in, dive onto the top. That's going to be the stop coming down. Fraggy finds the opening kill, and Shadowburn will fall. Rez comes out from Meng, however. So back into the mix. So no harm, no foul, basically. Just going to be some extra ult charge here for Fraggy for the most part, but now he's jumping in. He's looking for the Widowmaker, the pocket coming down, as well as the Orb of Harmony and on the Mistakes, and there's just no way that Fraggy can finish him off.
You know, that's actually a pretty good trade for Fraggy.
I mean, look at his charge.
Yeah, the Primal Rage
They
is...
swapped at the same time. He's 30% ahead.
Yeah, the Primal Rage is like way more significant than the Infra Sight.
Dragon
Sometimes
Strike
Infra Sight can win you a fight, but
yeah,
you know, let's be real, that was a trade up for Fraggy.
Well, Primal Rage was used. Main goes down, Tonic as well. Going to be dead. Mistakes finds one shot for the res. Big Goose will bring the Widowmaker back. Finland making excellent time. Fantastic pace here on this push into the street's face.
They did, you know, what they needed to do. They needed to make sure that they could win the sniper battle. One more contest here.
Bubble's going to be used. Self-destruct nearly online. Taimu finds Mistakes again. Now it's going to be Eng going down. The Mercy v Mercy action. Big Goose is going to be coming out on top. Things are under some pressure here. Will be okay. Has the rest of his team here backing him up. Pops over to the top. It's onto that high ground. Tonic falls low, gets taken down, and Linkzr immediately finds a shot there on the main, getting rid of that Zenyatta. They roll in, and now it's 4 minutes on the clock for Finland as they enter into the final stage of Dorado.
Yep, just really doing the same sort of thing that Russia was doing just previously, and using it to great success, playing around Fraggy to gain control of high ground, hit those shots. Now we're going to see a very forward position here for Finland, so they could get this cart through. The most dangerous point here is where their opponents, like Shadowburn is right now, could get the high ground control away. So they get the cart around the corner before that can happen, but Linkzr still doesn't have that high ground control. They're going to dive up to try to take that away.
And Dragon Strike thrown in, Taimu not finding much, and answering one coming down here from Shadowburn. A little bit of damage on the back end of that, but otherwise no kills. Linkzr pushing forward, he's feeling saucy. He wants to go aggressive against this enemy Widow. Gun spray coming down, Mistakes. Getting a little bit of damage, but he's got that Orb of Harmony, but oh, Linkzr just shoots right between Taimu's legs and gets rid of the Mercy. Now Main's gonna be dead. There's no supports here for Russia.
This should be a lot of free push here for Team Finland. Linkzr not gonna stick his head up yet. He's gonna let Fraggy do the hard work against the Hanzo.
Oh, he goes in deep, but he can't make it out. Will get taken down, and Big Goose.
But they know they have a
does
res.
push forward. He does get the res. I thought maybe it'd be a bit too risky.
They're pushing this so much right now. Russia's going to really have to run out of the point here. There's the pick on the main. It's going to all have to be about Xiao buying time.
They're going to be looking at like about, a pretty big advantage here. About a minute up. Shadowburn comes around the side. However, he finds two. Linkzr and Shaz both going to be going down as Russia tries to gain some control over the cart. Taimu going to be dead. Big Goose as well. Effective wipe coming through as Zappas is knocked out of the mech. So Russia have stabilized here for the moment. Finland 3.42 meters away, so close, but they have to get the finish.
Oh man, this is so painful.
The
when Zappas
completion.
has to jump off, and now as Finland comes in here again, remember the scariest part I was talking about where you have to go around the corner here? This is Shadowburn and Mistakes' playground. They have the high ground. Linkzr's going to have to make a big play here. He's going to have to flank around. They don't have Primal Rage, so Fraggy trying to go up on the high ground to take Shadowburn off of it is going to be risky because he's going to get hit by Storm Arrows, and he's not going to have a Primal Rage. Mistakes is actually going to make a swap here. He wants to flank and kill the supports when that dive I just mentioned comes through. This is it. This is his moment.
Up. Mistakes waiting. Comes in from behind, dashes forward, looking for the kills. Behind it, Chaz uses the Transcendence to keep them alive. 9 seconds here for Finland until they are tied with Russia. And after that, it's going to be operating at a loss.
Okay.
With a lesser time bank here. Shots coming down. Shadowburn nearly with another Dragon Strike. Looking for the hit. Fraggy falling low, but nearly has a Primal Rage available. Big Goose taking some shots off screen. Look at the passive regen coming through. And Zappas! He opens things up with two! And Shadowburn both go down. Now there's no res into the mix. Shao makes it back into his own mech. Doesn't come up with anything with his self-destruct. Jazz falling low, trying to stay alive. Big Goose just trying to pocket it back up. Seems like he will be able to do so as Fraggy goes forward, gets rid of Main. Finland Need to get on the card. They need to get this moving. So far, it's not. Mistakes also going to be going down. They're waiting for the Dragon Strike to expire. Now pushing forward. Would love to break Xiao out of that mech again. It looks like they will be able to do so. Eng's going to die. Tonic is dead as well. Finland moving forward. Can they get the completion here? Main's going to be dead. I think that could just about be it. Mistakes goes into the last second, but he gets shredded down. Finland will be able to get completion here on the map. They keep their hopes alive. It all comes down to these OT rounds.
Zepiz comes up big with another self-destruct seg, and he ends up massively setting his team up for success here. As we're going to take a look at something different here. It's just going to be the kill here to prevent this res onto Eng. Huge play here. That's the kind of thing you have to do. If you can actually make a big play like that in a tense moment, that guarantees you that you're winning the Widow War when you prevent a res like that. And very worth to dive in and make that happen, because you know you have no risk of being caught. The person who's going to kill you is the enemy Widow, who's laying on the ground trying to be res. So you can actually, if you communicate that moment, you could go and shut that down. But Zepiz gets the big double there at the end, prevents Shadowburn from controlling that zone. And Mistakes, I really like the Tracer swap. We talked about it in the previous attack to where Linkser eventually did swap over the Tracer. Mistakes swapped a little bit faster, but the protection on the supports was really good. And it actually felt like in some ways that self-destruct just kind of caused a huge disconnect across the entirety of the Russian defense, because their supports were no longer, kind of protected, I guess you could say, from the rest of the attack. Like we saw Fraggy come in and everybody started to fall. It was just desperate time buying at that point. Now that we go into overtime rounds, it's 1 minute to 1:48 here. Finland with a weaker time bank. They're going to have to, really, they're only going to have one shot at getting through this archway. If it fails, that's going to be the end of their run. Russia will have that extra push and that extra time to build those big grab combos as they approach in here. So Finland needs to come up with something big here. Linkser's going to flank to try to make that happen.
Kane already took a lot of damage, manages to stay alive. Shield regen comes in. Finland already had that miracle run on Volskaya Industries to get the double cap. Can they do something similar here on Dorado? Linkser, he's looking to get that momentum running because he comes up with two, and Taimo finds another. Tonic gonna be dead. Now it's gonna be Eng nearly the team wipe coming down, and they're gonna find it. It's just gonna be that Zenyatta, and he gets taken down on the end. Finland.
Insane.
Oh my goodness.
Insane plays here by Linkser. When he's coming in big tonight, he is coming in huge, and that's the kind of play you need, because now you have control of the cart. Your comp operates well on the cart, and you can just keep pushing it through. For Russia, Mistakes is going to have to control this high ground and get picks, but it's so difficult to crack what Finland has, and they're going to be very close to, of course, building those ultimates in those fights that come up next. Russia switches up their composition, but if Linkser comes up big again, takes Mistakes out, then he gets control of the high ground. He gets control of the high ground. Yep. What is Russia even going to do?
Another shot coming through. Oh, Linkser, he's feeling it, man. Constantly just getting those headshots.
He has
those dinks coming down. He does. He's trying to spot him out. He's trying to get an angle here on the Mistakes.
Oh my God!
Finds the shot, takes it, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. It's just going to be the body hit, but he gets made instead. Trading it up. We'll be forcing out that res, you would think, but now Eng can't make his way over there because the Dragon Strike comes down. Tonic down to half HP. Heading around the fan. Shot comes down. Mistakes is dead. Linkser is putting Finland on his back, carrying them forward. The card just keeps charging down the straight. Shadowburn finally alleviates some pressure here. I don't know why I call him Shadowban, but we're not talking about Reddit here. Finally takes down Linkser.
Well, now
the rest is there. Big Goose puts him back in.
Yeah, he puts him back in, and they have control. So coming out here to contest B is going to be such a challenge for Russia. Tonic does not have Primal Rage.
Oh my goodness.
So this could be one of the greatest overtime pushes in Overwatch World Cup history. Mistakes is dead again.
Another one. Rez is coming down. Linkser operating inside the bank, looking for some more shots.
Hey, they grab
Taimo falling low, will get topped up as Shaz goes ahead and pops that Transcendence 2 meters away from the completion here onto B. Down onto the back, onto the low ground here as Tonic goes into the back line, trying to disrupt them, trying to get the kill onto Shaz, and Mistakes won't be able to follow up and douse him. It's going to be the break onto the back there that even falls low, and they can't quite get it into the station. But good God, what a fantastic push here for Finland.
Huge. I mean, Linkser came up massive on the sniper there, was able to get several opening kills. The kills onto A, then leading into the snipe there onto main at the end, forcing Mistakes back. So Mistakes had to reposition to duel him, and even though it was, you know, when you pull 2 Widows away from the battle and they end up in that duel situation, which happens a lot actually in Western Overwatch, then yeah, sure, you've pulled 1 Widow away, but your Widow is also away. But because they didn't have a Zenyatta there, they were losing the fight while Mistakes had to reposition. And obviously, you know, the trade-ups were good there for Linkser. So during that moment with no Zenyatta, guess what that means? I mean, Shadow Burns, Storm Arrows aren't doing as much damage because there's no Discord Orb. And the arrows coming out from Taimu are doing so much more in that fight. So Finland gets a massive push here. And it wasn't about the Grav, it wasn't about the Earth Shatter, it was really just about Linkser. And he's come up so many times for them tonight in this best of series. But now for Russia, start with a bigger time bank. It's going to take another repeat performance for Shadowburn here. You know, just what Linkser did. He's going to have to repeat the same. Or, with those extra 48 seconds they had, they're going to have to look for some big combos here on the point.
Finland here. The final stage. Russia on the attack. 1:36 in the clock as they go ahead and start moving this cart up. Linkser absolutely phenomenal performance.
See if Shadowburn can do something similar.
Here? He's going to be trying.
Yep. Okay. Oh, gets a body.
Shot, but not going to be getting the kill. Goes for another one. There, the bullets going back and forth here, whizzing past their ears.
You can feel the tension in the room as this is one of the deciding moments potentially here.
Onyx up front, he goes low. Not going to be finding the kill though. Onto that Reinhardt. Rez comes down. Zarya back into the mix. Mistakes pushing forward, finds Linkser, takes him out. Can they get the res? It's going to be the question. Mistakes takes a bit of damage, but Taimu comes out on top and the kill. Tonic from downtown, charges in, gets rid of the enemy Zarya. Shots coming in, Fraggy so very low. High energy Zarya pushing forward. Will be able to take him out as that barrier falls. Shadowburn finds the hit, follows up, gets rid of Taimu. Russia looking to get this cap here onto A. Big goose delays for just a little bit longer, but that will be the finish. Fraggy going to be swapping over to Winston as the composition swaps come through.
Okay, so Russia's still going to keep Shao with this Zarya, and Tonic's going to be on the Winston.
They need to eat that Graviton.
The Graviton is going to be huge here. If the grab goes off in a big fight or in a choke as they move around the corner, then that could actually just win Russia this map and win them this series. However, I think he wants to use it as soon as possible here and swap over to the D.Va himself. The grab, there's nothing really to follow up. Mistakes, I say that, Mistakes is about to have that Dragon Strike.
Into the back here, Shadowburn. There's some pressure, grapples to the side. They're still chasing in the Dragon Strike. Pushing here. Across the cart as we enter into OT. Shadowburn manages to find Taimu. That's how it's going to go down. Fraggy finds that hit. Transcendence is going to be out from both sides as everyone just postures forward here onto the cart. Linkser finds Shadowburn. Taimu's runs back in. Finland trying to close this one out. Chess going low. The pocket coming down from the Mercy, keeping him alive. And now it's going to be Tonic dead. Fraggy going to be answered for. Mistakes finds Linkser, but Taimu answers back and gets rid of Mistakes. One for one, back and forth. The cart's still going to be contested here from Russia, but they still have so far to go in this street's phase. And Taimu's playing forward, looking for those arrows. He gets another one. OT plummets down, and Finland have done it.
They have done it, and it was not an easy series. Very much back and forth, DPS duels across the board. Then an eye on the grab there at the end from Finland. The one big tool they had to set up a combo does not go off. Shao holds onto the Zarya pick, but it does not work. And, you know, this was one of our tightest series. I know everyone's going to look back at South Korea versus Finland and say it went to game 5, this one did not, but I think that each and every game we had here was a nail-biter. We had really big plays from Linkser, especially. I feel like he was the one who came out on top, a lot of the time taking risks, but they paid off. Fraggy playing well on the Winston when Finland was pulled away from their comfort zone by Russia, which is exactly what the map picks were designed to do, the playstyle was designed to do. When Finland was pulled away from the Reinhardt Zarya, from the GOATS comp that they have played so well all throughout Incheon, they still were able to adapt. They still were able to come up big. And sometimes the DPS players, Linkser and Taimu, when you're put under that much pressure and you're not running that Zarya Reinhardt anymore, Linkser's not on his Zarya, you know, Taimu is forced to swap over sometimes to the Brigitte there in those uncomfortable situations. They still were able to make it work.
Absolutely insane. Back-to-back miracle pushes coming through from the Finnish squad. First on Volskaya, then on Dorado to close it out and get that victory. The first draw that we had, you know, of the event here. We haven't seen one in a while. I can't even think the last time we had a draw in World Cup, but I'm sure it happened at some point. But 2-1 Definitely not the scoreline you're going to be expecting to see on that post-match thread. But guys, let's go ahead and hear from the team because they got to be feeling pretty elated after that nail-biter of a game. So let's throw over to the floor so we have for our interview.
All right, I'm down here with Taimu from Team Finland. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, that was an intense game. So first and foremost, I want to ask you about this interesting relationship between you and Linkzr as far as like trading off on who plays Widowmaker when. What is the reasoning behind that? Like, what do you guys, I guess, talk about? Is it just like map preference?
No, it's me and Linkzr. Basically, we both can play Hanzo and Widow. We're both pretty much the same level, but you should put the player who's feeling it on the Widow. I wasn't feeling it the first 2 maps. We kind of lost the maps because of that. So we just put Linkzr in, and it worked out.
Nice. Worked out. Okay. So now, looking at this matchup, this was the game that a lot of people said was essentially for BlizzCon. Not to take anything away from the other teams, especially, the competition that's left here, but this was a huge game. Did you think that it would go the way that it went? Because you guys were feeling very confident against all teams. Did you feel like it was going to go the distance like this?
I think after we lost to Korea, we gave our all to Korea. It was the biggest match, almost the biggest upset we pulled out, and I think we felt so drained. And Russia also played in a superb game, so it was a battle. That's what it was.
Last year in Australia, you guys fell short from making it to BlizzCon, and I know that for you guys to represent Finland, which has always been a phenomenal territory when it comes to players who play shooting games and FPS and action games all together, what does it feel for you to represent your country once again here on the world stage, but this time looking like you're in a different position?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's the most important thing in the year is Overwatch World Cup after Overwatch League, and we're a small, prideful country. We take really big pride in doing well in tournaments in any game or any sports, and we really want to win this year.
And any words for the South Korean fans here? They love you.
I want to thank you, all of you, coming here to cheer for us, and I hope you will cheer for us for the rest of the tournament too. Thank you.
All right, there you heard it from the man himself, Taimu. Congratulations once again, my man. Let's send it over to the casters to break it all down.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Always good to hear from Taimu. Still beloved from the Apex days. The Korean fans holding him still dearly in their hearts to this day.
Yeah, I mean, he is a champion here in Korea, and
one of the only Westerners to ever be a champion in Korea.
That's right. There's very few throughout Korean esports history, and he's one of them. So he's kind of an icon here for that legendary run. And, he stayed in Korea for a long, long time back during those days. Now he's back here again. Gets to do an interview on stage again in front of the Korean fans. So kind of a warm feeling, I think, just watching him up there, giving his thoughts. And, man, it was a hard-fought series, but at the end of the day, they're able to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy series. Our first draw here of the weekend. We had our first Game 5 yesterday, also delivered by Finland. So they just keep bringing us those first. I don't know what else they're going to be able to cook up for the rest of the event here, but we have another day ready to go. But, I mean, we have a lot to talk about as far as that series is concerned, but we want to know what you guys have been talking about as far as that last series is concerned, because it was absolutely crazy between Russia and Finland. So let's go ahead and take a look.
Yeah. You can see people not sure who to cheer for because pom-poms up for both teams because it was a very close series. You guys could use this hashtag to get your thoughts out there as well. Hashtag OWWC 2018. Stan Dan, the man, will carry Russia to victory over Finland.
Well, this didn't age so well.
Didn't age well, that one.
It was very close. And yes, I agree here. I also love Fraggy and his aggressiveness. It's that, we were talking about it before, it's that live and die by Fraggy's playstyle. Sometimes he's charging in like a madman solo and he gets picked off. Other times he gets a massive pin, he kills the support, and then everyone can just kind of roll over the rest of the team and they get the victory off of that. But, I mean, even though it was the 2-1 scoreline that you guys can see right about here, on your screen. There was a lot of action. We had that draw come through, so let's go ahead and relive a bit of it with the replays, guys, and remember what happened at the beginning. Because Volskaya and Dorado are very clear in the forefront of my minds, but I don't quite remember the beginning on Oasis.
Well, we could bring it back to Oasis, so we could talk a little bit about the replays that we have here. Starting off, of course, with Shadowburn Spara here, coming up with this really big barrage. We didn't get the first person back then, but you can take a look at it now. And Russia's able to control the beginning of this secondary hold, or rather when they got the second capture, they're able to control it. You can see Mistakes plays Tracer here. They're able to burst through the sustained healing as we went into the second point. And it was a big shock, I think, for the Finland fans here that Russia, who were considered to be the massive underdogs winning the series, were able to come out and crush so well. They break through the sustained healing. They win the longer fight here. You can see we move on to King's Row. Some really nice coordination on the attack. But what's crazy about King's Row, so we saw Linkzr with some big heroics here. What's crazy about King's Row is that the map ended with a draw, but it was a massive lead in time bank for Team Russia, and yet still Finland was able to hold them off. And that's, I think, what it's cool in Overwatch, because I think a lot of people in competitive games ranked when you're playing with your friends or you're playing solo queue, you often think, okay, well, they have a better time bank than us, this is over, but that's not actually true. Any map can be won with good plays and big saves. Fraggy is able to help clean this one up right here.
Yeah, I mean, they also showed that to us on Volskaya, and we'll get to those VODs in just a little bit as we go ahead and clean this one up. The heroics from Taimu with his Widowmaker pick coming down, getting that nice close corner shot there on the Mistakes, throwing back those Apex days. But on this play in particular, this was all about Shadowburn shutting down Team Finland on their attack in OT. But they answer back, they drain the clock down, and then they take us to Volskaya after that draw.
Yeah, Volskaya ended up being very, very back and forth, very hectic, but a lot of the win for Finland here comes from Linkzr on these Dragon Strikes, opens up this point here in particular as the answering one comes out. Unfortunately for Shadowburn, doesn't come up big. Taimu absolutely controlling point A with the Widow.
I think that if we had to pick, and I'm sure that you'll probably agree with me, if we had to pick an MVP for this series, I would have to go with Linkzr, just because for that miracle OT push on Volskaya, it was off the back of his Dragon Strike into the garage to disrupt the members of Team Russia, push them out of there, get some kills, and then they just kind of rolled through from there. But the Dorado stuff, of course, will speak for itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the actually winning play right here from Zappies, who's had so many great self-destructs this tournament. I think the cool thing about the story of Linkzr, to me, in this series, is that he played really greedy in a lot of moments, and he tried to push the ceiling of like what you're capable of doing as a DPS player, whether it was on the Hanzo, on the Widowmaker, or of course on a tank if needed to be. But he kind of pushed the ceiling a little bit higher and took some big risks. And when they did pay off, I think that's like the extra inch that, or centimeter, I guess we're talking about European teams, the extra centimeter there that gave them the victory there in the end. And I would agree, like Linkzr did go the extra distance there for them, and that's how they were able to take the series.
Yeah, well, a fantastic win for Finland, setting themselves up to move on to BlizzCon. Russia going to have to bounce back after that loss. But guys, we still have more Overwatch action coming your way. Next up, it's going to be Chinese Taipei going up against Hong Kong, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup. They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Annyeonghaseyo. Ah, yes. Nailed it. I don't know Spanish, but somehow I learned how to say hello in Korean. Welcome, everyone. I'm Golden Boy down here at the floor. We got a good matchup lined up for you because here's the thing. Both of these teams are currently winless, and they're looking to get a W. That's important. But what's also important are the standings, where we are right now in this competition. Because despite that win that Finland managed to procure, they are not in second place quite yet. Russia still holds that, but you can see right there, it is a 1-point difference in the map differential. That could play a role. Granted, if both teams continue to perform the way that they are, this is going to be a pretty tight race to see who makes it to BlizzCon. Also, don't forget that Japan has a matchup against South Korea a little later today. And if Japan is able to have a big result there, that could also shake things up. So this is going to be a very interesting day of Overwatch. And if you're just joining us, you're in luck, because we have some good matches lined up for you. We got Chinese Taipei going up against Hong Kong, and then our last matchup will be Japan versus South Korea, and what is surely going to be an incredible matchup. But the question on everyone's mind here is who's going to be able to get their first win. Chinese Taipei had a pretty competitive game against Japan, and Hong Kong are kind of struggling a little bit. They got to figure it out. Is this the opportunity? Is this their time? Let's send it over to the casters to break it all down.
Thank you, Golden Boy. And of course, both these teams right now, they've had a bit of a rough go so far this weekend, but there's still so much to play for them here, where not only could they still play spoiler, but also these are players that want to get into the Overwatch League and they want to play for national pride. So I still expect both of these teams to be playing very hard.
You know, everyone wants to show their stuff here at the Overwatch World Cup in Incheon, but more than that, as a competitor, you never give up. No matter how many losses you take, I know that these guys are going to come back twice as strong, and I think we're going to have a really competitive match on our hands.
Absolutely, and of course, both these teams, as mentioned, playing for pride, but you take a look at their rosters and think about what we're going to be seeing. You have the Chinese Taipei roster, and we saw a little bit from them earlier today, and players like Shaolin were doing so well earlier in the day. Of course, you see him there. Shaolin and Blue. Blue was checked a little bit by Depp earlier in the day, but that might have been saying more about Depp than about Blue. There's been flashes of brilliance from this Chinese Taipei team.
Yeah, definitely. Blue not finding exactly the success he was hoping for against Japan, but maybe can succeed a little better against Mui. But Mui, for his part, has been really impressive from Hong Kong.
How can a cow defeat a fish? Well, pretty readily. He was certainly challenging Carpe very readily earlier today. And again, it's sort of flashes of brilliance, right? Where even if as a team you weren't quite able to get over the top, these players have been having very good individual performances. And overall, I mean, it's just playing for your country and having a good time.
Yes, certainly. You're coming into this to enjoy yourself, stay positive. I mean, that's not just a figure of speech. You know, you're not just playing for fun. Of course, you really want to win, but that's a competitive mindset. If you're not enjoying yourselves and you're not able to find that passion together as part of a team, you really won't succeed competitively. So it's just a matter of necessity that you come into every match fresh.
Absolutely. Now, as we head into this here, we don't know quite what control map we're going to be at here yet, but as I say that, it's going to be Oasis. So, Oasis, this is something that can really play to teams that like running Pharahs, especially on every stage other than University. Lots of mobility to work with.
And we've even seen it on University. So, Shaolin really impressing on the Pharah last series. Maybe he's going to bring it out again. Of course, Blue on the Widowmaker, also a strong choice here. Can play any of the hit scans quite adeptly, as we've seen. So I'm interested to see what Chinese Taipei comes out with. And as well, Hong Kong has been really relying on their DPS. So I want to see those two players popping off, really carrying the team here on Oasis.
Now let me ask you this. How do you shut down Mui right now if you're looking at this game? Do you think just standard stuff? Let me put it to you this way. Do you try and just take the Widow v Widow, or do you already go in with a little bit more firepower?
In the beginning, you have to have the confidence, set yourself up for that Widow on Widow action. If your Blue is leading the charge, if he's finding those picks early, you don't really have to change anything. You don't have to commit any more resources to that. And then it's on Hong Kong to make the adaptation. So this first map is a major tempo setter in terms of which Widow sort of sets the pace of this game.
Well, right now we're going to be looking at City Center first, and I was about to say, hey, is Chinese Taipei going to be coming out there at the Hammond? It would be great to just see the Hammond just swing around the inner circle over and over again, but it doesn't seem to be happening this time around.
Unfortunately, not yet, although Hong Kong considering potentially a Zenyatta and Ana setup, not a support setup that we see too often here.
Yeah, this is a little bit off the wall, but Hong Kong has also been pretty comfortable in running compositions that are less than standard so far in the Overwatch World Cup. We'll see if it works out here. It's not quite the super mobility set we've seen on City Center from time to time, but for now, already both teams engaging.
I certainly want to see Shaolin get really aggressive here, pressure these two supports. They're going to really struggle to survive in the way that a Brigitte might.
Mui right now already in the Widow v Widow, and it's a very close range Widow v Widow. Looking, not quite able to connect, and oh, Blue going to grab him on the other end. Of course, I think the DAC was a little bit stacked against him there. That was a lot of people flanking on the outside, and Mui simply did not have the support. And now we see Chinese Taipei just swarming onto the point. They're going to get first control.
Mui certainly hoping to get there unscouted. Now finding Nico on the flank. And he'll be cleaned up there. Great team movement by Chinese Taipei, overloading that flank, as you said. Blue just SMGing Mui down. Eventually finds the headshot, but just, as you said, overwhelming team presence. This is the risk of running an Ana and a Zenyatta. You have way less mobility, no mercy to quickly jump to wherever the fight breaks out.
Well, not only less mobility, but how big of a target is the Ana here for Chinese Taipei, where they can very easily dive in on her?
The struggle here is that either Ana or Zen are really effective dive targets. Widow and Hanzo sort of add to that list, so Chinese Taipei has an excess of options. But as I say that, Mui strikes first blood in this fight.
Mui getting back on track here, sets up for the easy 6-on-5. See what Hong Kong does fall through. Chinese Taipei still dominating on the ground. They almost get am crazy, and they do! They use a post bomb into what is no doubt severe overkill. Mui under pressure here to the side, not able to get away and take too much help, and the Primal Rage certainly sealing the deal. And Hong Kong, you can really pick, this just hasn't been so effective for them here so far.
Mango Jai, though, finding a Ting, overextending a little bit with that Primal Rage, although he's able to be rezzed up. That's the power of the Mercy here. Valkyrie providing so many resources to the side of Chinese Taipei.
Miku right now was looking to the left now, decides to go back to the right, holding on to the Dragon Strike. Jazzy, though, falls. Chinese Taipei continually diving on the relatively squishy and immobile backline that we're seeing. And Miku, I mean, he's looking for arrows here, but what do you really do?
I mean, Mango Jai tries to save him with Transcendence, but the bubble blocks that healing, doesn't allow him to save the Ana in time. Mui forced to make a swap onto the Sombra, need to change things up here, but this is going to be a really tough road back into the round here. Miko with the Dragon Strike, but really no combos to speak of.
And that just feels like a really nice setup here for Chinese Taipei, where you force the best player in the other team to go to Sombra, not the high-impact Widow, and now they just simply sidestep out of the way of the Dragon. They continue to hold control. 91% is theirs, and Shaolin gonna go into the back line, sticks the Ana, easy stuff. Jazzy out of the fight, and Shaolin not done yet. Looking for Hanzo, Miku out of there. A nice double kill coming in from Shaolin, and that could be enough for Chinese Taipei to secure the round.
Just an incredibly dominant round here from the side of Chinese Taipei. It feels like they had Hong Kong's number time and time again, whether it was on the Widow duel or the aggressiveness with these dives. They're going to clean this round up. Easy peasy, great plays by Shaolin.
Overtime, not quite over yet. Mui was able to add a little bit of extra time to it, but even as Hong Kong gets this last moment delay, just they don't have positioning, and they're certainly not able to get the pickoffs. Strong opening here for Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, this is why we see so much Mercy. Honestly, this Valkyrie is just so powerful. The ability to save your fellow supports or perhaps your Widowmaker when they're in need. We saw how that failed for Hong Kong. Without that Mercy, you know, the Ana not able to save the Zen and vice versa, being able to be split apart by the tanks of Chinese Taipei. So great awareness by them, punishing those very greedy support options from Hong Kong.
Let me ask you this. Do you think the Ana would have worked if Hong Kong was able to get the first fight and the Ana was able to post up a little bit higher?
Certainly high ground is a major advantage for Ana, but I certainly would be worried about that pick no matter how the round went with that Widowmaker still on the field. I mean, Ana is always terrified to scope in when there's that Widowmaker threatening her, and that really limits her ability to play to maximum effectiveness.
All right, well, now we're going to be going to the University. We have some big swap-ups from both sides. Mui, though, still going to be sticking to the Sombra.
A very interesting strategy coming out here from Hong Kong. Electing to go with the Sombra as opposed to the traditional D.Va in the 3-3 setup. They're chasing here, but Shaolin is just completely destroying them from the sky. Looking for a knockout.
Why would you approach that? That's so scary. Could have booped off so many people. Shaolin doesn't quite get it, but still lays in plenty of damage. And Hong Kong, even as they lose this fight, that could have been way worse.
Certainly Shaolin was very close to getting a complete team kill with a concussive mind, but this looks like an easy mid for Chinese Taipei. Shaolin almost with a barrage ready for the next fight, just cleaning up supports here.
Shaolin still making the most of the fight, but man, that was scary for Hong Kong. And certainly now I think they're gonna have to look to back up, regroup a bit, and I would hope for their sakes not challenge on the outside end again so long as Shaolin is in the air.
I mean, if there's one saving grace for Hong Kong, Mui was able to get very close to that EMP. I don't think Chinese Taipei is gonna expect this. An EMP here on the Zenyatta could set things up for a nice retake.
Blue gonna go back a little bit, almost has the dragon. And to your point, Mui does have the EMP up. Oh, YO's out. Here comes the Barrage. Shaolin tries to even it up, gets hacked midway through. That's the EMP coming in. And Hong Kong off the EMP to make this more even, but 10-10 cleaning up the Earthshare from a Ting, setting up Chinese Taipei to bring it on back, EMP or no.
It looked like a good EMP, you know, shutting down that barrage from Shaolin, but at least he was able to get Miko before the EMP came out, and at that point, it was already enough value. You know, from the side of Chinese Taipei, they don't need all of their players alive. They have different options, different players for the Mercy to pocket. For the side of Hong Kong, they really need everyone together, and they're switching to a McCree and a Mercy here, maybe giving them a little more options against the Pharah. Wow, first pick on Crazy S. That's a major opening.
Yeah, Crazy S is gone, and so is Shaolin. Two huge threats out of the fight. This should be Hong Kong's F, but Crazy got caught by Ting. It was a clever little charge on the side. However, I don't think it's going to be enough. Ting had to give up his life for it, and this is pretty much all Hong Kong. And what just seemingly happens when you give up one early pick for free, things snowball out of control real fast.
Yeah, great heads-up swap from Miko and Mui, going to a composition that gives them more answers to this Pharah. I wonder if Shaolin will maybe switch to something else here. Maybe he feels like he can just deal with this McCree now that he's ready and waiting for it.
I think for Shaolin right now, Hong Kong, even if they're running the McCree, they haven't really proved they can challenge you that much. So why not at least run it one more time?
Exactly. Miko has been so dominant on the hit scan so far. But let's see if this Graviton combo is coming through here with no answers on the side of Hong Kong. It looks like, though, Mui setting up for it quick. Oh, gets detected.
Oh, Mui got way too close. He might be losing this battle to the Zen. Super low, and Zen goes down, but Blue able to make it at least a trade. The arrow from behind. Meanwhile, Miku Deadeye up. They just need to break the shield. Are they going to be able to do it? Skulls up. No. Don't quite connect. A counter grab now in, and Chinese Taipei might not have enough to make this happen. It's Crazy S over the top. He's his own DPS option. Starts going back to heal Shaolin, but not quite in time. Hong Kong gonna hold.
Complete brawl on the point there, but unfortunately 10-10 committing the Graviton Surge after Blue was already picked by GZQQ's Graviton Surge, and with no follow-up, they aren't able to get the kills as quickly as they need. Supports come back, and that's a fight for Hong Kong, exactly what they need to retake this round.
Meanwhile, you take a look at Mui, and this is where EMP can be pretty good. You win the ultimate economy battle by getting one good EMP to set things up. Mui right behind, just raw drops in. They're going to be looking for a Ting. They immediately take him down. Hong Kong knew where their bread was buttered, but Shaolin over the top drops a barrage, evens it back up. Now 4-on-4. Chinese Taipei going to get the res back onto a Ting. They're moving back onto that point. Miko, though, has to cancel the Deadeye. Knocked down by the Earth Shatter, and Chinese Taipei suddenly brings it right back on in.
Yeah, Blue looking so uncontested on the point here. Great decision to solo Shadow the McCree. Just get him out of the way, cap the point as quickly as possible, and they haven't even let it get to 99.
Oh man, it's high noon until you're knocked on the ground, I suppose, as Chinese Taipei, they retake the point, and now we're heading to what could be a one-fight margin between both of these teams.
Yeah, this could be Hong Kong's last chance, and essentially nothing in the bank to work with, expending all of their remaining ults that fight. Wow, great awareness by Blue, catches the Sombra with that infrasight.
Blue, again, just looking for the pick off. That'd make things real easy for Chinese Taipei if he's able to get it, especially on the Jazzy, but Chinese Taipei gonna hold back. Blue off on the flank, a lot of damage going in. Miku almost picked off, big charge and Tint and Crazy early on. First pick off the Chinese Taipei, and 10-10 continuing to suppress, moving on back. A Ting with the Earth Shatter, that could be the finisher. And Chinese Taipei just gonna roll over Hong Kong towards the very end. Mui, it's a last desperation delay, but simply not gonna be enough. Overtime ticking on down, and that's gonna be Chinese Taipei taking map number 1.
Certainly feels that a Ting has the edge in this Reinhardt battle, constantly finding these pins, finding those openings, even late in the fight when he's already lost some teammates. He's bringing things back once in a while, so props to a Ting really coming up huge here.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the focus coming in for the tanks, especially from Chinese Taipei, where they decide, you know what, we're gonna go in on Crazy as much as possible, and you know, if you're working with a team and your main tank is getting focused that hard and he's out of a fight early, what does that do to the rest of your team and trying to react to that?
Anytime you're on a Rein Zarya based composition, those characters are the core of your team. If they fall to the opposing Rein and Zarya, you're dealing with a massive difference in Graviton Surge charge and Earth Shatter charge, and that can be so hard to overcome. We saw how impactful those ultimates were in that round of University. So great play by Chinese Taipei, staying around their tanks, and I like their DPS choices. More shield-focused damage. With the Sombra on the side of Hong Kong, that's just a much more difficult execution to achieve. We saw some EMPs come out, but with limited effectiveness, OYO doing a great job hiding away from the EMP, coming in to save his team with an effective trance.
Yeah, I mean, OYO, he was really far back, where I think he was just trying to make Sombra make a choice, right? Where, all right, you can EMP and give me, but you're not going to get the rest of my team. And you don't want to give that sort of dream EMP, right, where you hit all 6 players and the Zenyatta, and you get the Zenyatta, because it's pretty hard to actually bring a fight back after that.
And this is what makes the EMP so hard to use against an experienced team. You see Zenyatta's hiding like this, it's very difficult to deal with because, as you said, you're in a double bind. You can't get the Zenyatta and all of his teammates. If you take the Zen, there's also the chance that he could just react and trans before the EMP actually lands. Of course, it does take some time to apply.
And don't forget, too, at the Sombra, you're also investing a lot into that EMP, where if you're going to the back line, even if you do get the Zenyatta, you're going to have to recall back, and you're still out of the fight for a while. So, okay, you're going to eventually get the 6-on-5, but for a while, it's still a 5-on-5, and the other team could just dive on in and equalize.
And using the Hanzo and the Pharah, you're always going to have a massive advantage in shield pressure. Partially, that's probably why Ating was so successful on this map. His DPS always pressuring the shield, while the opposing DPS are, maybe concerned with flanking, getting behind, going for hacks. If those don't work out, you're at a really big disadvantage in shield trade, and when the shatters come online, that's a real worry.
All right, well, let's take a look at what the next map might be. Maybe a little bit better for Hong Kong. What could it be? It might be Kings Row, the way things have been going here. And what's it going to be? Eichenwald.
Ooh.
So this is what happens.
The first time we've seen Eichenwald so far here?
It is, and I think it's the first time where I've made a prediction as opposed to you, and I'm immediately wrong. So, you know what?
I'll stick to the predictions.
Yeah,
here,
you just need to stay to the predictions. So I'm just going to sit over here. I'll be fine. I'm not sitting, but hey.
Still, I'm excited for Eichenwald. I love this map. Very, very different stages between point 1, 2, and 3. You're going to see a whole lot of different compositions come in. The dive's so strong on second. On first point, you really see maybe some Pharah, but also the Ryan and Zarya. So really a lot of interesting compositions here. But I have to give Chinese Taipei the edge. They're playing around these Ryans so effectively.
Right now, I would almost say that Am Crazy has been public enemy number 1. Now, going into this right now, it looks like Am Crazy might be going to Winston a little bit more, where, yes, Winston's can get focused, but they can also get out with a little bit of HP and actually punish a team for focusing quite as hard. So for Hong Kong, I do wonder if this is a better change-up.
Exactly. Maybe the dive suits them a little more. Give Am Crazy a little bit of those anti-focus mobility tools. But Chinese Taipei, they're sticking with what works, going with this classic Ryan Zarya composition. The Mercy to support the Pharah. Pharah is so strong at defending this first point. You can just peek over those rooftops time and time again and constantly harass the attackers. They're essentially rushing through this constant barrage of damage even before the rocket barrage comes online.
It is an interesting map choice for Hong Kong because I do kind of feel like they played into the strength of Chinese Taipei, where if you're evaluating what they've looked best at, I would make a strong argument that it's been Shaolin on the Pharah.
Certainly, I would have loved to see maybe a more Widow-centric map, give Blue a chance to shine, or excuse me, give Miko and Mui a chance to shine on a more DPS-focused map. But on a map like Eichenwald, Am Crazy is going to have to step it up, outplay Ating and 10-10.
Uh-oh, Chinese Taipei, they might be getting a little bit sneaky here, Jake, a little bit cheeky.
Yeah, I think just going for a little bit of ult charge, attacking the spawners here. But here we can see, look, the damage already coming in from Shaolin. We're going to constantly see him peeking over the high ground. And with no major hit scan to speak of on the side of Hong Kong, there's really nothing to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, they're running the age-old classic of, well, we're going to ignore the air and just try and win the ground war. But ignoring Shaolin really hasn't been an effective strategy today.
Certainly. We've seen how much damage he can do when he's left unchecked, especially on these enclosed map types.
Already at 43%, the Legend of Shaolin continues here. It's a little bit of damage, both tanks on both sides getting a little bit into it. Bowie gonna go in on the Moira, going to the back side. Oh, Blue just tags him, the flick right to the face. Meanwhile, though, Miku on the point, Shaolin in trouble, and he's gonna go down. Mango Jai gets the anti-air as the Ana, and Hong Kong's aggression starting to pay off.
Miko getting a lot done, though. Shut down by OYO. GZQQ committing hard here. Can he find the finish? Looks like he can. Wow, great cleanup by GZQQ. Pushing his health to the limit, but he gets it done.
And I do think this dive from Hong Kong caught Chinese Taipei a little bit off guard. They did not give Shaolin the time to just sit on top and get rocket after rocket.
This is certainly an incredibly unorthodox composition. Chinese Taipei perhaps caught by surprise by this very rare triple healer setup.
Shaolin almost got bopped again. I think that was Mango Jai just laying in the darts from afar, just barely able to get out, but he does have a crush up for the next fight.
10-10 getting a little bit baited here to chase down Jazzy, of course, saved by his Ana. Sometimes it does work out.
Well, we'll see what Shaolin's going to do here. Of course, right when you're going through that gateway, that's a good point to just drop on it. The barrage. Ooh, Miko gets tagged. Meanwhile, Shaolin still up. GZQQ trying to be suppression here, but he's a bit far away, going to back up to the rest of his team, and now this gives Shaolin so much space to set up.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see the real power of Pharah. She's going to be constantly over the top of Hong Kong, splitting their attention. Do we look up? Do we try to dodge rockets? Or do we try to figure out where Blue is on that Widow? It's a really tough double bind to be in.
That's a lot of pressure on the D.Va. No! The D.Va a little bit late there, but but better late than never. Still gets in Shaolin's face, gets the pick off, 5-on-5. Blue gonna be the one that has to bring this back as DPS for Chinese Taipei. On top, looking for pickoffs. Hong Kong now starting to transition a few more people over to the point. It's Mui pushing it as the Moira. D.Va gonna come on in and join, and Mango gets a ting. They punish the dive in Hong Kong. Now they can turn the tables.
The Nana boost onto Amcrazy, ready to go very deep, clean up these kills. OYO on the Moira, very surprising choice here against Mango Jai's Ana. That Bio-Nade, so dangerous against Moira.
Yeah, and it is interesting where you think Moiras just don't respect the Anas quite as much because they've been non-existent for so long.
Certainly. I mean, it's not something people think about every day, how powerful that anti-nade can be, but Blue here, stealthily in the flank, he looks completely unscouted. Can he find the first pick of this fight?
He's looking for it. He had the chance, doesn't quite connect. Now, going for the Winston, but all he did was just alert him, make him mad. He's gonna dive back the other way, and all right, you've drawn the attention of everyone quite deftly, but not sure if it was fully worth it. Hong Kong, they get the pick off on the Widow. They're gonna take the fight inside the castle. Does he get the knockoff? Not quite yet, but it does force out the Primal.
Getting the opponent's Winston's Primal out of the way after using Euro is very important. But OYO coming up on a Convalescence, if he can stay alive towards this 100%, it could be a major turning point.
He's pretty close to it. The crazy S is down to get the OYO. No, he's immediately down. Miku was there. Didn't matter about the regen while Coalescence was up. Immediately bopped as Miku now finding room to work with here. Mui on the point. Hong Kong, they're a little beaten right now, but they're still very much in this fight. Shaolin, though, is on cleanup on the back. Floating back on over. Wounded, but not quite down. GZ needs to go in the anti-air duty. Doesn't really see it. Now finally does, but the opportunity could have been down as Chinese Taipei now starting to get back over onto the point.
Crazy S comes back, lives just long enough to full heal Shaolin. Can he use it? Only on 1 HP now. Getting a barrage in. Is it? Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, the barrage takes down both tanks and the Zenyatta. Shaolin waited for his opportunity, waited for GZQQ to be looking the other way, drops a barrage, and that was big.
Selfless team by Crazy S there. Flying in just long enough to die, but fully healing Shaolin, and Shaolin with about 25 HP getting that massive barrage to hold second point. This can be a major turning point. It's so hard to get back on that cart when it's pushed this deep.
Yeah, he's just like, do I still have HP? That's all I need. I only need 1 HP to come in here and make this happen. Hong Kong now on the full reset, but they do have that nano boost in reserve.
Exactly, ready to pair it perhaps on one of the tanks here. GZQQ could use it. Oh, but sniping on, he has no designs on using the nano, just wants to get in there as a pure hit scan.
It's like IDPS, drops the nano though, right on the Amcrazy. He's powered up, he's making some space, diving back the other way, looking for the Moira. Miku on fall through for all the people he's damaging right now. Gonna have to pop Primal, no, he can't pop Primal in time. 10-10, bursting him down, and Hong Kong now has no choice but to let this one go.
Exactly, barely dying before getting that Primal available. Shaolin dropping so low, but the Mercy's heals constantly on him, keeping him alive here. The Ana is applying so much pressure, not the hit scan matchup we normally see here, but it's working a little bit for Hong Kong.
Shaolin just able to stay alive. Miku though, taking on Blue. Miku's been big here so far, but now he's getting chased down by 2. Blue, hot pursuit, doesn't want to lose this one-on-one, and this is really the sort of Tracer mini game while the rest of the fight is being played outside.
Yeah, very chaotic fight here. Both teams sort of split apart by this Tracer action in the backline. But maybe this is why Chinese Taipei favors the Moira a little bit better in these chaotic scenarios. It's not a Zen who you're so worried about constantly protecting.
Miku is still behind enemy lines. I think he finally was able to break away from the main fight there, but this has been a little bit late. Oh, he's trying to ninja the cart, but the rest of his team is up front.
Just making sure the cart doesn't roll back there. It's a very important, underrated strategy here. 10-10 though, great counter dive, protecting Shaolin and his barrage.
Amcrazy goes with the Primal, but already almost bursted. Blue blows up Mango Jai on the other side. It's a soft stick, but it's a good one. Looking for the Zen, picks him on off, and Chinese Taipei, good, solid cleanup, and we're down to the final 35 seconds. Hong Kong, only with one more attempt at this.
Miko again into the back line. They're trying to chase him down. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out of this one.
Yeah, nope, not at least. So they're staggered even more. What does it mean when you can't get good positioning going in for a final fight like this?
This is part of the struggle of running the composition with the Ana and the Zenyatta. You struggle to support those aggressive high ground takes by your tanks because you don't have a Mercy to follow them up. Hopefully this Nano Boost can turn things around.
Mango Jai holding on to Nano. Blue, though, got Mui. There's not going to be any Widow Savior walking through that door. Mango Jai drops the Nano onto the Winston. Amcrazy leaps in. And again, looking for the Moira, zoning around the fight. But GZ's already gone. So even though he did get the Moira, the rest of his team is just falling. The Nano Boost, long gone. Shaolin landing the rockets. Winston's out of there. And Chinese Taipei, they're going to be holding this right here.
very strong hold coming out from Chinese Taipei. Nice adaptation to go to the Mercy Moira. It's not a support composition we expect to combine with this dive setup, but at the same time, it really offers a lot of utility against the Nano Boost. We saw how many times the Mercy was able to save the Moira because of the power of that fade. Look, Xiaolin dropping so low here, but all the health he needs apparently.
What did you think about Amcrazy's target selection of the Nano Boost, where it seemed like he was really focusing the Moira more than anyone else, where even at post-fade, he would still chase her down, even just kind of ignoring the rest of the fight?
It's tough, but it's sort of what you have to do. That Moira heal is so powerful. If you let her, if you go on anyone else, let's say, the Moira is going to instantly be behind you, constantly healing that target. And with your, slow chip damage, even with the Nano Boost, you'll never get through them. So you've got to take that Moira out before you get anybody else. But we saw OYO just barely sustaining through with his own heal orbs and with the pocket of Crazy S. So great teamwork there to deal with the Nano Boost. I mean, I think that's the best Amcrazy can do, but it just wasn't enough here. Needed some clutch Bionades or maybe a bit more damage from Miko.
So now we swap rounds, of course, and the best chance for Hong Kong to turn this around and even up the series, it's going to be a first point hold on Eichenwald. And, historically, when you've seen first point holds on Eichenwald, what really constitutes a good setup to make that happen?
It's certainly doable. You'd expect a very tanky composition, perhaps something with an Orisa and maybe a Widowmaker. A few picks can really set the offense back, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for that. Sometimes the dive composition can work too, if executed properly, but this first fight is going to be really critical. Of course, Chinese Taipei looks like they're setting up for maybe a core tankier composition, maybe a 3-3 potentially. Hard to say on the offense, but they're very well teched for what Hong Kong is running, so I'm certainly worried about the boys in red here.
Yeah, it seems like to me Hong Kong's going for the idea of let's just build EMPs and go for that sort of ultimate economy advantage where you get an EMP, then you support ults, and you keep going back and forth, but it seems pretty difficult to pull off here in this situation.
It's a very difficult composition to play effectively, and comparatively, the ease of execution is so simple for Chinese Taipei. One stun, one pick could really turn the fight in their favor.
Chinese Taipei, of course, running a heavily tanky setup. The old 3-3 goats are among us here. 3 support, 3 tank, and they just immediately go into the point. And now for Hong Kong, it's how do you evict them? You already let them on through. You didn't get any pickoffs. Have gotten 1 tick for free, but they almost get OYO. If you get the Moira, that's one way. They dive on in, but he was able to get back and protect it. Brigida, though, out of the fight. Hong Kong has at least pushed them off, but when you lose the Diva, now you can't dive in quite as hard, and suddenly Chinese Taipei able to muscle their way back onto the point.
10-10 charged up, so dangerous in the scenario. If you can't take down the Zarya, you just won't outlast her in a long fight. High energy Zarya, one of the most dangerous characters in Overwatch, and what a clean first take from Chinese Taipei. Understanding the compositional matchup, run to point, they are the defenders now, and Hong Kong forced to dive into that small cubby. They do find one, but honestly, that's above expectations. So difficult to take down all those tanks in that enclosed scenario.
Now, let me ask you this. What do you think about running the 3-3 into point B? A lot of teams will run in, then they'll get stopped. Do you agree with running until you at least get stopped once, or do you think people might be considering swapping now?
When you win first fights that hard, you don't want to change composition. We see how many ults are at that 70-80% scenario for Chinese Taipei. They want to get one big ult cycle off before they make any swaps. I like this decision making, although I agree though, if they do get stopped, if they do commit these ults unsuccessfully, I would like to see maybe going back to a dive-year composition.
All right, Chinese Taipei going to be focusing on the payload. Hong Kong moving straight in, but the problem is they're diving into a composition that loves being dived on. They're not trying to poke them out too much from afar. And Grav is out of the fight, and yet Chinese Taipei still holding on right now. Hong Kong, they've dove into the belly of the beast, and guess what? They're getting devoured. Chinese Taipei, they're still holding on. They dropped the beat, and they're starting to push Hong Kong right off of the payload.
Amcrazy falling. That's the only defense against the Ting Shatter. He's just constantly pushing the card here. And if you think about it, that's the best case scenario. GCQQ eating 10-10's grab, and they still can't take the fight. It's hard to imagine how Hong Kong comes back into this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part where GCQQ just looks at his team and is like, team, question mark? Gets blue off the pickoff, but the payload's already gone so far. Even if Chinese Taipei gets wiped here, this would be a great opportunity to go, all right, use your ultimates. Now we're going to swap to our real power. Barrage comes in from Miko. It's cleanup, but I almost think that Chinese Taipei might be okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, you do want to switch your composition here. I would have loved to see a little bit more defensive play from Blue there, flying up on top of the castle into the waiting arms of 6 Hong Kong players, instantly dying, and then Miko is completely free to barrage. So Blue showing a bit of inexperience on the Diva, more of a DPS player, maybe hasn't experienced exactly how to play versus this Pharah composition yet.
No, we do have full swap-ups here for Chinese Taipei, so I do think that they kind of just accepted that barrage there. It seemed like, we don't really care. They've gone for the full swap-up. You have Blue on the Widow here. Mui, though, hot pursuit.
Certainly, this movement to high ground so effective, so annoying for Sombra to deal with. So difficult to retake that high ground, committing the translocator so risky. But using the scouting, Miko finds 2, opens things up with the Tracer. Great work.
It's an early pickup here. Hong Kong looking a little bit better, but Chinese Taipei turned it into more of a brawl right now. Shaolin on Tracer himself, under pressure, able to rewind, gets out of the fray. OYO so low and yet not finish off. Miku wasn't able to get the final part there. And now Chinese Taipei slowly making this fight their own. They're gonna get the DMAC. Blue is back in for the support, and he can just dink the Winston here if he's not looking. Goes over the top, looking for that shot. Winston gets out line of sight. Look, Mui coming around the outskirts. He's looking for Blue. Blue already repositioning, even though he doesn't know he's there. And Chinese Taipei, they're just one fight away.
Blue getting turned on by the Sombra. Oh, and barely saved by the Lucio. Great teamwork there. Although this is a last-second contest scenario, Hong Kong has to commit everything to the card, even their bodies, their lives. At least Blue falls, but no, not able to contest the point. Chinese Taipei taking Eichenwald. Great compositional decisions from Chinese Taipei. You have to hand it to them. They played that smart. But if you're Hong Kong, you need something new. Their strategies don't seem very effective to me.
I gotta say, too, not only do I agree on that from Hong Kong, where I think they're getting outcomped a lot here, I have to give all the credit here to Chinese Taipei, where they have not committed the sort of contenders faux pas, where people just like 3-3 all the time, never swap. They basically did exactly what you said, where you run it, you get stopped once, you come back in with the full swap, and it was very much to their advantage.
Exactly, and so surprising. We saw the dive go about as well as you could expect from the side of Hong Kong. 2 opening picks very quickly and committing the Covalescence, but somehow not able to convert that into tank kills. Those tanks were so healthy late in the fight on the cart, there was just no hope to really evict them from that position. And at that point, it was really just Hong Kong running in one after another, just trying to contest it, trying to keep this match going.
Now I have to ask you, why do you think we saw Mui end up swapping over to the Sombra, where he's been so good on the Widowmaker? Is this just a moment where they feel like they needed more of the utility from the Sombra to control, even with him being so explosive on those hit scan characters?
Perhaps it's a lack of confidence. Maybe they want really directly to switch to that Lucio and Moira, that support composition that's a little more effective to go super aggressive all as one. And in that composition, maybe the Widowmaker doesn't fit as well. But I would like to see Mui bring that Widow out. He's been so strong on it so far at the World Cup here. I need to see more Widow from Mui. To turn this game around, they need something crazy. And sometimes you just put your faith in your best Widow player and say, take us away.
All right, well, speaking of taking us away, we got Golden Boy with Mango Jai down on the floor. Let's see what he has to offer.
Okay, so Golden Boy down here with Mango Jai from Team Hong Kong. Now, Team Hong Kong currently down 2-0 right now against Chinese Taipei. But Mango Jai, wanted to ask you about, I guess like the experience so far, and anyone that you've talked to that you guys have learned from here in Incheon. Any pro player?
虽然现在已经有点小小落后啊，有点小输台湾队嘛，就是中华海队。那想要问一下，说你有没有在这一次的仁川站，就是世界杯，有没有找一些其他的选手聊聊，然后去学，或是说有没有其他招你看到你觉得可以学起来的？什么意思？就是其他的就其他队的选手，不一定是台湾队，也许其他还有南韩队啊，都可以学。
韩国队的 Jonah 吧，因为他跟我的定位也是一样，都是腹部和尚位置，然后他的打法也是很狂啊，准度也很够，所以他就是一直以来都是我的学习对象。
So probably Jonah from South Korea, since they play Zenyatta, they play the same role. So he thinks just by watching him play, he learns a lot from him. Yeah.
Awesome, and now it has been a difficult tournament so far for Hong Kong. What are they hoping to change going into games 3 and 4? After the half.
因为一开始有一点苦战，对不对？所以，可是我们还有2个地图，所以呢，现在开始有没有想要就做一些改变的，或者有没有策略上的一些调整？
主要是我们要减小那个会战时候的死亡率啊，就是尽量避免到就是还没打就先丢血这个问题。对。
Okay, so one thing that he noticed from the first 2 maps is like they died way too early in the game, so they want to avoid that. If they can avoid that, they think they're fairly confident.
Well, I would definitely say you definitely don't want to die first. So that is 100%. Thank you so much, Mango Jai, for your time, and Jing, as well as always, for the excellent translations. That is going to do it for us here at the floor. Coming up next, we're going to have games 3 and 4. Let's see if Hong Kong can put a win on the board. Oh, Chinese Taipei, close it out. See you on the other side.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
Chinese Taipei looking strong against Hong Kong here so far in the Overwatch World Cup, up 2-0 after the half. Jake, though, is there anything Hong Kong can do to maybe make this a little bit more interesting from what we've seen here so far?
If I'm Hong Kong's coach, unleash Mui, get him back on that Widowmaker. That's what we saw Hong Kong's best signs of life so far in the tournament, was with Mui on that Widowmaker, just popping off, challenging some of these Overwatch League players who we honestly wouldn't have expected to show weakness here at the Overwatch World Cup, at least so far in the group stage. So get Mui back on that Widowmaker, and we're going to the Assault map type, a stronghold for Widowmaker, and one pick can really make the difference. So.
Yep, so basically, unleash Mui, take off the shackles, and let him have a really good time.
Exactly, and we'll see our map choice up next, but really any of these Assault maps, you're going to see strong openings for Widowmaker, so it's really up to the rest of Hong Kong to stabilize that Widowmaker, make sure that he has the space that he needs to work with.
Well, let's take a look at what map it might be. Is it going to be Anubis? It is going to be Anubis, so again, big brain.
ZP's got some prediction game. All right, chat, no hating.
All right, so Anubis, of course, is where Mui can definitely have a pretty good time on Widowmaker, where we've seen Widows make or break teams here, especially when you look to point A. Teams go out of their way to find different ways of supporting the Widows in that particular point.
It's really interesting to see what compositions, especially the offense, comes out with. Defense meta has been somewhat static. We've seen a few dive teams, but a lot of Orisa. Always something to enable and support a defensive Widowmaker, perhaps behind the shield or perhaps in an alternate position. So I'm really interested to see what the offense comes out with here. It's all about breaking that first point to hold. Give yourself a chance to cap second point. It's certainly much more straightforward after you get through first.
All right, well, now we're going to get a chance to look at what the defense is going to be. It's going to be Hong Kong on the defense first, and really no surprise, they're going to be running Mui, but the one thing that is a little bit surprising for a point A defense coming out here is that it looks like they're going to be running the double hit scan, so they're not opting
Actually,
to run.
Hong Kong is the offense, I believe.
Yeah, I have now looked at this the wrong way. The map has thrown me the wrong way. I've been misled. Chinese Taipei, this makes a little bit more sense, where they're going to be running the Junkrat on the defense here, and okay. this makes more sense. We have the Junkrat for the early gate and the Widow in the back.
A classic composition, the same composition that we saw Chinese Taipei deploy against Japan on the same map. But of course, Japan finding a ton of success on Temple of Anubis. So we'll see if Hong Kong can exploit OYO's Brigitte in the same way. Although on this double hit scan setup, they don't have that Genji to punish the lack of a Zenyatta. This Brigitte could really work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, with this double hit scan setup is that, to a degree, I mean, the McCree can threaten the Junkrat if he gets a line of sight, but the McCree also feels vulnerable to just walking into grenades, especially if you have a good idea of where he's coming in from.
Yeah, trying to get through this choke is a really difficult challenge on McCree. Such a lack of movement abilities, and like you were saying, so much spam. We'll see if he can do it here.
All right, Chinese Taipei just going to hold here on the top. Blue gonna make a little bit of space going to the high ground, but Hong Kong, they've cleared the first hurdle here in part. They still have a few people that haven't quite gone over, but it's not a bad opening here, so long as they can heal on up.
Blue not able to find this shot there. Hong Kong making this double hit scan composition work. This is the point where it could get really powerful. McCree and Widow on the high ground can start to deal a ton of damage. Chinese Taipei forced to adopt a very defensive position back here in the Cubby by point.
Everyone, hide behind the Orisa and hope that Blue gets a pickoff. That right now seems to be the plan. Blue on to left, looking for pickoffs. Not even really able to chunk the tanks here just yet, but at some point for Hong Kong, you got to make a move.
We can see the danger here. Oh, yeah. Oh, Blue finding the first pick, but the tanks of Hong Kong getting right above the heads of Chinese Taipei, getting ready to punish them potentially with a flanking maneuver.
Well, the interesting thing here is that Chinese Taipei, even though they've been quite literally backed into a corner, it's seemingly fine. They can still contest the point here, and Hong Kong doesn't actually feel comfortable out heading on in. And part of that is the damage Junkrat is putting out, backed by those tanks. And now he has a Riptire up here to use whenever Hong Kong does decide to commit. And now they actually are going to commit. Here comes the tire. Shaolin waits for it, drops on in, doesn't get anything.
Great bubble by Am Crazy, shutting down that tire, and now the damage is coming in. A Ting not able to maintain the shield on point. GZQQ just laying it in, but demeched by the Widowmaker.
They've gotten one tick off here, but they still need a little bit more. GZQQ under pressure, trying to get a new mech back up. 31%, not really going to get anytime soon. Blue coming on out, looking to be the finisher here, and Chinese Taipei just hiding in the corner here. It's done quite well.
Yeah, 10-10 finding Jazzy, but this is the weakness of the double hit scan. Even when you get in this free fire zone, that McCree on the high ground in pretty much the ideal position for him, he's not able to peek freely. He's always scared of that Widowmaker. If you're running a projectile character, it's easier to slip that damage in, get it past the shields. Might I suggest a Junkrat?
A Junkrat or a Genji, but yeah, I mean, a Junkrat here, you just get it over the top. Those grenades would be getting a ton of value. D.Va can't eat all of them.
Certainly, a Junkrat in the same position as that McCree would be doing a ton of damage, and a Riptire in that enclosed space is very dangerous. So we'll see if Mui's Hanzo can make it work in a similar fashion.
Well, Hanzo's going to be coming up here, but it's going to be a while until he's able to summon the dragon. Minute 30 left here for Hong Kong as they keep looking at this puzzle that Chinese Taipei has put up at them. It's taking a lot of time for them to move on in. We do see Am Crazy dive in, coming in from the side, cleaving a whole lot, almost getting problems, but can't get in time. The tire runs him over. Dead up from Miku on the side, and yet Chinese Taipei, overall very healthy, not really phased at all.
Great movement by Shaolin there on the Junkrat, almost bouncing Nico into the waiting arms of the D.Va bomb. Will GZQQ be able to find more with his bomb? Shield broken. This could be a big moment.
Chinese Taipei a little bit more vulnerable, but the shield is back up. Gets broken again, but Hong Kong isn't really able to make advantage of these opportunities. Am Crazy though, Primal Rage is up, gets stuck in the trap and chunked. Now, he was able to back out, but not quite as effective as it would be. But the self-destruct again, Blue, that's big. Hong Kong now up 2 players. The Dragon finally going to clean house, literally. And that should be enough for Hong Kong to get the point, but man, that took a while.
Yeah, very defensive positioning by Chinese Taipei, but Hong Kong really without any characters to punish. You need those projectile spammers to really threaten those enclosed spaces. Neither McCree nor Widowmaker can really deal with people just sitting behind an Orisha shield and refusing to move. So heads up play by Chinese Taipei reacting to their opponent's compositions.
Got Mui right now on the Hanzo, and he's going to be going over to this right-hand side from the little looks of it. The rest of his team going to the left, and the flanking sniper play definitely seems to catch teams off guard a little bit.
Yeah, the double angle Hanzo is a classic maneuver. You need to get him in those unexposed angles. But great movement by Am Crazy, using his HP bar, getting very deep here, pushing the supports back. Nico able to take position on point.
GZQQ is getting chunked down really hard, just barely able to get away, but Blue gets caught! Miku, with the soft touch, gets Blue out of it, and now Hong Kong is just going to move on to the point. They've gotten one here so far, and it's up to Chinese Taipei to make a move to evict them from the point. Already, oh, well, that's a move. The tire came in from the back and just grabbed 2.
Shaolin, such patience there. I love to see it, just hiding in the corner of point, not exposing himself. Hong Kong moves out of the point, thinks they're safe, and that's when the tire comes for them. You've got to stay wary, kids.
And Shaolin, of course, going to be staying on the Junkrat here so far. Not every team will stay on the Junkrat on second, but what are the advantages of holding on the Junkrat for second point here?
Well, the Riptire is just such a dangerous ability on Temple of Anubis. There's so many spam angles, it's so hard to just push in. You're sort of taking damage from the moment you leave that gate at spawn. And of course, any trap, any pick that you get on Junkrat is sort of just icing on the cake, because that Riptire is really just a clock on winning a fight. So hard to deal with that in these enclosed spaces on Temple.
Shaolin so far has been doing a good job of getting those tires up quickly. Hong Kong seemingly a bit staggered right now, where it's taking them a long time to get one push after another. See how quick they are this time around. And do you think the McCree's slowing them down a little bit?
Certainly. I mean, McCree's a very static character. Maybe this Dragon can open things up, though, maybe splitting some teams apart. But Shaolin getting ready to take a position behind point. This is such a hard place to evict a Junkrat from.
Yeah, Shaolin just holding back. You know what? I like these corridors in the back, break line of sight, dropping some grenades, having a good time. But OYO, out of the fight early. Could be an opportunity, but he's brought back up. Blue's able to punish Miku in the McCree battle. And as both teams trade out, they both use Transcendence. So a lot of equal resources being used. But we're going to see a Ting use the Primal Rage. Looks for disruption in the back, almost gets the support, and does with the aid of Crazy S. That's going to be enough for Chinese Taipei.
A Ting barely living there, but even if he fell, that would have been very, very worth it. Pushing those backliners out of the fight, denying them from pressuring the point, and now a massive delay onto GZQQ. Great play by Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei, of course, they only need to hold for 2 more minutes. Hong Kong starting to run out of time, and this is a deep stagger. This is where divas wish for the sweet embrace of death and oftentimes don't get it.
I've got to respect Chinese Taipei's dedication to the cause here. You know, a lot of teams, as soon as that diva tries to remech, they instantly burst the baby. But here, Chinese Taipei understands they can take down the mech. They don't need to take down the baby herself. So getting a double delay there, GZQQ not going to be back in the fight. And it's looking like maybe only 2 fights left for Hong Kong if they're lucky.
And that's the power of the stagger there, where you have 1:30 left. You're stuck waiting for your diva before you can go back in. Now, finally, they can make the attempt. But Chinese Taipei, they've seen everything. And now you get Shaolin here in the back, rip tire up. And this seems like a really nice spot to let a tire go from.
Yeah, at this point, you're rushing into a rip tire. The clock is starting to pressure you out. We'll see. Oh, and Shaolin, great positioning here. Very hard to pick off a Junkrat. We'll see if he gets any value out of this tire.
Yeah, he's going to use the tire, wall climb up from the left side. Oh, immediately picked off Miku. All over it. They were ready, but Blue, he was ready for Miku. Wins the McCree battle on the other side. Denies the, well, doesn't quite deny the res, but punishes the Mercy. Deadeye up on the outskirts. Happy Little Skull coming up here on Winston, waiting for it. Gets the D-Mech. This push is over, and Hong Kong, they're only going to get one more attempt.
Yeah, GZQQ is just happy he's not getting delayed again, but the spam coming so deep into the spawn, like I was talking about. Shaolin getting very aggressive here. Oh, and they're going to catch Mui on the flank too. This could be terrible for Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, this is now it's gone from we get one good fight where we can take our time to we don't really have time to think about this. We just got to go.
And Miko forced to switch to the Doomfist. Feels like he has to play it to get back to point. But Junkrat and McCree are 2 of the most powerful counters to Doomfist in the game. You're swapping into the counters. This is a worst case scenario for Miko.
I mean, Miko's just probably going to channel his inner hand solo here and be like, don't tell me the odds. I don't care about the McCree. I don't care about the Junkrat. Just let me punch one person. But they're already down Am Crazy, so the odds just got a whole lot worse. Chinese Taipei punishing Hong Kong as they move in. GZ out of his mech. Miku does get a pickoff he was looking for, but simply too late in the tire. Gonna roll over. It's Chinese Taipei holding here on point B.
Great shutdown from Chinese Taipei. We saw the Doomfist get a pick. That's sort of an above average performance, but he just can't stay to challenge the McCree and the Junkrat. They're too powerful against him. Those movement control abilities, just a complete game ender for Doomfist.
Now, let me ask you this. When you would swap to Doomfist towards the very end, what do you think goes through the mind? Is it just sort of, look, the hero can get one-shots, even if it's not ideal? You know, there's a world where maybe this works and I live the dream?
Certainly, I mean, Doomfist is one of those characters that can pop off, that has the potential to sort of go crazy, farm an ult in one fight, maybe get some kills with the ultimate, and just snowball from there with those shields. But just it's so difficult to execute against the Junkrat and the McCree. I would have rather seen a Sombra or a Tracer, maybe something along those lines, a little bit easier to execute than this Doomfist. And we saw him sort of forced to go in alone as the clock was running down. That's never what you want to be doing as Doomfist. You always want to be part of a dive squad.
So we're going to be swapping up here. It's going to be Chinese Taipei moving to the other side. And, you know, as we see Hong Kong come out here on the defense, again, they are going to be opting for the double hit scan. So it wasn't just on the attack. They're also just not going to have either Junkrat pressure or Hanzo pressure, even the ability of a Genji, the dive here. What is your take on double hit scan compositions?
I don't like this at all, especially the Soldier 76 and the Ana and the Zenyatta here. You don't have a damage boost to enable your primary hit scan. I mean, you do have the Nano for the Tac Visor potentially, but at this point, if Mui loses the duel to Blue, this map is just too big. Miko is not going to be able to challenge Blue if he's on that high ground Arch of Temple. So really, I don't like the composition here. If Mui falls, if he's not able to win the duel, Miko is going to fall right behind him. So I think there's a little bit of redundancy here in the fact that they're running 2 hit scans, very vulnerable to an aggressive dive. Shaolin already on the Genji. This is basically a perfect compositional matchup for Chinese Taipei. They're looking really strong in this first offense.
We'll see if Hong Kong can somehow make it work, but I completely agree. I do think that this is going to be a pretty tough mountain to climb here if you're Hong Kong, but all they can do here is hope to get a first point hold, because otherwise Chinese Taipei, they're going to take the series.
Exactly, and no reses to work with on first point defense. That's a very risky strategy. One pick could spell the end of first point.
Hong Kong for now holding back. Chinese Taipei, they're taking a little bit more time here, which is kind of the privilege when you get that sort of hold. They want this first attack to matter.
And Shaolin getting the scout there, I think catching eyes on Mui. So Mui forced to rotate away, take a new position. Am Crazy getting cooldowns forced. Just a slow constriction from the side of Chinese Taipei, taking map control piece by piece.
GZ's getting focused really hard. He's one of the only people near the point. Chinese Taipei was able to look at him and go, you know what, we're going to chunk you down a little bit more. Mui looking for a pickoff. Had an opportunity where maybe in some world he could have gotten the Mercy in the back, but the opportunity has gone away. He's taking his time. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei, they're diving on the point. 10-10 though. Gonna get demeched real early on here as Hong Kong holds back. So far Chinese Taipei hasn't quite struck as deeply as expected, and Hong Kong's patience paying off. They get Crazy as Miko even finds Shaolin, and this is gonna be a successful hold.
Yeah, committing onto that heal station from Soldier 76, always a risky proposition. I would have liked to see Chinese Taipei put a little more pressure on point before committing, but Blue finds Jazzy, and Mui also falling with no mercy on the side of Hong Kong. This is going to be a 6v4 push for Chinese Taipei. Even with how badly that fight went, they're still in a great position to take point A.
And here's the important part too, you also got the Dragon Blade, so not only are you working with numerical advantage for a little while, you got the Blade, and Shaolin certainly gonna flex it, uses it here, looking for Miko, gonna grab with the Ada Blue, still slicing through. Focusing on the Diva. Couldn't really get the D-Mech, not as effective as you might think, and yet with Am Crazy down, with the Diva pushed out of the fight, Chinese Taipei, though a little bit wounded, are gonna have the personnel they need to start getting some progress.
Yeah, trying to take down GZQQ. He does get the remake, but very low, takes a ton of damage in that animation. Blue now back on the high ground position. Mui falls again. No one to contest this Widowmaker. Again, he's in a free fire scenario. All the takes on point for Chinese Taipei. They're looking to close out point A.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei, they have everything they need. They're gonna get point A, and of course, that means the worst they can do in the series would be a draw, which means that they end up taking the series no matter what. But we'll see what map score they can do as well, because I think for Chinese Taipei, they'd really love to put up a 4-0.
Yeah, certainly here, especially with how this series has been going. I think they'll expect nothing less of themselves. Miko with the Tac Visor. Ooh, ends up switching to Doomfist here. Maybe looking to shut down the Dragon Blade. Am Crazy's Primal already forced.
Miko, of course, has been favoring the Doomfist in tough situations, but now as Diva almost getting taken down, GZ was in rough spot. It was a close sleep that was able to just stop that in the nick of time. Miko, though, here comes Shaolin on the blade, on the other end, chasing down the tank, looking for Winston, not finishing off. The Nano Boost actually applies the heal, keeps Am Crazy in the fight, and that's the power of the new Nano Boost as Hong Kong is able to turn the fight around.
Yeah, great turn there, and Chinese Taipei committing both support ults to an ultimately losing fight. That's going to be really tough for their ultimate economy going forward. Miko and the Doomfist able to chase very aggressively. This is one of the potent effects of Doomfist that you sort of never have to stop going in. When you get that 1-2 player advantage, you can snowball all the way to the spawn. So Chinese Taipei looking to take maybe a little bit more of a controlled approach there. That Dragon Blade from Shaolin getting no value with the Nano Boost from Jazzy saving Am Crazy.
Now, do you like staying on Genji here for point B? A lot of players will swap off it because they like it in point A. A lot of times they'll be like, I want something a little bit more powerful. Maybe a Junkrat, maybe Pharah even. Am Crazy, though, falls early in Chinese Taipei. Right now, it doesn't seem like they might have to swap as Mui falls.
Oh, no. This is a worst-case scenario. Losing picks so early. Miko forced to go in, ulting, but such low HP. He needs to get kills out of this.
He's looking for at least the Zet. Actually, changes gears, looking for the Mercy. Gets Crazy S. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough. The fight has gone so well here for Chinese Taipei. Shaolin falls. Hong Kong getting a few decent trades. And remember, it's only a 1-tick margin, and yet, I think, lose Jazzy. Chinese Taipei, they're not of it yet. A tank even gets Mui. Mui shouldn't have challenged that, and suddenly Chinese Taipei, the pressure is back on.
Miko, though, finds the Baby Diva. There's not going to be a remake here. A-Ting turning it around here. seeing if the GZQQ can remake here. He's able to. Blue uncontested on the high ground, but not able to get quite enough damage to close this out yet.
Yeah, Blue's looking. Oh, goodbye. Sends him to the moon. Crazy still had enough there. He gets a nap. He deserves it. Here comes Shaolin. Blade out. Looking for Ana. No sleep thrown up. He just used it. Now the slice. Oh, this is the slice. Can't finish it off. Shaolin ends up falling. And by the way, look at the point. Look at the point. Hong Kong barely able to get back there in time. And this is on the wire. They just need a little bit more. Hong Kong still in rough shape. A Ting, Primal Rage pushing people off. And it's going to be Chinese Taipei grabbing Temple of Anubis.
This is the power of the Valkyrie. It's such a strong ability. The Genji not able to finish that Ana kill, but then we've got the Valkyrie pistol coming in. I honestly think Crazy S had his pistol out for about 2/3 of that Valkyrie. Don't do this at home, kids.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy S was kind of reminding me of Cruz there, where, of course, you'll see Cruz on Team UK a little bit later in the year, but he's someone where used to be a DPS player, then goes, you know what? Sometimes in Mercy, I just want to pull up the pistol. Remind me of the glory days.
And it is a powerful ability, you know, that ability to fly in, you know, get anywhere you want to get. That's how he's able to chase the Ana deep into the spawn. And you have to worry about Hong Kong here. With no Mercy on their side, those early picks they're dropping on the high ground come to really bite them. It's giving Chinese Taipei these free entrances, and breaking that first gate of Temple of Anubis is really one of the most difficult parts about taking point B.
And I mean, we also saw, I mean, again, I think you mentioned some of the idea that Hong Kong wasn't always playing the most ideal team compositions. They really tried to make the double hit scan work, and to their credit, I mean, they were able to defend a push or two, but in the end, it seemed like it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it goes to show the risks of running No Mercy on first point. They win that fight so convincingly, taking all of Chinese Taipei down, except Blue strikes back with 2 picks, and with No Mercy on their side, they're not able to get back, and Chinese Taipei just snowballs through point A with a 6v4 player advantage, even though it felt like they lost the fight. This is the power of compositional decisions in Overwatch.
All right, so now we're about to look at the next map, but let me ask you, is it going to be Rialto?
I certainly hope so. I'd like to see more of this map, and yes, it is. Here we have it up on the screen. Rialto, a map where hopefully, finally, bring me Mui's Widow. He's been so impressive so many times in this tournament. I want to see more of it, but give him a Mercy, you know, give him that proper lineup to support him, make space for him. It feels like with these greedy support choices, they're just not able to exert the kind of map presence that you need to make space for a Widowmaker.
Yeah, you know, there has been one sentiment, you know, expressed by the public throughout the tournament so far, which is Spec Mui. And why are they saying Spec Mui? Because he plays a darn good Widowmaker. So, you know, it's Rialto, and there's no better place to see some good Widow play than here.
Exactly. There's such wide open spaces we've seen on first point. This long angle straight from the attacker spawn has been the death knell of many a Mercy. Just Widowmakers constantly watching it. That's been a real tester for a lot of teams here. Who is able to manage that aggressive sightline? It's so hard to stop a Widowmaker from taking it. Of course, sightline opening at her own spawn, but you have to be able to avoid that sightline or block it when you need to cross. And that kind of team play is really what separates good teams from bad.
Well, we're in game. It's Rialto. It's where Zenyatta's take a swim and they never come on back because apparently he's not waterproof. But, of course, we take a look at the teams here. And, Jake, you might be disappointed. I might be disappointed. The thousands watching around the world, very disappointed here.
Yeah, Mui coming back out. We saw the same composition on Eichenwald. They found a little bit of success with it, but honestly, I really want to see Mui on the Widow. I feel like Mora is going to have a lot harder time here on Eichenwald. 10-10 adopting a new hiding spot. Haven't seen this position before.
Yeah, you know, he's hiding on the boat right now where, you know, it's half I'm hiding and then half, you know what, I'd actually like to go for a ride here. The canal's not too bad.
And the struggle here is going to be, how do you shut down Blue? You're going to have to commit your Winston and D.Va very deep along with Miko to try and shut him down. But where does that leave Shaolin? Right above your supports. And really, if the Ana and Zenyatta can't find the pick on Shaolin, he's just going to have his way with their backline.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of choose your poison, right? Is that, do you go for Blue? Guess what? Shaolin's going to be raining down the rockets. Do you go for Shaolin? Well, guess what? Blue's going in for the headshot. So I think this is going to be a very difficult team composition for Hong Kong to make work, as we see Chinese Taipei here first on the defense. And Shaolin, I expect him to be sneaky, and I do think he's going to force out the Widow pretty early.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do here. But again, no hit scan on the side of Hong Kong. He's free to just rain in rockets. Already finding a bit of damage here.
Rockets coming in. Hong Kong already kind of struggling to adapt. They're keeping 3 on the payload just so far, so we haven't quite hit the point of, all right, how's this going to go down? And they're going to rely on Miko, but already Zenyatta can't swim. Shaolin drops Mango Jive right into the canal, and Miko, he's getting some cardio on the outskirts.
And Shaolin just getting right on top of them, directly over their head. That's not something you can do when you're facing a Widowmaker. The threat of that hit scan is so dangerous, but when you see that Hong Kong's running this composition, you're completely free to rain in rockets, already at 90% barrage.
And Widow in 3, 2, not Widow.
Please,
Bowie!
Please.
Please!
We're begging you.
Bible thump!
Blue in an absolute free fire zone finds himself playing Duck Hunt in Hong Kong spawn. We can see, look, the kind of position that Shaolin is not afraid to take.
Yeah, and he has the barrage set up, immediately drops it. The shatter makes it even bigger. Can't drop defensive matrix when you're on the ground. Miku able to punish Shaolin, but to what end doesn't really matter too much. However, with the Ting falling, this could get a little bit spicier, and I don't think Crazy S can feel comfortable going for a res.
Yeah, perhaps Chinese Taipei getting a little ahead of themselves. Hopefully they'll be able to save 10-10 here. The nade does land on him, and Miko follows it up. Great plays by the offense here.
Offense getting a little bit more room to work with. Rez is going to come in. Oh, the pulse bomb just barely misses, although it's a little bit weird because I think 10-10 would have been able to shield anyways.
Yeah, a little bit of a questionable pulse bomb there. Doesn't even hit him on after the iframes. Crazy nano boost, but still burst it down.
Chinese Taipei, Respawn's coming back in. Hong Kong, this is difficult here. You don't want to get forced into a situation where you use the Transcendence early, but they're going to use the Coalescence. They're going to use this anti-air Coalescence, OYO, out of the fight, and they're able to get the Mercy. Mui tracks him on down with that beam, and suddenly things are looking a little bit rosier here for Hong Kong.
Chinese Taipei's over-aggression really coming back to bite them here. They would have loved to have a little bit better of a setup coming into this fight. It kind of felt like they got snowballed from that aggressive play into the red spawn.
Meanwhile, you got Miku coming in on the flank, has Zenyatta in his sights, doesn't want to shop him into the water, instead just wants to chop him on down. Going over to the left, looking, pressured, and goes, actually, I didn't like this plan, not even a little bit. Chinese Taipei, Graviton is up.
10-10, very highly energized here, could do a lot with this Graviton. Crazy going so deep, but just the damage pouring into him.
The Graviton comes in, Shaolin the Barrage gets 2, and Chinese Taipei, look at how low all of them are, and yet all still alive. Hong Kong unable to finish these kills, and things, as a result, have gone the way of Chinese Taipei.
It feels like everything is on the back of a bio grenade from Jazzy. If he can't find those, it doesn't seem like they're getting the fix. Committing a Coalescence here, but Mui's not even able to peek. Blue just asserting such dominance over the sideline.
And not only asserting dominance, but able to get out of a sticky situation with super low. So is the Ting. The Transcendence from OYO comes in the nick of time, keeps everyone alive. Chinese Taipei is playing this masterfully right now.
We've seen so many teams stall out, trying to close out this final point here, and such limited damage from the side of Hong Kong. If they can't find those dive kills from the backline, as Miko was attempting, there's just no way to break down those resources from Chinese Taipei. That Valkyrie is just too much to deal with in that enclosed space of second point.
What do you deal with Zarya here when you know that Zarya has grab? Because that's a situation. Oh, Miku goes down. Well, after Miku comes back in, how do you play around 10-10?
I mean, we need to see GZQQ eat another Graviton here. I don't feel like there's any other answers left in this fight. Miko makes the switch onto the Widow here, maybe getting a little bit desperate at this point, not able to make anything happen on the Tracer. He'll have to shut down Blue to start this fight. I can't see any other way for Hong Kong.
Well, we'll see if GZ has the answer. Oh, Miku goes for a swim. Shaolin just encouraging people to go spin in the canals. Shaolin drops the barrage, immediately gets the D-Mech. Meanwhile, 10-10, he hasn't even had to use the Graviton. Life is just that good for him right now. And Hong Kong, they've lost the fight. You grab one person at the end, because why not? But this is looking like it could be a quick Rialto indeed.
You just cannot deal with the Pharaoh without those long-range hit scan. Rialto, such a dangerous map. We saw knockoff after knockoff and just the classic picks, barrages from above. Shaolin putting on an absolute clinic, shows if you don't counterpick me, I will destroy you.
You know, I do think that if we wanted to solve the world's energy crisis, if you're just to channel all the disappointment from the world of not seeing Mui play Widow here, I think if you could harness that power, we'd be set.
Yeah, that's some hydroelectric power right there. Something insane. A lot of tears flowing in the house.
Yeah, we've just doubled the water content on Earth with that one match. But yeah, I mean, it was a weird setup. And why do you think we saw Mui go to the Moira there and not try and run the Widow?
It must be something they practice. I mean, we saw it on Eichenwald, so maybe it's been effective for them in scrimmages. Maybe they've got the strategy. I mean, it did seem like when they landed the Bionades, they were able to follow up with incredible aggression. Of course, that extra healer enabling their Winston and D.Va to sort of go in with reckless abandon. But when they aren't able to find the nade, when it's blocked by a Ryan or bubbled away by a Zarya, it just didn't feel like they had any chance of getting a kill. So for Hong Kong, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, hopefully bring out something different, but it looks like they're very committed to this strategy, want to run it again here on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, all credit to Mui on his other heroes, but, the issue is that I do wonder if putting him on the Moira is the right situation here where, yeah, he has great positioning, but it's not making the biggest use of his abilities to be just a crazy hit scan hero, and, I mean, I get it, it's a composition they're running with, but it is a little bit of a strange decision. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei, they're just going to be running double sniper here. They're going for the throat.
Yeah, what I can say for Hong Kong is that on the defense at least, Jazzy's going to have a little bit of a better time setting up those bio nades. Maybe can take flanking positions or have a little bit more options when it comes to setting up those nades. Maybe they can be a little bit more consistent on the defense. Miko on the McCree puts a little bit more pressure on the front line and doesn't rely on as much aggressive backline commitment that wasn't so successful on the other side.
All right, so Chinese Taipei going to be leading the way here on the Orisa. And Shaolin and Blue going to be freelancing a little bit, looking for those pickoffs to try and make this as quick as possible.
And for the side of Chinese Taipei, I love this composition. They have so many ways to get a pick, and even one could spell the end with, again, no mercy on the side of Hong Kong. One pick to be their undoing.
And they have the Hog as well. Gonna put some pressure on the D.Va. The D.Va ends up going forward, eats a little bit more damage than expected there. And that's just a weakness where you have to take out the fight a little bit longer, and it's more room to work with. Hook comes in, Winston in real trouble. This one's gonna end up falling here. 10-10 takes a breather, but can't get out of the way in time.
Well, there's the bio grenade we're talking about there. 10-10 getting no value out of his self-heal. Jazzy finding the frag. This is exactly what Hong Kong needs to do. This is a great start to their defense. Chinese Taipei maybe bringing some adjustments in here. 10-10 switching to the D.Va, but Shaolin finds a pick on Mui.
And that could just be all they need to get this started, where if you're running a Moira compositions tend to rely on her pretty heavily, and once she's gone, the composition crumbles.
Yeah, it's quite strange here because at least I think they still have enough heals in this composition to survive. But GZQQ, zoned by the Dragon, unable to escape. Shaolin going so aggressive here on the high ground, no one to shut him down.
And now he's going to get the D-Mac, just needs a little bit. The Nano Boost, though, keeps GZ alive, and the Moira comes in just in time. Meanwhile, Miko was able to get both supports out of the fight, so nice stuff coming in from Hong Kong, able to hold strong, and Chinese Taipei, the weird spot, although that Coalescence was weird.
Yeah, very interesting to commit there. But again, Hong Kong are making the plays happen. These nano boosts are coming in at the perfect time. They're chasing the frags and getting exactly what they need. Very aggressive movement by Mui here. Interesting to commit on his Hanzo. He might be punished here.
2 minutes left in the game right now. Shaolin looking for the pickoff, and is this just a matter of time for the double sniper, or is this something that Hong Kong can feasibly hold?
Well, we certainly need Blue to activate here. This is first Inverside of the game. This is his opportunity to get a pick, kill that Ana, kill that Zen, sort of break apart those key playmakers that are on the side of Hong Kong.
Shaolin gonna drop the Dragon Strike. Oh, this could be big. Saw 2 of them with the Inverside, and they were just barely able to get out of the way, but he's chasing it down. Oh, Mui punishes on the Moira, deals with Shaolin right in his face. And now, with the Transcendence, you see Hong Kong going back the other way. They get the D-Mech. They apply the screws to Chinese Taipei here. For now, they're holding. 1:30 left.
Yeah, looking to turn things around. It's certainly looking more plausible now. Shaolin elects to make the swap onto the Tracer. Interesting swap here. Maybe looks to get on that backline, shut down Mango Jai. He's been doing so much damage, sort of uncontested in the backline. That's the power of the Moira, but you don't need to get up close and personal to heal your tanks. She's on the case.
Ooh, Ting was on the flank here, got cut out by GZ. I think he was hoping, he gets knocked off. So I think he might have accepted that. I just don't think he wanted to have that engagement draw out.
Certainly doesn't want to commit the Primal all alone by himself. It's really not going to get any value. Just going to end up feeding ultimate charge to the enemy team.
All right, so going to be the final attempt here for Chinese Taipei. Hong Kong, they're in a really nice spot.
Yeah, so many ults to work with here, and I like this play, getting very aggressive on the flank, but potentially caught out, scouted by Chinese Taipei.
Ooh.
Miko trying to escape.
He got away and got healed back up. That was great mobility coming out of the McCree, about the most you can expect. Meanwhile, you have a Ting over in the backline, disrupting, but the Mui caught by the self-destruct. 10-10, able to get a clear play here. Am Crazy going very deep, looking for the pickoff on the Blue, so close again, and gets it, but it might not be enough. Chinese Taipei, they might have found a way through.
Exactly, finding the numerical advantage there, catching out that early flank play. Although Miko's able to escape, he's not able to get the kills that he needs. So that Primal zoning the backline away, we saw the Zen and the Ana completely distracted. Now kills are just flooding in for Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei, reckless abandon, diving in deep. Meanwhile, no one on the defending team is on the payload. They only need a little bit further to go. They have to rush back to get position, but Chinese Taipei, so much damage onto them as they went in. They're not healthy anymore. They're falling on the payload. Chinese Taipei, they just need a little more. But you look at GZ, he's buying time. Miku's back on in. Defender's advantage coming, but it might not be enough. Self-destruct, buying time. Chinese Taipei finishes off Hong Kong 4-0.
Great shutdown there, bringing it back. It looked really good for Hong Kong there, surprisingly, really making it work with the Ana, finding those Bao grenade pickoffs, keeping their Zenyatta alive. But finally, Chinese Taipei finds the composition that works. Great adaptation by them. I like that. Maybe they hadn't seen that composition before, as have we, so they try a few different things. They keep swapping it up until they find something that works. So I love that adjustment from Chinese Taipei. That speaks well for their future here.
Now let me ask you this. Do you think they should have swapped a little bit earlier, or do you have to have faith in your double snipers that eventually something is going to happen?
I can't really deny their timing there. I mean, they waited for the first infra sight. That's really the primary power spike of the double sniper composition. Of course, that wall hack enabling both the Hanzo and the Widow really significantly. So you really want to give it a chance, play for that first infra sight, see if you can make something happen. And we saw them almost get there, but I like the decision to back off once that infra sight was committed. You know, maybe let's go for a composition a little faster, more aggressive, with more flexibility to deal with this incredible amount of heals on the side of Hong Kong.
Makes sense. And of course, to that credit is that they did almost get picked off with the Dragon Strike off the infra site, but it was good movement from Hong Kong. They were able to get away from it. They were even able to punish the Hanzo for going deep off of Moira, no less, where Mui was really showing some good skill and movement on the hero.
Yeah, Mui showing a little bit of AD spam there, somehow winning that 1v1 with the Hanzo. Not something you see every day. The Hanzo caught out a little bit alone there. But I like the regrouping from Chinese Taipei, just hammering it in over and over again, always checking their corners. You know, a lot of teams in that 1 minute scenario, they don't check that corner. They're not ready for a McCree to swing in from behind. But Chinese Taipei is wary and they catch them off. And I think that's really what set them up to break that first point hold.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that, and then also the self-destruct that came in, got the one pickoff. But, you know, to the McCree, I have to give Miko a little bit of credit there, where it's rare to see a McCree move and be like, wow, that was impressive. But that was impressive. He shook the pressure, rolled away from it, and it's always cool to see where his healers were right there with him. They got him back on up, and that was part of why Hong Kong did come so close to able to get that hold. But, guys, we got Malik on the floor with Crazy S. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you very much. I am here with Crazy S from Team Chinese Taipei. That's right, it's Crazy S. Pronounce the S. Crazy S, I gotta ask you, man, how does it feel after fighting so hard and falling short from victory for the first few matches you guys have had to finally get in the win column?
所以稍早跟日本打是不是就有点小隐恨？因为其实接近就快要赢了，对不对？可是现在已经终于那么努力，终于赢了。那现在心情如何？
就是早上就是因为有些大招就是没有开好嘛，我们主持方面还有一些循环没有算好，然后经过一些修正之后，我们打香港队赢的是很开心。
So they learned from the first match with Japan. So there's some like old problem. They feel like, oh, the timing, they should have just kept the ult or just hit the ult. So they think about it and they were learning. And after discussion, they fixed it. So that's how they beat Hong Kong.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Are you confident that you can carry that momentum into your matches tomorrow?
你觉得因为现在胜利了嘛，对不对？你觉得你明天呢会不会就一路给他赢下去？
会把握这个气势。
Yep, we'll definitely go to that route to get the win.
All right. Now, last question for you. What are some of the more valuable things that you've learned playing this high-level competition here at the Overwatch World Cup?
所以因为现在第一次来到世界杯这么厉害，就有点蛮高一个殿堂嘛，对不对？那你现在就是打这么多队下来，你感觉如何？
不愧是最高殿堂。
He just thinks it's really great to play here, and of course, it's the World Cup, so it's like highest level to him, so it's great.
I love it. I love it. Very humble. Crazy S, thank you very much. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and kick things back to the casters. Take it away, guys.
And you know, that's what we'd love to see here, where regardless of how a team does in the end, you get a few good looks in, you enjoy yourself here. It's some great Overwatch competition, and you know, the players overall, they're having fun.
Certainly, and I love that presence of mind from Chinese Taipei. It felt like they were staying with what they practiced. They weren't shaken from their strategies, and it felt like they also had a few tools in the bag, a few options to choose from. So I love that flexibility from them, especially on that last map. That last offense felt a little bit slower than they expected. They tried a bunch of different things and finally cracked it.
Well, speaking of tools of Chinese Taipei, and of course our competition, let's take a look at some of the replays from this last series to kind of put it all in focus. Here we go here. We got Shaolin moving in over here and immediately gets Miku. And Shaolin, he was one of the most versatile players that we saw here.
Yeah, doing so well on the Tracer here on this first map. We saw dominance on the Pharah throughout. Really just a 5-tool player here, able to sort of bring everything that the team needed, the key agent of that flexibility.
Of course, 1010 certainly had his moments as well. Charged up here, good fall through on the Earth Shatter. And of course, flicked back to his Diva Bomb towards the end. Quite good.
1010 Zarya, so reliable here. Great timing in the bubble, sort of constantly staying in high energy and surviving the fight here. Always providing gravitons to his team, setting up their plays. So really great plays from 1010. You've got to hand it to him. A really impressive Zarya here at the World Cup.
Of course, you also have GCQQ, where this was Hong Kong's super aggressive dive that, frankly, Chinese Taipei wasn't prepared for, and it was quite nice. It didn't give Shaolin time.
Here we see Shaolin dropping so low, Mercy risking everything to heal him up, and they make it work with the barrage.
You got a Ting here, Primal Rage, of course. This is where you can make your presence known here on the payload. There's a pit nearby. You go Primal, you knock some people off the bridge.
Oh, GCQ, no fly, dies in the pit here. Mui with a great dragon here to break open Chinese Taipei's first hold.
Bluey, of course, on the Hanzo in that instance. But take a look at Blue, where he wasn't just on the Widow. He had some moments on McCree as well.
Misses the flash, but does unfazed, finishes off the Mercy. Great plays from Blue there.
There's a Ting. Moving forward, and this is what you want from Winston, just making space, grabbing people as they come on in, and you fight the Doomfist fist to fist, and you come out swinging.
Great understanding there. You take the Doomfist abilities, and you can't attack your weaker, squishier teammates. 1010 again, back on the Zarya, 100 energy. Shaolin with his barrage, put a period on the defense.
Yeah, and it's a time where, obviously, Pharah and Diva have a complicated relationship, but, sometimes you wait for the Diva not to be looking at you, you get a good barrage.
Ooh, massive flick there from Miko.
1010.
Oh, we saw 1010 here running directly into the spawn. Absolute fearlessness from him. I love to see that out of 1010. Diva's getting aggressive, one of my favorite things on Overwatch.
Yeah, and also don't forget towards the very end, there was 1010 who opened it all up, got the self-destruct that finally broke the Hong Kong defense, which was looking very, very good on Rialto.
Really, I think what put Chinese Taipei over the edge here was their tanks. Their synergy was always on point. Their usage of ultimates, especially I want to highlight, always using the Primal Rage to separate those supports, get them out of the fight. So even when a Ting wasn't finding kills with the Primal Rage, which was pretty rare, he was always getting value, pushing those backliners away, making the rest of the fight very easy, very simple for his teammates. No heals to worry about.
Yeah, especially even if the supports don't fall, they're still pretty far away from you. Zenyatta needs a line of sight. Certainly Ana does if you're going to be landing those heals. So it puts you in a real tough position.
Exactly, and that's what I love to see out of Tank Ultimates. It's all about zoning, it's all about map control. But the match we have next is what's really exciting. Japan versus South Korea, two of the titans of the group stage. Certainly South Korea the favorites here, but Japan looking to play spoiler. They really did impress in their last match against Chinese Taipei.
And it's all coming up right after the break. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, we find ourselves at the end of a day here at the Incheon Group Stage. Day 2 getting ready to get wrapped up. We get to see South Korea one more time before we go away. And then, of course, another day tomorrow to close it out, to really figure out and finalize who's going to be advancing on to BlizzCon.
It's a very, very exciting match we've got coming up. It's the last one of the night. Before we get too deep into it, we're going to take a look at today's standings, and the final standings, of course, of the group heading into this final match.
Yeah, after, especially the Finland-Russia match, things getting shaken up quite a bit. Russia still going to be in that second place spot. Finland just a little bit behind them. So some external work needed to be done from both of those teams. Russia still has to square off against South Korea, of course, and that is going to be a pivotal one for them if they want to go to BlizzCon. But South Korea right now sitting nice and pretty in that first place spot, looking to add another win to the table, whereas Japan, they want to get that upset. They want to move to that 2-1 scoreline, get some points on the board. But right now, they have that completely neutral 0 as their map differential.
Here's, of course, our final map of the night, or sorry, final series of the night will be Japan versus South Korea, but here's kind of an overview of what we've seen already today. I think definitely the highlight match was Russia versus Finland. Because of the win there for Finland, it puts them in pretty prime position to take second place in the group. Again, there's been a lot of discussion about this. We're not saying that South Korea has already guaranteed their first place spot, because they have not. But I'm just saying, and something that we've been discussing throughout this group stage is, in terms of power rankings, upsets will need to happen in order for those what we just set up to be toppled. So one of these upsets could be Japan versus Korea.
I mean, Russia's going to have to be gathering all their energy, getting ready to take down South Korea. But for now, we'll get to see them take on Japan. But first, let's go ahead and introduce the team. So Malik, take it away on the floor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, watching at home and here in Incheon, get ready. It's time for our final match of the night. We got Team Japan going up against Team South Korea. Now, for those of you who haven't been keeping up, Team Japan won their first match of the group stages earlier today. And in order for them to keep their momentum and possibly make it to BlizzCon, they've got to go through the home team, South Korea. So let's not waste any time and get these teams on the stage. First off, please join me in welcoming Team Japan. Right. And as you can see, Claire here showing off his country pride with the Japanese flag. But next up is the home team, the #1 team right now in the group stages and the reigning Overwatch World Cup champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team South Korea. All right, more country pride here as Carpe is donning the South Korean flag. And guys, this is a big match because if Team South Korea wins, that will make them 4-0 on the group stage and pretty much solidify them that #1 spot. And of course, Team Japan, they're fighting to stay in for BlizzCon. So without any further ado, let's get ready for this matchup and send it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Malik. You can see there the Japanese flag much larger, so some intimidation tactics coming out from Team Japan. But size doesn't always matter. It's going to be about the effectiveness here, and Carpe is going to be showing that Team South Korea, they have the unity there. They have the teamwork to push past and get that win on the board.
News up-and-coming star player Depp, I think, is the one that everyone is looking at on the side of Team Japan. So we'll probably see some Widow duels between him and Carpe. We will, of course, potentially see those McCree duels, depending on what map we end up on for Control. But this has always been a long-standing rivalry between these two countries in terms of sports. If you talk about, you know, the soccer matches that happen here in Korea, World Cup qualifiers there's a big rivalry. It always has the biggest turnout in South Korea to watch. And it's very exciting whenever these two teams get to match up in esports as well. So exciting that they're in the same group. This is Team Japan. They're donning the samurai blue jerseys here. Again, going back to that old soccer style. That's where this kind of color scheme comes from. And it's all about, I think, depth here. Amaken had a fantastic Genji performance earlier today on Anubis. But the synergy here around Depp, getting him into position, allowing him to do massive damage, has been where Japan has really been shining.
Yeah, so we'll see how South Korea is going to stack up against these guys. Japan, they haven't had as much success as we might have anticipated, but this would be the biggest time for them to kind of come together, culminate. They are that pre-existing team that from their organization playing in Pacific, where they're waiting to play in their grand finals.
Yeah.
Taking down South Korea would be a huge wave of momentum to go back to their championship and then try to take the whole thing.
I mean,
but
it would be,
these are the juggernauts.
They would be able to do what no one has ever done before, defeat Korea in group stage, and they would do it with the crowd cheering against them. They would do it in Incheon here, in South Korea itself. We're going to be starting things off on Nepal. So this is going to be a map that has a little bit less Reinhardt Zarya outside of Village. Very possible we will see Depp on that McCree, but the Widowmaker is going to be very viable here as well as Dive. So Nepal ends up being a map that can utilize all the different styles South Korea has shown so far.
Yeah, I mean, this was what we saw the final round versus Finland just yesterday. The clutch finish for South Korea to still remain undefeated. Of course, the map loss is coming through, but not going to be the series. Let's go ahead and kick things off. Last match of the evening, guys. Japan versus South Korea. We're going to be moving into Sanctum.
And it is going to be locked in already. Depp on the Widow. We've seen a lot of Orisa here. And it is going to be the team that controls the point first, depending on composition, can really snowball things. If you're running the Orisa comp here, you can prevent people from joining onto the point. You can set up a really nice barrier. It's getting onto the point itself. That's the big challenge. We'll see if these comps end up being real or not. South Korea will change fate onto the Orisa. It is going to be double sniper Orisa for South Korea. And on the side of Japan, we will have that Pharah to start things off, with Depp bringing out his signature Widowmaker, getting into position to surpass the barrier. Getting around what Fate is setting up is going to be the big challenge here for Depp. Second challenge will be winning the duel against Carpe.
Well, already, he's trying to scout out, misses that shot. Be skirting around the side, grapple hook, take him over. Be spotted out. Depp, though, not going to be nailing that headshot. We'll be fine for the moment. Libero up close and personal here with the Hanzo. Getting those arrows in. Storm going to be drawn out. Depp manages to find Jonak. First kill coming in. Japan taking the lead, but can they get the cap? Is going to be the question. Tayo falling low here with his HP, but going to get pocketed back up by Claire. The rest comes out from Arc onto Jonak, but he's going to go straight back down. Depp finds him again, and Meko is taken out of the suit. And now finds Carpe. Some exchanges back on both sides. South Korea trying to get that cap, trying to posture forward, but the rest of Japan is spilling forward, trying to turn things around. It seems like they will be able to do so. So Japan drawing first blood and locking another point first.
Really good plays here by Kenmo to split the team in half. After the initial pick there onto Jonak, Depp just stays in control because Kenmo gets into position to make sure that there's no one who can get on his back. Carpe can't do anything in line of sight. There's no dive on the side of South Korea with this comp, with the exception of Meko, who's the only real mobile tanky hero that can get on top of Depp. So Depp just controlling line of sight, going to take an opening shot here, move back into a safer location. On the attack, slow-moving Orisa here is going to struggle to get anywhere near Depp, so it's going to be on Carpe to somehow find line of sight.
And Supercharger ready to go here from Fate, but needs the rest of the team to group up. Goes ahead, throws that one down as they try to get the flip through. Over halfway on that cap, but the shots coming down the rocket, getting rid of that supercharger. Tayo's gonna get popped out of his mech. Dragon Strike gonna be rolling in from Libero, but not finding a whole lot. But Meko going forward, manages to get rid of the baby demon. Now it's gonna be Kenmo falling as Carpe finds that shot. Depp manages to get Jonak, but Claire will be taken down. There's no res here. The flip will come through. South Korea gaining control as Japan hits 43%.
Meko's super low on health, but survives through the pocketing there of Arc and Jonak. They brought the fight to the tank line of Japan, got the barrier set up so Depp couldn't win the Widow fight, even though he eventually was able to sneak around and get Jonah. Too much damage was missed in the interim. Meko makes the big plays. He's holding the self-destruct here in this choke.
Doesn't have to use it here. Kenmo just going to get taken down, so it seems like a pretty clean push forward here from South Korea. That's something you get turned around, but again, it's actually going to go ahead, use the barrage. Doesn't find much. There gets the res off, puts Kenmo back into the fight, but now Tayo's going to be taken out of the mag, and he gets eliminated. South Korea still able to surge forward.
And even
that
though
Mega Pack, Holt comes down, and Carpe has the shot on the deck.
Even though they don't have, a Winston here, they can set up, or a Ryan in this choke, they can set up with the Orisa, use the barrier, and because Meko has a self-destruct, he can play so far forward because he knows that if he gets demeched for any reason, if he ends up getting discorded and they're able to break him out of it, he can just remeg. And with Arc on the Mercy, you get an easy res onto Fate, who comes right back with his armor, so breaking through this for Japan is super difficult at the moment.
Right up in the Carpe's face, almost finds the shot there on the depth as he comes inside the corner, but Meko with the self-destruct will get rid of Kenmo yet again. South Korea able to play so far forward, so aggressive here from this squad. They have the Orisa barrier.
Self-destruct to try to open this up.
Cross into the back, but they go ahead, kite around the side. Fate takes a bit of damage, but manages to stay alive. Carpe getting zapped out. Talkit comes in from Arc, keeping him alive. Takes a smattering of damage. Shot comes down. Once gets the kill there onto the enemy farm, but not going to be able to finish him off. Transcendence is out on either side. Japan tries to get the foot back through. Tayo down to half HP. Pocket coming through. Depp's going to be eliminated. Carpe comes up with that 1v1 win. Barrage in from Emiken, looking for the hits there. Gets Fate, gets taken down. Carpe lines up the shot as he's sitting nice and still for him. Takes him out, and now it's 97% here for South Korea as they look to take the first round.
They will certainly take it, and Amiken was asking for trouble. He was running the Pharah. He had to use the self-destruct, first of all, from Tayo to get into the map itself. I mean, they were basically playing out of the spawn. Just going to take another look at Carpe's big blow here onto Sabagad, as well as the Amiken kill there that helped them close out the round. But you're running a Pharah into Carpe's Widow in the first place. He has line of sight advantage. He's going to break through the spawn using self-destruct. They used the self-destruct, so didn't have it for the longer fight. And Amiken is a fantastic Pharah player. We've seen him really excel in this hero throughout the beginning of this group stage here in Incheon, but given the circumstances, maybe a swap could have been warranted there because they had to use so many resources just to get him into position, and even when he was, Carpe takes him out. Now as we move into Village, we're actually going to see a Reinhardt-less composition here on both sides. It's going to be Fate going back over to the Wrecking Ball. Let's see what he can initiate here with some of these cover.
Pile driver coming through. Tayo already knocked down. Below half HP as they try to keep him alive. Carpe finds Claire, however, who is sitting out in the open just trying to keep that Diva in the mech. Gets punished for it. So good opening kill here. South Korea should be able to just rotate over onto the point. You can see here, Swap's getting ready to come through from Japan. Not going to be running this Junkrat any longer. Percent very quickly for Depp, but we'll just be surrendering that to match the McCree of Carpe.
Looks like they expected perhaps to see a Goats composition coming out, but with seeing the Wrecking Ball, it's going to be a little bit tougher. Amiken again trying to go against the grind here. He's feeling the friction now as Carpe has his number here. Playing the Pharah against such a fantastic hit-scan player is so difficult.
Taking it down, Fate. Get locked up, Sleep Dart comes in.
Taking a
kill
nap.
him though. He's still got decent shielding. He's like, all right. Wasted some of my time, but we're still ticking up. The point comes back in with the pile driver. And this goes ahead and eliminates Kenmo. Now charging forward, booping everybody. Gildenite comes in, he gets the adaptive shield, and the minefield kills both of the supports. He dies, but it is worth it all.
Oh, it's certainly worth it. And Amiken again on this Pharah struggles to approach the point. Even Fate at range can do a lot of damage to him, and so this Pharah just isn't working out at the moment. They kept this Ana, despite the fact that it was clearly intended initially for dealing with Goat's composition because they wanted the nano. They could put that onto Kenmo here for the approach, but he's only at 41%, so he's not even really going to be able to build a Primal Rage necessarily here. May want to look for the Electric Cowboy instead. Depp looking for the flank.
Oh, it's going to be the nano in onto Kenmo. Locked up in the flashbang as he just zaps away, trying to get Meko taken down. They will be able to do so. Jumps up top. For the Zenyatta, but can't find Jonik and just gets taken out. Jonik actually going to be answering back with a kill of his own. And then finds Amiken. Deadeye comes out, Depp finds Arc, but Carpe finds Depp. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth here. Ring around the rosy, but South Korea is still going to be on top. Still in control of the point as they approach 80%. Now the rally going to be out for Libero. Pushing forward, kill comes down. Sabagad going to be eliminated. Jonik hiding into the corner. Feels the pressure, has to pop the Transcendence.
Yeah, but, you know, they hold onto the point. It ends up being worth it. Carpe Still has line of sight advantage. Fate makes it so difficult to approach this point. Flashbang has to be used in order for Depp to survive, but Fate's just playing aggressive because he knows he has an adaptive shield if he does commit into the fight. Backs off now. Meanwhile, still point held by South Korea. Meko has to
99%.
self-destruct.
This is pretty much it. They have to try to get in here, but Sevengod's going to be taken down. Then I hear Carpe drops in, finds the hit there onto Depp, eliminating him. Tayo's been taken out of the mech. That should just about be it. 2 rounds very swiftly going over to South Korea as they take the win on Nepal.
South Korea has defined what it means to be a Wrecking Ball team here on so many different maps now and against multiple different compositions. Normally using it against the GOAT style or the more tank-oriented play, like what we saw from Team Finland just yesterday. But tonight, even against Japan, against the McCree Farah comp, they find success. They gatekeep Team Japan from entering the point. And it's just really unfortunate for Japan that they seem to be hung up on this Farah pick because it's not able to get in and do damage when you've got Carpe on the other side. He's got line of sight advantage. We saw the Nano Boost get tossed in there onto Kenmo, so that maybe he could build a Primal and start to open up that point. But JONOK's always good at hitting the right Discord target. They never were ever really able to one time put Carpe into a position to where he couldn't have free reign of doing damage.
Yeah. I think one of the most concerning things about this for Team Japan is that they are a unit. You know, they are playing together. They are all in the same organization. But Korea is showing more synergy. They're showing more cohesion in their playstyle here. Depp had some good moments on Sanctum, especially with the Widowmaker, getting those opening shots coming through, getting some kills on the board, eliminating JONOK. But there's no further follow-up, really. And it's just been rough tidings for them here. I mean, getting crushed out, especially there on Village, 100-0 in the end for the 2-0 to put the first map win on the board. It's not a good look for
Certainly
Team Japan.
not.
They want to have that upset. They want to keep their hopes alive so they can go to BlizzCon, represent their country, try to find success, internationally in America. But here in Korea on the home soil, it seems like that home field advantage is really playing up for these guys.
And now they're 2 map losses away of not going to BlizzCon, so pressure is mounting. They clearly had a plan going into Nepal. We're going to take a look at what the next map is going to be as we head into Hybrid. It will, of course, be the map pick of Team Japan. And that map will be King's Row.
Will we ever cast a map on Hybrid that's not King's Row?
You know, it starts to feel less and less likely all the time. What's really scary about this map pick for Japan, though, is this is where we've seen South Korea utilize Wrecking Ball to split up the Reinhardt Zarya composition to great success. We've also seen Carpe find success on Sombra in particular for backline picks, for gaining information. So it's very, honestly, a little bit scary. I mean, it's the common map pick we've been seeing in this tournament, and it's a map that most teams consider to be very neutral. But we already know South Korea is really good on this map, so it's a bit concerning.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to Apex, that was a while ago when it was the 50-50 map. You know, whether you're attacking or defending first, you had a coin flip chance of making it, a victory, but it's not that way these days.
Certainly not, and it is, I think, a map where coordination around the tank line on A is probably more important than any other map, and that's based on the fact that there's 2 main chokes, right? There's the hotel chokes that happen on both doorways, and then of course the choke that leads into the point itself. And when you operate around those areas with AoE damage and or tank ultimates that are a large area, like Graviton, like the Earth Shatter, it takes a lot of coordination to find your way through those. And I think the better team oftentimes does come up ahead here as Mark and friends are going to show off to the crowd.
I like how the crowd is cheering for this nonsense.
So far, it looks like South Korea wants to run the bread and butter standard Junkrat Orisa here. It's very good against GOATs, for example. Even if they fear Amaken's Farah, they have Carpe to shut that down as well. And for Team Japan, unless they change something up here out the gate, which they will, I was going to say it's a little bit concerning to see this coming out, but it will be the Genji instead. There's a lot of ways to build Dragon Blade. They use that deflect.
Gonna be running the Winston here on the attack for now, at least, is Team Japan. Genmo sticking to that pick. They push forward, right out behind the statue as Depp tries to find an opening shot. Tayo gets tagged up a bit. It will be fine. Again, pushes forward, getting those right clicks in, drops back down.
Doesn't get as much charge as he would have liked to, but can just back away now. As long as he doesn't die, there's always going to be opportunities for that. Fate, though, still holds high. Oh, this is bad.
He's going to be trapped and he's going to get taken out, Libero. Finds that first hit. Holt comes down, just pinching those tanks together, and Libero is here to pick up the pieces, finds a follow-up frag on Declare.
And this is the final kill there on the Sabaga, but the problem being that trap there, he walked right into it. He didn't build the ult charge he was looking for, and now the Riptire is nearly ready. That's the thing. Libero got so much ult charge from this exchange that the Riptire is going to buy them another push. Amaken is going to switch over to the Pharah, but Carpe's got his number already. How could he ever hope to approach this point safely against one of the world's best Widowmakers?
Well, he's going to try to boop him off, but it doesn't matter.
Temporarily.
And grapple his way back up.
Sabagad's down.
I was just going to let it rest. You can take the play-by-play for a little bit here, Wolf, because, yeah, the Hulk comes down. They've practiced this one quite a few times. Pop up over the top, a headshot in on the Kenmo, forces out the barrier. As Carpe pushes way far forward, waving at the pilot diva, says, oh, you're so cute, Tayo.
And one of the concerns about Japan here is instead of flexing over to the more common Goat's composition to speed boost around, knock the Reese off the high ground, the textbook counter that we've seen used by many teams to try to disrupt this, build an ult advantage, they go instead to Pharah again. This is the third round now we've seen Amaken on the Pharah against Carpe's Widow. And unfortunately, it's just a bad matchup no matter which way you look at it.
Yep, it's proving some limitations here perhaps for Amaken, as we just have some back and forth inside the hotel. Tayo's just going to get taken down. We're nearly looking at the big six for South Korea. Fate building up for the Supercharger.
The Riptire just hasn't even been necessary. You know, given this situation, they haven't even had to pull it out, so they have every tool, like you said, with the big six, to shut anything down. Look at where Carpe's at right now.
Pushes forward fearlessly.
Is he a sniper or a frontliner?
Both?
In this case, I suppose so. I mean, he's the one who's dueling the tank. Fate's like, I can't hit him.
Again, trying to poke his way through here. The Holt not going to connect onto the pharmacy comp. Jump forward for Kenmo. Not going to find much, and Libero's going to go ahead, draw out the Riptire. Looking for a target. Runs this one high up into the sky, sees the tanks, pops that one out. That's going to be Teo. Knocked out of that mech again. Donak finds depth. Carpe is regathering, regrouping here the rest of his squad. Looking for the shot, finds the body hit there on Declare. Can't quite get the drop down shot. Mark gonna fall. Ken finds Carpe, taking him down. Now we're gonna see the Transcendence coming out of Sabagat, pushes in onto the point. Japan looking for a way to break in here, but the Supercharger's down. Fate dangerously low, throws up the barrier, staying alive, as is Meko. No healers, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, this was just godlike play all across the board. Especially with the Riptire from Libero, he bought so much time there. After this halt was failed, Japan slammed in on top of Fate because they thought, this is our chance, this is our moment to take control of this. The Riptire shut everything else down, and then from there on out, everyone's just survivability there and damage plus the Supercharger meant that Japan couldn't come through. They used the Transcendence, which is the most egregious usage of all of the ultimates on the side of Japan, because now they can't win a sustained fight anymore, and Libero's got another Riptire soon.
Donak with the Transcendence, just gonna be sitting on this one. He's getting zapped low, goes ahead and pops that one out, and Libero gets rid of depth to go ahead and kick things off. Just hopping up his teammates, keeping everybody in the fight. Kenmo's gonna fall, Libero will get taken down by Tayo. Finding one at least, but there's still so much to deal with. Amaken's gonna hit the ground, let go, and we'll just go ahead and spray him down with the left clicks. Dashing forward, trying to get rid of Claire, takes him low, forces him back around the statue, keeping him away from the point. Kenmo's trying to play forward, the pocket coming in, just keeping him sustained as best as possible as he leaps into the back. Nearly has that primal rage, but he's not gonna get a chance to use that one, because Libero comes up with the 3K.
And that's gonna be the end of it. South Korea will get the full hold here on Japan's attack round. One tick required in order to take this series to a 2-0. Everyone remembers Japan and Australia. That was an incredible series we watched there. Japan was on the brink of going to BlizzCon, but it may not be that same happy ending, despite the fact that, of course, at the Australia qualifier last year, Japan did lose at the end of the day. Yeah. It was an exciting story. We showcased some new skill, some new players, AKTM, of course, being probably the most memorable of that when you think back to last year. But right now, they're on the brink of being eliminated. This is not that nail-biting close series that they had against Australia. This is South Korea with a South Korean crowd. Big rivalry here between the two countries in terms of sports. But South Korea is dominating the competition. Easy hold on A, total domination, and it feels like compositionally, Japan just isn't able to wrap their heads around what they need to do to crack what South Korea is running, to try to crack, honestly, Carpe. And we do see once again the Sombra locked in for start. May just be the scout that caught, but they committed to it last time when we were playing on Kings Row. That was against Chinese Taipei earlier yesterday. but a very similar comp to what we saw them win with. And with how much time they have to just simply get the first tick and close this map out, would not be surprised to see this go the distance to crack what Taio's got set up on the high ground.
Well, Japan just going to be looking to replicate the success with this comp that we just saw from South Korea. Try to get that rare draw, the Fuller hold.
The Fuller hold, as you and I like to call it. Well,
but seems highly unlikely.
All of this hold, I think, is going to be about Taio staying on the high ground as long as possible and rip tires from Amaken. Carpe will, we're going to need to see if he drops the translocator in or outside of the main base.
Waiting.
Yeah.
As it's scouted out.
Bionade hoping to hit that. And it does!
Okay.
Oh my god.
Has it, but the leap's not going to be there. They can't get on to that high ground position. Showing off some strats here. Johnny, you've been playing some CSGO?
Some new tech here
nice
for you guys.
Little smoke rat got going on with that Bionade.
I don't know if you wanted to show that one here. That's going to be used a lot from now on.
People are going to go ahead and try to replicate that one in their solo queue. Carpe gets the hack in. That's just going to be the spray down. Anakin, however, comes in. Just take down the Sombra. The DMAC comes through. Snapping away. Fate is pushing forward. Looking for Sabagon. The pocket's going to be there. Both supports falling dangerously low, but the passive regen comes in. They're just pocketing each other. We'll be okay. Echo gets taken out of that mech, but Japan's still suffering losses, and Sabagon will fall and Claire just burns the reds, put Kenmo back into the fight. Fate to the primal rage.
Already.
Finds a hit there on Declare, gets him in the corner. Now he's going to be fighting Taio as well.
Can't get out.
Oh, he waves to him too. Fate, he knows that he's got this one in the bag. Kenmo going to get knocked out again. And South Korea go ahead and close this out here on Kings Row, 2-0 up in this series already.
Crowd goes wild here. South Korea, the massive favorites. And at this moment in time, Japan fans across the world wonder what will it take to break the shell that blocks Carpe from being defeated by anyone that leaps towards him. Accuracy amazing. In this case, he was playing the Sombra. But I mean, we even saw the attempted, grenade there into dive, which I haven't seen myself just yet utilized that way. And you and I have cast a lot of Korean Overwatch, but that was really cool to see. And it's just, you build up so much charge with that as well, even if you don't give it to the dive.
Hitting that many targets, because you know everyone is going to be playing behind that barrier. So you're going to catch like 3 to 4 people.
And Fate also got like the fastest Primal Rage ever, it felt like there. Just was able to do so much consistent damage and block everybody out. Taio, used his ability to prevent being knocked back, but he was still taking damage, and he was able to crush him there and take the point. So I don't know if Japan comes back. I don't know if we're going to see the Cinderella story come true here.
I mean, it's a really rough position to be in, but we're going to go ahead and hear from Taio from Team Japan, see what their thoughts are so far. Down 0-2 in this series, see what their mental state's like and whether or not they can bounce back. So Malik, go ahead and take it away.
Very much, Taio. That was a pretty quick and rough first half for you guys. I want to know, you talked a little bit earlier about how you felt like you guys were somewhat prepared to at least take a map from them, but now that you've gotten out there and gotten kind of a feel for how they play, do you think you were a little underprepared coming into this matchup?
Yeah, of course. We only had like a day of practice, so with this roster, so it's kind of hard, but we need to take a map if we want to go to BlizzCon.
I hear you. And how much is the home crowd yelling and screaming so loud affecting you guys on stage?
It's crazy. Like, you can hear everything. Well, not everything, but like you can feel the crowd, so it's actually kind of hard to play.
Now, I was really interested to see that you guys stuck with Amaken on Pharah throughout the entirety of your first attack push in the first map. What was kind of the thought process behind keeping him on that hero?
So we wanted to play our best heroes for our DPS picks because, Depp and Amaken are both great players on their respective heroes. So we tried to use them at like their max capacity, but we weren't able to crack the defense.
Right, man. And lastly for you, man, what do you think you guys need to do to at least take one map off of South Korea?
Not sure, but we need to step up our tank game. I mean, D.Va's kind of hard, but I need to support both of my supports and my DPS heroes, so for them to actually, get some space and move. So that's what I need to do.
All right, well, Taio, best of luck to you in the second half. And it is South Korea up 2-0 on Team Japan. Will Japan bring it back, or will South Korea continue to roll to victory? We will find out right after the break. The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Man, where has the time gone? We are already halfway through this series. It's a 2-0 lead for South Korea.
Look,
That's what I got. You take it away.
I feel like
analyze.
Hearing from Tayo on stage was, I thought it was like one of the better interviews we've actually had this tournament, because Malik asked him about the Pharah pick. He talked about how they wanted to play their best heroes, because when you're up against a Titan like South Korea, sometimes comfort picks are where you really want to go to, because if you're trying to play something more meta, but you get uncomfortable and you're in such a high pressure situation, you can fall off. So it was good to at least hear the reasoning behind that.
Yeah.
Tayo being very humble about how he feels like he needs to improve his diva play, for example. But I think that, we may have that 4-0 for South Korea here. The momentum is huge, and Carpe is killing everybody when he's given line of sight. The protection is real from South Korea, and it just feels like Japan can't even scratch the surface. Here's Carpe's stats here: 2 deaths, period, here with 18 eliminations. So the 18-2, 22% on headshots there, the crits. What are you going to do against this guy if you can't touch him, if you can't get into range, because there's so much peel from Libero, from Fate on the Orisa? He's just going to do insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Depp has been able to get a couple picks, mostly under the supports. Like we said, he was able to take down Jonak at the beginning of Nepal, but it seems like when it comes down to that 1v1, there's just so much pressure being applied to him by Carpe that he's not able to find success. He can't quite close it out there. Let's take a little look at the map. So coming up will be Temple of Anubis. It's another one that we've been seeing so much of. We got some Volskaya in the mix, though. When Russia's playing, apparently Volskaya comes out, even though they're not the ones selecting it. But will be Temple of Anubis yet again. But this is still going to be such a Junkrat and Widow-centric map on the defense. So this is still going to be a really arduous task for Japan to try to find success on the assault.
It's going to be tough, but it's going to have to be on the back of Amiken's Genji, I think. Depp's going to have to, on the defense, carry with the Widow. And Tayo, as he mentioned in his interview, is going to have to control everything with the Diva. The Diva is the glue that holds everything together here at Kilios, as that's going to be one of the mobile heroes that can protect the backline on defense. South Korea looking to run the Junkrat on defense as we see Meko headed out of spawn. It's a tall ask to crack this defense with these players that have such experience on these heroes, played in this meta for such a long time. Even at the beginning of Overwatch League, like before all the changes to Reinhardt and before this patch, like from day one of Overwatch League to like the end of Overwatch League, this style of play with the Orisa setup with Widowmaker has always been meta. South Korea's played against some of the greatest teams the world has to offer in this sport with this composition, so they're so used to it, they're so comfortable with it. And I think this is Japan's best map because of Amiken's Genji. And that, I think, is the real test. Can he actually defeat Korea here? Can he defeat the greatest team that we've come to know in terms of regular season for now, basically? In terms of this tournament, that's the question.
The fans there, giving their support, know that they are not very far away from having Team South Korea get locked in for BlizzCon. Shot already coming down there onto Amiken, but not going to get taken down. Poison Trap rolls through. Getting a bit of damage in onto him, but overall he's going to be fine. But Carpe finds Sabagods. The same cannot be said for the Zenyatta. Jump over to the side, Carpe on the prowl.
He's looking to see if he can find Depp, if there's any angle. Obviously, he can just set up this additional trap.
Definitely, I'm not going to take that corner. I'm just going to hide over here.
Yeah, if Amiken heads around the other side, he'll know about it. He's going to do the dash to get in here, but he's alone. Just looking to build ult charge, but he's caught and killed. And Kilios, it's not a good look so far.
I mean, can Japan get on the board in any way? We just saw a full hold on King's Row, the 100 zeros on Nepal. Can they get a tick? Is honestly an unfortunate question that we kind of have to ask right now.
Well, in order to do so, I think they're going to have to utilize the Dragon Blade. This is going to be a dive to get Amiken into position.
Shift over the side. Io's there for the follow-up. Cannot get the kill. Takes a little bit of damage on the mech, but otherwise we'll be fine. Just trying to build up, trying to get some ult charge in. You can see how far behind they are compared to the South Korean counterpart. 60% here from Meko. Tayo only hit 37.
Something I want to point out that Japan is doing, which is really tough to measure sometimes, is look at the ult charge for Jonak. He's only at 60%. They haven't actually committed anything until this fight that they want to get the Dragon Blade with. They haven't committed that much to damage, so Jonak hasn't been able to heal up to a Transcendence. But that's one of the counters to the Blade they're trying to build. So how they're moving is really specifically trying to get this Dragon Blade ready. The problem is that that last dive that guaranteed it built up enough for a Riptire. Riptire could buy time, then you'll have the Transcendence out. So this push right here is the big one. Let's see if they can pull it off.
So jump onto the top, Amaken's around the back. Deflection going to be used. Dragon Blade going to be drawn down. Dashes forward here, looking for Jonak, but he takes him down! Cuts him out. Dragon Blade's not going to get anything.
Deny the res too.
And now Claire is gone. No way to put him back into the mix. Do you just swap or do you try to build another one? There's 1:45 left on the clock. It seems like he's going to be sticking with it, but Carpe now finds that stagger there on a Sabagon.
And what a tragedy when everything, watch this moment here. This is the target. Blade to try to trip him up to the side, comes over here, right clicks the damage, left click to finish him off right in the dome. And Achilles, when you've built everything for this moment, the Dragon Blade, you've been trying to pull it off, and Jonak doesn't even need to transcend, he just shoots you in the head. How could you even keep your mental state in the right place of mind after that happens to you? How could you go in and try to build another blade? What a tragedy here for Team Japan.
Absolutely, Carpe looking for the hits. Almost takes him down. Cannot get the execution. Depp manages to take down Jonak. Tire out though, gonna find Claire, as well as Tayo's mech. Rez comes in, Arc puts him back into the fight. Amaken takes down Carpe. Go to Libero, shuts him down. That concussive mine, so South Korea still in such a prime position to get this full hold.
Looks like Japan is out of steam. They have a Primal Rage and Transcendence to look for a longer fight, and there's no Riptire on the other side. That's the window that they need to make this fight work. It's going to require a kill, ideally probably onto Arc, so he can't get a res.
That or Jonak take him down so there's no Transcendence into the fight, and then try to prevent the res. Push forward. Self-destruct going to be coming out.
Nice catch on
Libero.
Libero.
Okay, so already a good opening here. Claire's going to get the res on to Tayo. We'll put him back into the fight. Carpe finds his shot. He's got it ready to go. He's like, yeah, I got some infra sight. It's all good.
Amaken's getting
pops it down. Carpe says it's over. Amaken, I have the high ground. Gets the shot. Takes out the Genji. And now Kenmo is dead. South Korea looking to get the full hold here on Japan's map pick. 4 seconds remaining. Can they even tag in? I don't think so.
Carpe waves goodbye. And now all South Korea needs is a single tick to knock Japan out of this group stage. They need this win in order to keep the chances of going to BlizzCon alive. And South Korea just totally shut them down in every way. I think the moment where Jonak kills Amaken as he pulls the blade out, they did everything they could to prevent the Transcendence from being built quickly. He looks for the Zenyatta. He dashes to the opposite direction to try to trip them up. You know, you can see Arc is already there, pocketing Jonak just to make sure that if things go wrong, you get the res. He kills him, the right click into the left click headshot, and then Claire comes over for the res. Claire gets killed immediately right after as well. South Korea, man, they just will not be broken, not in this fight, not in this matchup that's such a rivalry historically for these two countries. And now they're going to be running the dive themselves, you have to think. And this is where we were talking about Amaken being the one who's got the burden on him with the dive. Now it's going to be Depp. Assuming that, well, this isn't real, right?
Probably not.
Okay, I was like, well, I mean, or maybe we're going to see something totally crazy, but...
I mean, if you just got full held and, you know, this is basically going to be the end of the series because it would be the 3-0 for South Korea, so they'd lock in the victory. Why not try the Symmetra? But it's not going to happen.
Amaken has been the one to flex over to the Sombra when they are running Sombra in all seriousness, not just for checks.
I mean, he's got to be running it now.
Yeah,
There's 12 seconds remaining, so this is real.
So the onus is on Amaken and Depp together to kill the backline when the dive comes through, get those preventative hacks off. This is going to be a very tall ask for Japan. It's a very risky composition, but if executed correctly, maybe they could tie us up here.
South Korea on the assault, looking for the victory. Just need one tick here on to point A to go ahead, lock in that 3-0. Guarantee the win. But we'll see that there is, in fact, a Sombra. Shots coming down from Carpe, looking for Depp. Careful, hits in onto him. Pushing around the side, Sabagod pulling so low. Shield is up, however, from Claire, keeping him alive, but obviously not much self-healing available for that Ana. Would have to use the armor pack over that bio name, but Depp is going to die as he tries to go in for the flank. Jump onto the high ground, barrier coming down. Carpe going to be spraying away, Fan and the hammer. Is dissuading that Winston from pushing far forward. Now the shots are in on Claire. South Korea, slow and steady, wins the race as they try to break over this point. Headshots in, Genmoro's gone, and that should just about be it. The tanks are dead, there's no res available. A slick dart to connect on the Carpe, but they can't even finish him off.
Super easy finish here for South Korea on their first push, the last here on Anubis, and it was like he was sent there by a group of Secret Service members. Carpe gets on the high ground. He knows that there's a high chance he'll be running the defensive Genji. He probably expects that will be Amakin, as that's been the standard. But instead, the swap comes through. Depp is on the Genji, but Carpe waltzes up with a Brigida from Libero to protect him. No one can scratch him. Depp goes down, and it all just falls apart from there. Carpe has full line of sight on high ground, kills the Ana there. As Sabagod gets taken out in South Korea with the 3-0 here. It will win this series. And Japan, the road to BlizzCon, it ends here.
Yep. Rough stuff here for Team Japan. Unable to find success. One more chance to just try to claw back a map win here as we get ready to move into Escort. We'll see where they're going to take us. The flavor of the tournament has been Rialto. Do we just see it again, or do we get a mix-up here? Maybe throw in something like the Route 66. We saw the Dorado earlier between Finland and Russia. Maybe something a little bit different, but it's been a whole lot of Rialto, so I'm feeling like we're probably going to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that plays into the strengths of Amakin on the Pharah, so you can play that. Depp can play his Widow there, look for the flanks. They could run double sniper instead, which is certainly a possibility. When you do end up with a double sniper versus double sniper sort of setup, which was more common with the Western region than it is in Korea, for example, and in East in general, it does kind of level the playing field in a lot of ways because you can just use ult combos to win a fight using the map rather than your mechanical skills. So that may be one reason why they take us to Rialto.
Well, let's go ahead and find out what it's going to be. The final map here of this match of this day of the Overwatch World Cup group stage, and it's going to be Rialto again. So
surprise, surprise.
Not much of a shock here for us. Rialto will just get locked in again, and we'll see what Japan can get done with this pick. This was, we think back to South Korea's first match here just yesterday. It was a little bit shaky for them on Rialto versus, I believe, Chinese Taipei. But can Japan find some success? Can they get that full push going through and try to take away a victory?
I mean, that's what Tayo said they want. They want a map, and they still have that opportunity here. And this final map of Rialto, morale's got to be shattered. It's got to be tough, on stage, crowds cheering against you. And you've got to find some way on your map pick to scratch the surface here, which they've not been able to do. The O2 on Control, the full holds on King's Row, and onto Anubis back-to-back. It's tough to really find your footing in a moment like that. They will be on the attack first.
JohnNeck, is this real, or are you going to take a dip like Fate?
He does get speed boosted over here, so we can get into a pretty nice hiding spot.
I mean, traditionally, it has been these Zenyatta players that flex over to the Roadhog.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like it is going to, in fact, be legitimately a Roadhog defense with Fate on the Orisa. So you've got the Hulk combos there, and it's just going to be one solo support. Because this club is so tanky, it's very strong against dive, and it's very strong against Widow if, of course, you can make sure to deny line of sight and make sure that your support line is protected. But we know Ark's positioning is really good. Amakin and Depp on their signature heroes, the Genji and the Widow, out the gates. We're going to go back to what's comfortable. Let's see if they can crack the shell of South Korea.
Pushing forward, the rocket's just going to be coming down from Libero as they scout out the composition. Amakin starting to wrap around. Throwing out those shurikens, trying to break the barrier. Will be able to do so, and they see that JohnNeck is going to be over onto the Roadhog.
Ken taking some damage here. Will get pocketed up as they try to swing around the side. Amakin hasn't been able to find any damage just yet. He's dueling with Carpe. Will have to dash away. That's unfortunate to use that cooldown. He needs to be building a Dragon Blade.
That's his way back. Libero spotting them out, keeping them in sight. Depp gets a nice shot there onto Arc, taking him down to about half HP, but passive regen coming through. Arc playing with fire. Skirting his way right past this Widowmaker as Carpe just running away. He's like, please stop. And Libero will make him stop.
Yeah, already used the deflect. No way out of that one. Hit him right in the behind as well. So that's a kill there, forcing out the res. The cart has been halted. It belongs to South Korea right now. Depp caught.
Yep, hook coming down. Shotgun to the face. It's going to be Depp dead. Mate, however, will be traded out. Tayo finds the kill onto the Orisa. Cart still inching forward. Another hook comes down. Savagod drawn in this time, but he is just going to go ahead and trade it back. Gives Jonak a taste of his own medicine. Libero with the barrage. Pops that one down. Gets rid of Savagod. Rez will be coming in here, putting Jonak back into the mix.
It's just hook after
Takes
hook
down
here.
Carpe. South Korea still trying to hold this. Self-destruct going up into the air, comes back down. Not going to find a pick, but Tayo makes it into his max safely. Jonak with a whole hog, gets rid of Claire. Looking for that hit, not going to find it. Can't take a breather, so he's going to be hovering down around half HP. He's going to need some support pretty quickly here, as he might be falling low.
Team Japan needs to regroup. They're feeding over too much here to the side of South Korea. Jonak is just doing so much damage. Another right-click kill here with the help of Mako, of course, onto Kenmo. And now Tayo may just follow suit.
Reflection coming down. Jonak gonna take the breather. This is Mac. Gets behind the barrier. Another hook comes down. That's gonna be the break onto the mech. That's gonna be the blade drawn out. Hibiki gets shut down immediately.
They just can't do anything here, Achilleos. Tayo's gonna be the next to fall. It's another double here for Jonak. And he's just sitting in the spawn on top of the gates. They're feeding over to him one by one. I would wager very strongly that Jonak is by far top damage in this game because he's just right-clicking them to death.
He's got to be pretty darn close, you would expect. Looking for another one as he plays so far forward.
He's just playing so far forward because he can heal up and back away. Art can pocket him, and no one can really touch him right now. There's no Genji Amaken on the Pharah now, but he's taken out by Carpe. There's just no entry point. There's no way in.
Go for the res. The bubble comes down to save Claire's life, or else that hook would have connected. Jonak showing off the accuracy here.
You can see
this pick. Holt coming down. Oh, this is just by a hair. Well, the right click will be good.
You can see that the only way for him to try to even win the Widow duel is to leap into the sky. But he just is unable to find anything. The barrier's too well placed. Jonak has such a stronghold to back off to, so every single time hook is on cooldown, or off cooldown I should say, every time it's available, he's just going to toss it out to the first available target. His hook accuracy immaculate here. And now Japan has a Primal Rage. That could maybe disrupt the formation.
Shots coming down. Jonak finds another one. Gonna get dead. Right clicks in, weakening Tayo's mech. He'll get healed back up. Kenmo pops that Primal Range. Fluttering off somewhere. Can't see him on our screen. Heal Deny comes in, and that's what they need to take down the Roadhog. But can they get the cart moving? Barrage coming in for Libero, finds one, ends up getting himself killed.
This is the opportunity.
The explosive damage. Self-destruct here from Tayo. Does take down Fate. Could make it to the other side of that barrier, or it had been destroyed. Hard to say, but either way, the cart is going to be moving forward here for pretty much the first time as they get close to point A, but South Korea will have one last attempt to try to halt this. It's Carpe.
No way.
Tries to duel this one out. He's got a sliver of HP. They know he's in there. He's got to die.
No. He does finally get taken out here. Cart is slowed here by Meko. He's in proximity. South Korea, all they need is one more fight. Supercharger up.
Double comes down. 3 meters left to go here for Japan. Can they do it? Can they get a second lease on life? Put some more time in that bank. Rockets coming in. And again, he only has a barrage set and ready to go. Takes a large amount of damage, though. Has to cut his way back, and the pocket is available. Claire keeping him topped up as he hovers around the sky. With that Valkyrie set, self-destruct going to be invested from Meko. Looking for the pick, and he's going to get 3 of them! Savagod, Amaken, Kenmo, P9 and more will all be falling. The rest comes down for one, but Claire gets punished right off the back of that. Whole hog out, Jonak just celebrating, spraying it all over the place, and that is going to be the bull hold coming in for South Korea.
Step by step, hook by hook into big blow-up damage here on the side of Jonak. He absolutely dominates the beginning there. It was a bio grenade from Savagod that took him out in the first place. We're just gonna watch some of these incredible hooks. Namakan mid-air hook here, taking him out, easy peasy. Meanwhile, dealing with the Diva. By the way, no one's pocketing him. Didn't use his heal yet. NYXL fans here in the crowd, but I mean, he dominated the early part. It was the bio grenade that got them out of the spawn. They had ults. Japan did, but they didn't have a bubble when Meko's self-destruct came through. You have to be on the point when you're in overtime like that, so really well placed self-destruct by Meko.
I would love to see, and I hope that we get the opportunity, I would love to see JJoNak's stats at the end of this for the Roadhog.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic performance from him. The bio grenade, you have to think, how different would this have been if we just saw that bio grenade hit a little bit early, perhaps?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if
they had gone for that before.
If he can get healed either by self-heal or by Ark's pocketing, that was just non-stop keeping him alive, then maybe they don't even really get out of spawn. That was the one moment for Sabaga. The Ana swap that he brought out pretty early was very intelligent. It looks like Japan just really wants to stick with what they're comfortable with here, Achilles, and there's no shame in that when you've already lost the series, and we already had Tayo on stage say that that's kind of what they want to look to do here against an opponent that they very much respect. They know that South Korea is the team to beat here. This tournament, Finland came close, but not close enough.
Just want to go for those familiar picks.
Yeah. It's going to be Amikin on the Genji, Depp on the Widow once again.
I mean, pulling off a fuller hold against South Korea on the last match of the day would be a pretty good way to go out.
Oh, I
mean,
mean,
take one map away.
It would be a hold to remember, shall we say?
Absolutely.
Out
Here we
the
go.
gates, it's going to be JJonak's Roadhog again.
Yep. Seems to be working quite well. I'm hoping that we're going to see some more of this as we go deeper into the Overwatch World Cup. You know, one more day tomorrow. It's looking like South Korea is going to qualify for BlizzCon, so hoping that he's going to stick with this pick as things progress. He's going in for the flank. We'll just go ahead and rejoin over by the card.
Now, this is much easier for Amikin to farm off of. The attacking Roadhog composition he has positional advantage, so he could just look to build up a Dragon Blade already 25% of the way there. But the cart hasn't really been contested yet because they're respecting JJonak. Uh-oh.
Well, Libero finds the hits. He'll get stunned up, but Claire, ball's too low, has to go ahead and kite back. JJonak pushing forward as the breather up here in a second. Almost gets that hook. Disconnect. Sabaga managing to stay alive here for the moment at least as the right clicks come down. Get the sleep in. But the likelihood of killing him is very slim. Libero still just taking these pot shots with the arrows. Nearly has the Dragon Strike.
They get him.
Now going to be online, and they do kill him, but it's going to be Tayo. Knocked out. Dragon Strike rolling through.
All resources onto JJonak means there's just no one here now to protect the cart. The fight is won for South Korea. They turn it around. Halt's coming through. This may be the end of it.
And Claire going to be locked in. Amikin going to fall. Self-destruct just to keep them pushed back. South Korea, clean 4-0 comes through in record time, taking the last match of the evening. Team Japan, unfortunately, just couldn't find much ground to stand on.
We'll not see the same happy story that we saw in Australia last year. Not tonight. As South Korea wins in front of the home crowd, has that advantage. And it's JJonak who comes up big on the Roadhog there to close it all out on the fourth map. Great plays by Team Japan across the board, though, I think, and they played to their strengths, and unfortunately their strengths don't match up well against Carpe when he's on the Widow. They don't match up well against the formations that we talked about that South Korea has used and played against in Overwatch League very extensively. And it's just a dominant victory here. No points, 4 zeros across the board for Japan.
Yeah, very unfortunate scoreline to look at there if you are a Team Japan fan. But if you're a fan of Team South Korea, looking good.
Looking good. Undefeated.
This whole thing right here is very nice.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, you are. You're on the losing side.
I am indeed. But
I'm over here. I have the victory.
I think we're all winners in this Incheon group stage with South Korea playing well against the crowd. They have that defender's advantage, like the home field advantage, I should say, for the first time in a group stage. And they're playing really well when the crowd's cheering for them. And for Japan, I think we saw a lot more out of this team. I think a lot of people were expecting. And they're not done with this group stage by any means just yet. But with this loss, with this loss, they won't be able to jump up to where South Korea, Russia, and Finland are. So it's a tough loss for them to take. They needed to win this, and they weren't able to get a single map.
Yeah, still some games to be played. They want to bounce back. They want to get that victory because, again, they have to ride forward into that contender-specific final and try to close it out. Getting defeated here could be really rough for them, so hopefully they can get some momentum back and then just transition that into their contenders match. But guys, let's go ahead, throw over to the floor and hear from the players from South Korea.
All right, Golden Boy down here at the stage with the entirety of Team South Korea after their dominating victory against Team Japan. And of course, joined by Ark, my incredible translator and darn good support player as well. Ark, congratulations on the victory. You guys are playing some fantastic Overwatch. You said you wanted to be undefeated, and mission accomplished. How did you feel that game went for you guys and Team South Korea?
I think it's kind of early to be happy because we have a match tomorrow to be with Russia.
Oh, well, that fair. Have you guys prepped for Russia? Any player in particular that you are concerned about on that team, or you don't want to give anything away?
Actually, I want to give a fact that we're actually looking carefully for the Mystics. It's playing really good.
Yeah, no, he's having a great tournament so far. Totally understandable. But now that we have more members of Team South Korea here, I would like to give them an opportunity to say something to the fans here and also to people at home cheering them on. So the stage is yours, guys. Carpe. Let me ask him a question. How about this? Carpe, are you the best Widowmaker, period?
당연히 저죠.
He's sure he is. No doubt.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. And, Ark said it's going to be, you guys are going to try and be as perfect as possible. You guys have a big matchup against Russia tomorrow. Are you guys, anyone in particular that you are excited to go up against in Team Russia tomorrow?
이것도 당연히 섀도우본이랑 하는 게 재밌을 것 같아요. 원래 팀이었는데 이렇게 다시 경기하면 되게.
So, because Shadowburn was in his team, Philadelphia Fusion, he is really happy to meet him in the match.
Okay, all right, that's going to be exciting. And any final words for all of you guys? Anything you guys want to say to the fans here at home?
마지막 말.
Go for it, come on. You got it, Jonak.
팬분들 이 무더운 날씨에 와주셔서 정말 감사하고, 자, 응원 덕분에 지금 4승 잘 되고 있는 것 같고 내일도 이겨서 전승 무조건 하겠습니다.
All the audience, thanks for coming in this hot weather. And because of you guys cheering, we could have accomplished the 4 wins in a row. And we're going to try our best in tomorrow's match.
All right, well, that's going to do it for me here, guys. Thank you so much. Guys, give it up, Team South Korea! All right, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the casters to break it all down and take us home.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. We're not going home yet. We still have one more day. We're not going to take you home yet. And also, you live pretty far away. I live in Korea, so I don't know if I want to have to escort you there.
I mean, also,
But-
he hasn't had, before we could break it down, Achilles has to finish building his sound barrier.
That's
He's only
true.
about 85% right now, so, we're getting there.
Here comes the ha-ha spam in Twitch. It's going to be great. But, I mean, good God. I mean, good to hear from, multiple players from South Korea, not just Ark there, doing the translation work. So, truly the MVP of the interview there. But Carpe, you heard it. He is the #1 Widowmaker in the world. He has declared it.
Yeah, and he said...
Who will dethrone him?
He said literally, of course I am. Before we talk about this any further, I think we're going to take a look at the fan polls to hear what you guys have been saying across the world about this match we just watched.
I can imagine, yep, Jonak doing Jonak things. That's
Indeed.
exactly what we saw, especially there on that Temple of Anubis, getting the shutdown onto the Dragon Blade.
I think everyone is saying it now. They played so well there on the defense, especially Jonak with the Roadhog. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a total smashing there, unfortunately, at the very end of things.
I thought we had another one. I was like, oh, what's it going to be? It's me.
They're all the
It's me
same.
instead.
They're like, Jonak's amazing, and we just continue through.
They put us back on. They want to know what my tweet is. I haven't made it yet.
Yeah, I just
I
drafted
wait until
mine.
after the game, but it's okay. All right, guys, it was a very quick series. So it might have just been so fast that you didn't really register anything. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays. Try to recreate and remember what exactly happened and what transpired in this match.
Yeah, we started things off on Control on the Paul.
I don't even remember this happening.
Well, we didn't see the first-person view of it, which might have been a good thing. It's not safe for work, but watch this. And the mines come through.
And you're dead.
It's so impressive he's able to sneak his way into that tiny choke point as well with the swing in.
You say sneak, he inserted himself into that room.
Okay, I'm just saying.
And I'm here now.
He threaded the needle, okay? He got in there into that tight space, and then he pressed Q, and everybody died.
Yeah, I mean, the survivability here. Peyton Mecco, dangerously low, no healing coming through. Managed to survive, and Libero just shutting it all down. Triple kill coming through off the Riptire. It was just some disgusting antics from South Korea.
I mean, when you watch this highlight reel of Carpe, we have to add the asterisk that, like, they had to tag onto the point, so Carpe was able to do these shoot the fish in the barrel moves, but, you know, the accuracy is there when it needs to be. Is making him come back in. He's got the Discord orb there.
We know that even in those situations, he can still deliver on the headshots.
This is
gonna
the
be
one.
The shutdown. An awkward dash away for Anakin there, but yeah, JJoNak just ball to the face.
You know, I have to feel like the reason he dashed in that direction was to give a false sense of security, because it was a little bit weird, right? But you know, a lot of players I think in that moment think, well, he's going for someone else. I'm actually safe, but
trying to zigzag his way in.
Yeah, but he did have the you know, the right click ready for him and just totally shut that down.
Yeah, it actually might have been the Mercy dashing towards JJoNak while he was dashing towards the Mercy. So it could have just been a you know, ships passing in the night, and then he tried to reroute, and that's when JJoNak happened.
Unfortunately,
and this is also when JJoNak happened.
Yeah, unfortunately for Amic, JJoNak just said no to a bunch of his Dragon Blades here in this series.
There was a lot of JJoNak in those last two maps, especially. Is basically the TL didn't watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TL didn't watch. Yeah.
Yeah. TL didn't watch.
Okay, but look, that was the
EW.
final moment there for South Korea to get the defense there. Mecco with the blow up, and now you know we just see the end there. It's a
nice zoom in on Anakin's Genji butt.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those replay segments where if you're a Japan fan, you're probably alt tabbing a little bit. You might want to. They might want to
probably turn the stream off after game one.
It was a one-sided series.
Yeah.
But they had their moments. They had really good ideas with compositions. They were just shut down mechanically by the team of South Korea.
Yeah, and I mean, it's unfortunate. Japan in their first match out, they did look so promising, getting that win. I believe it was versus Russia on Oasis.
Yeah, that's right, the control map.
There we go. It was only a day ago. Hey, my memory's looking great. So yeah, I mean, they looked so promising to start the tournament all for themselves, and then it just kind of went downhill. It was such a nice peak, and then it kind of dropped off a cliff. But, you know, unfortunate for them. Let's go ahead and take a look at the results overall here on the day, guys, as we take a peek. So 4-0 for South Korea to start the day, and a 4-0 to end it.
Yeah, Finland.
And some stuff happened in between.
Sure. Finland decides to show us another exciting series. It's not
Yes.
quite a reverse sweep what we saw there, but they were able to bring it back on King's Row, then tied it up, and were able to take the win there in the end. So very impressive run back from them.
Yeah, if you guys missed that series, highly recommend going to check the VOD out for that one. Really, really great. But what does this do to the standings, Wolf? Let's go ahead and find out. South Korea in a very commanding lead, plus 13, lossless here so far.
So in order to pass South Korea, someone will, of course, have to defeat South Korea, their final match tomorrow. And I believe that's Russia. Then whichever, it will have to be Russia who defeats them, who then passes them or ties them in map differential. So it's a long road for Russia to take that first place spot. So South Korea basically guaranteed BlizzCon at this point. For Japan, they dropped down to second to last with the 1-2 -4 scoreline. And Hong Kong, of course, is definitely out there at the -16, unfortunately, for that region.
We'll go ahead and take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. See what matches we have for you guys to close out the Incheon Group stage. And it's actually going to be us. We're gonna look at us.
We're coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. So that's what we were talking about. This is the schedule right here, baby. There's going to be more of this. Actually, we only cast one game tomorrow. There's going to be almost none of this. But now we will go ahead and take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Get that up on your screen so you guys know what matches you want to tune into. And of course, it's going to be all of them. Okay, Japan and Finland is going to kick us off. We're actually going to be fed it to us.
I'll get the next one. Chinese Taipei, Russia will be the next one, around 2.
Now my turn. Hong Kong and Japan.
Russia, South Korea.
Chinese Taipei and Finland. That's going to be the schedule. It's on some websites. You can also check it out there. Go to overwatchworldcup.com. I don't know if that's what it is. But they have the schedule there. I guarantee it.
There's a lot of ways. Just, you know, you use that Google button and look up Overwatch World Cup 2018.
Exactly. Or Bing. We don't discriminate. You know, you can go with whatever search engine you want. Ask Jeeves.
Yahoo.com.
If you want to use that as well. You got plenty of options. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in. That is the end of the second day. One more remains. South Korea pretty much poised to be going to BlizzCon, but Finland and Russia still vying for it. We'll find out which one of them is going to be going when we come back tomorrow. Same place, same time. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see your lovely faces back tomorrow.
All right, more country pride. The Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by T-Mobile, America's fastest network ever. And by Omen by HP, the official PC of the Overwatch World Cup.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. When everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.